Chapter 4872. On the other hand, we have always been in the calm primordial chaos cloud layer. The boat will collapse sooner or later. At that time we will definitely die. Lin Ling said solemnly. Others would definitely panic in such a dangerous situation. However, Lin Ling had experienced too much and had always been calm. Therefore, he had been analyzing the situation before. Alright, you are right. Life and death will depend on this moment. Longyang was no fool. She knew what Lin Ling meant. Suddenly, she looked deeply at Lin Ling and hesitated for a long time before asking, Lin Ling, have you ever liked me? Perhaps this time we will both die. However, I have always wanted to ask you this question. Perhaps I don't want to die with regrets. After hearing Longyang's words, Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head slowly. Longyang's expression did not change when she saw Lin Ling shaking his head. Instead, she curled her lips in disdain and said, I knew that you would hold a grudge. You still remember our life and death battle. The life and death battle that we agreed on back then. Now so many years have passed. I didn't expect that a pair of enemies like us would face this life and death calamity together one day. However, I, Lin Ling, have a beauty to accompany me before I die. Ah! Lin Ling laughed loudly. The image of Yu and the others appeared in his mind. In the end, he gritted his teeth and steeled his will to live. You pervert. How can you still laugh at a time like this? However, you are right. Life and death are approaching. I, Longyang, will die without regrets if I can share the trials and tribulations with you, Lin Ling. Longyang smiled. To be honest, back then, you forcefully took away my most precious possession. At that time, I hated you and you were my nightmare. Even in my dreams, I wanted to kill you. Alas, in the following years, I kept on coming in contact with you and you kept on helping me, so I found out that you were right. Your character. Furthermore, I've thought about everything from the beginning to the end. I realized that if I didn't want to kill you back then, you wouldn't have treated me like this. Therefore, I don't hate you anymore. Perhaps you'll be Longyang's lifelong enemy. I, Longyang, have no regrets in dying with you today. Perhaps because she was close to death, Longyang didn't hide anything and confidently spoke her mind. Aha, to be honest, I, Lin Ling, still remember the ecstasy of that night. Lin Ling laughed again, which made Longyang roll her eyes. However, when she recalled the ecstasy of that night, her memory was still fresh. Longyang, in fact, I really wanted to kill you at first, but then I realized that it wasn't easy for you either. You just wanted to become stronger, but you were a weak woman who was smooth and slick. You had to face killing intent and danger from all sides, but you still managed to survive and become stronger. Because of this, I, Lin Ling, admire you. Lin Ling didn't hide his thoughts. Therefore, even if we really have to fight to the death one day, I won't kill you. Because as I become stronger and stronger, my friends from back then have become fewer and fewer. I don't want to lose you. Hearing this, Longyang's body trembled and a smile appeared on her face. She liked Lin Ling's words very much. I don't want to lose you. Alright, life or death, it's all in this moment. At the same time, Lin Ling shouted loudly. As for the small boat, it began to lose control of itself and was gradually sucked into the massive vortex. After entering, the two of them realized just how fast the primordial chaos vortex was moving. It had reached 10,000 or even tens of thousands of world speed. The super terrifying speed also produced an incomparably rare force that tore everything apart. Ka-ka-ka. The small boat reached its limit and made cracking sounds. It was about to shatter at any time. Lin Ling and Longyang were sucked into the huge vortex. It was difficult for them to even stabilize their minds, let alone control themselves. All they could do was try their luck. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling reached out and grabbed Longyang's hand. At this moment, Longyang's mind was blank. She felt as if her soul was about to be torn apart, which made her panic. However, at the critical moment, a warm hand reached out and grabbed her hand. She knew that it was Lin Ling's hand. She knew that she would never let go of this hand for the rest of her life. Rumble. The small boat finally shattered completely. The two of them were swept away by the current, sometimes disappearing into the huge vortex, sometimes reappearing. Around them, time and space were also changing, making them feel as if they had returned to the past, to the void of the 9 continents. They had even returned to the time when they first met. At that time they were still Lin Ling and Longyang of the 9 continents. They hated each other, but their souls were now their souls. Hence they looked at each other strangely. The two of them could appear here because of the reversal of time. This primordial vortex was too powerful. It had the power to reverse time. However, time moved forward again. Lin Ling returned to the sacred land of the rainforest, to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and to the Guyen sect. Next he returned to Wuxia. Time kept moving backward. Lin Ling felt as if he had returned to the beginning of the world, to the most primitive and ancient universe. Looking at Long Yang, her time had ended. Moreover, it had ended early. This meant that in terms of antiquity and origin, Long Yang could not be compared to Lin Ling. Lin Ling saw that he had turned into the most ancient mist. It was like the primordial aura, but it did not seem like it. Fellow Taoist, split the heavens and earth. Begin, create a universe. In this ancient mist, there was a voice that sounded as if it had reached an agreement with Lin Ling. Lin Ling's soul shook violently. Vaguely he knew what this was. Indeed, after that voice the mist exploded. Then heaven and earth shook. Endless black holes appeared. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Divine fire roared. Then a terrifying law of the universe appeared. It quietly began to form a new world. It was the most ancient and largest world. This was the divine world of the past, the primordial chaos realm of the ancient era. It was also the most ancient universe. So, I am the master of creation of the universe. Lin Ling's soul exploded. Time flowed backwards, allowing him to see everything, clearly seeing his own origins. However, he realized that in the power of creation, there was another voice. This voice seemed to be one with him. It was like another Lin Ling. Could it be that he is the most ancient power of the world's will? Lin Ling had a guess in his mind. He was Lin Ling, the most ancient god of creation of the universe. The other person was also the most ancient god of creation of the universe. However, one of them was the destruction of the world, and the other was the creation of the world. Boom. Chapter 4873. However, when the terrifying grand mist vortex came tearing at them, Lin Ling also sensed that Long Yang was about to die. With no other choice, Lin Ling could only use all of his soul force to protect Long Yang. Whether you live or die, it all depends on the will of the heavens. Then Lin Ling fell into a deep slumber. Rumble. Under the power of space, the two of them turned to dust and reformed. But suddenly, the largest spatial lightning appeared, sweeping over the two of them and pulling them into a spatial crack. After a long time, two figures fell from the massive grand mist torrent in the sky. Below them was an incomparably terrifying sea. Previously, when Lin Ling and the others were passing through space, they were lucky enough to enter a spatial crack and were sent out. If not for that, they would have died without a doubt. Bang bang bang. The two figures passed through the thick clouds and finally smashed into the sea. Suddenly, a giant mouth rushed out of the sea and swallowed the two of them. Looking carefully, this ancient sea was filled with giant divine beasts. It was like an island overturning the rivers and seas. After Lin Ling and the others were swallowed, they flowed through the sea and into the divine beast's body. The incomparably terrifying divine liquid was refining them. But at this time, Long Yang finally woke up. Previously, Lin Ling had used his soul force to protect her, so she didn't suffer any serious injuries. Where is this? After Long Yang opened her eyes were blank. But the divine liquid around her stimulated her, causing her to gradually react. Lin Ling. Long Yang was the first to shout. She looked around and saw Lin Ling floating not far away. She quickly floated over. After investigating, she immediately left with Lin Ling. However, the divine beast's world was incomparably vast. It was like a small universe. Long Yang didn't know how to leave. With no other choice, she found a giant rock and landed on it with Lin Ling. This rock seemed to be a giant island, larger than the 9 provinces. After being swallowed by the divine beast, it was slowly being refined. Lin Ling. Long Yang shouted anxiously at Lin Ling, knowing that his life was no longer in danger. However, Lin Ling still did not wake up. He was incomparably weak. Long Yang also noticed that Lin Ling's soul force and life force were weakening. Right, he's at the moment of his breakthrough, and he's facing the destruction of the primordial flood. He's probably already at his limits. What should I do? If this continues, he'll definitely die. Power, he needs power. Long Yang was pacing around anxiously. Suddenly, she thought of something and quickly took out everything she had on her, including her clothes. As long as it had spiritual energy, she took it out and gave it to Lin Ling to refine. And as these things approached Lin Ling, they quietly disappeared, turning into a dense energy that poured into Lin Ling's body, entering the world of the 8 treasures. In the world of the heart, the 8 dansons were currently withering. However, when a new energy poured in, they gradually recovered some power. As expected, the power Lin Ling needs to break through is not enough, so it formed this dangerous situation. Long Yang kept staring at Lin Ling. After that, she sensed something. Following that, she poured the divine essence in her body into Lin Ling's body. However, Lin Ling was cultivating all 8 dantians together. How could the power he needed be satisfied by Longyang alone? Time quietly passed. Longyang's divine essence was exhausted. She suddenly gritted her teeth and urged the world's will power to pour into Lin Ling's body. After this energy entered, it disappeared again. It's effective. Longyang's eyes lit up. Originally, she thought that the world's will power could not be used to break through. Following that, she urged all the world's will power to help Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still did not show any signs of breaking through successfully. On the contrary, Longyang's world's will power was also exhausted. There was still a bit of power left. She could not control it and could not urge it out. She saw that Lin Ling still had not passed the danger. After pondering for a long time, she suddenly clenched her silver teeth, tore off the flesh of her thigh, and dripped all the fresh blood into Lin Ling's mouth. She already did not have divine essence in her body, but she was a deity in the end. Divine blood, divine flesh and divine bones were all treasures. Lin Ling quickly wake up. Longyang continuously tore off her flesh and let Lin Ling refine it. In the end, her originally slender and fair legs already turned into 2 white bones. Following that, she also tore off the flesh on her body and let Lin Ling refine it. This process also hurt her to the core, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. If it were another person here, even a deity, they would definitely not be able to do this. After all, how could a deity endure watching their own flesh and blood disappear bit by bit? Most importantly, the person who tore off the flesh and blood was themselves. Lin Ling quickly wake up. Longyang continued to feed her flesh and blood to Lin Ling. In the end, she had already turned into white bones. Moreover, she also fed the divine bones of her legs and left arm to Lin Ling. It was the same for the chest bones and other things. It was the same for the dantian. She became weaker and weaker, leaving only a wisp of the flame of life, soul and world's will power floating beside Lin Ling. If not for the fact that she could not control these 3 types of power, she would definitely feed them to Lin Ling. And with Longyang's help, the 8 dantians in the 8 treasures image heart world gradually recovered. However, the power needed for a breakthrough was still not enough. However, this time the 8 dantians were no longer powerless. They could refine and absorb power on their own. Rumble. Above the divine liquid, a vortex quietly appeared, followed by a second, a third and all the way to the 8th. After these vortexes appeared, they weakly absorbed the surrounding power. When they gradually became stronger, they began to absorb the surrounding divine liquid. In the end, the divine liquid in the divine beast's body was continuously absorbed by the vortexes and disappeared within. I'm still alive. With the return of a powerful force, Lin Ling gradually woke up. What the hell is going on? But now, I've reached the most critical moment of my breakthrough. I must devour. Lin Ling could not care less. His 8 dantians frantically devoured everything around him. Sir, who are you? Why are you refining everything in my body? Until an old voice rang out, interrupting Lin Ling's breakthrough. This was the divine beast's master. And who are you? Lin Ling let out a low growl and communicated with him through their souls. I am Kuan. The old voice also had endless dominance as it replied to Lin Ling. I don't care who you are. I need power. Since you're a divine beast, I'll refine you. At this point, Lin Ling could not care less. Junior, how dare you? The old voice was furious. It controlled the terrifying divine liquid and wanted to refine Lin Ling. Whoosh! The divine liquid drowned Lin Ling. However, the 8 vortexes appeared and frantically absorbed the divine liquid. Not only were they unharmed, but they became even more ferocious. Rumble. At the same time, in the sky above the sea of fog, a huge thunderbolt struck down. That was the divine tribulation of a higher god. Chapter 4874. Come. Come. Lin Ling sensed the surging pressure. Not only was he not afraid, but he let out a loud roar. At this moment he stood up. His entire body was formed by a powerful force. His head touched the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. He resisted the most ancient great law of the universe. And at this moment, under the rolling primordial flood, a terrifying aura was condensing, forming a powerful aura that could crush one's soul. One had to know that the primordial flood was a taboo that even the ancient giant gods did not dare to approach. But the high god tribulation could come. This showed how terrifying the deity tribulation was. Furthermore, the high god tribulation that Lin Ling was facing was different. It was the 9 levels deity tribulation. The tribulation thunder appeared and lingered in the sky. The surroundings were also filled with tribulation clouds. They were getting bigger and bigger, more and more majestic, intimidating the world. In the vast sea, it was silent for eternity. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Countless deity beasts felt uneasy. All the deity beasts sensed the suppression of the brilliant heavenly might. That heavenly might could kill them and turn them into fine powder, never to be reincarnated. What is this? On the calm sea, a huge kuan raised its head and let out a low voice. Following that, it sank into the sea in an attempt to avoid the terrifying tribulation in the sky. Long. Waves formed in the sea. The huge deity beast sank into the sea and gradually disappeared. Furthermore, this deity beast was running along the sea at a terrifying speed. Old kuan get lost. After a long time, when this deity beast stopped, an old voice suddenly came from all around. Furthermore, the voice was mixed with anger. Clearly, these voices came from other deity beasts. What is the meaning of this? That deity beast was furious. These deity beasts were chasing it away? You brought the cosmos deity tribulation over. A large number of deity beasts' voices floated. They were incomparably furious. This also made that kuan investigate. Its huge body instantly trembled and it repeatedly took in a cold breath, because it discovered that in the sky, the terrifying deity tribulation was still hovering above its head. It seemed to have locked onto it. What is happening? Why is this terrifying deity tribulation chasing after me? The kuan's voice was filled with panic. You have a treasure to attract the deity tribulation. Get lost, don't get us killed. You idiot. The deity beasts around began to leave, avoiding the kuan. However, kuan was dumbfounded for a moment. It had something that could attract calamities? What was going on? Then, it hurriedly investigated. However, it had swallowed too many things and its body was huge. It couldn't find the reason at all. Let me remind you that this is a high god's tribulation, and it's 9 times more powerful than an ordinary high god's tribulation. Seeing the suspicious look on kuan's face, a divine beast's voice came from afar, but it only made kuan even more confused. What was the meaning of this? Suddenly it came to its senses and looked over. Instantly, it saw an indomitable man in its stomach. This man was full of battle intent and was brewing a powerful aura, as if he was going to fight against the terrifying calamity in the sky. It's him. Naturally, it knew who this man was. It was the guy who had been running amok in its body and madly absorbing its energy. Could it be that he was about to transcend the tribulation? Also, why was his great tribulation so terrifying? You get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Kuan was furious at the thought of having to endure such a calamity for no reason. The voice traveled into its body and formed a terrifying shock wave. However, it was all blocked by Lin Ling. He stared at Kuan like a deity and said coldly, "You're the one who should get out of my way. Don't disturb my tribulation." Scoundrel, I don't have time to disturb you. However, couldn't you have chosen a better place for your tribulation? You're in my body. If the great tribulation comes, I'll be the first one to block it for you. Kuan was furious. He was extremely furious and extremely aggrieved. Who had he offended? He had swallowed such a jinx for no reason and attracted such a great tribulation. What has it got to do with me? Lin Ling ignored it and sneered. Kuan had taken the initiative to swallow him and Long Yang. Therefore it was not Lin Ling's fault. I'm going to kill you. Kuan's murderous aura surged. He knew very well that if he did not get rid of this young man, he would definitely die. Therefore, it controlled the endless divine liquid in its body and flooded towards Lin Ling in a mighty manner. Whoosh! The terrifying divine liquid drowned Lin Ling and was about to refine Lin Ling into nothingness. However, 8 illusory worlds appeared around Lin Ling's body and turned into colorful vortexes that frantically absorbed the divine liquid. Lin Ling was still a little bit away from the power he needed to break through. Who knew that Kuan would take the initiative to give him power? Lin Ling naturally accepted all of it. You scoundrel. Kuan cursed when he realized that. If this guy was outside his body, Kuan was confident that he could kill him. Even if he was inside his body, he was confident that he could refine him after spending a long time. However, time waited for no one. Rumble. At the same time, the tribulation clouds in the sky became even more terrifying. They actually blocked most of the primordial flood. The pressure on the entire sea increased tremendously. Countless divine beasts dove into the sea for fear of being implicated. Kuan wanted to cry but had no tears. In the end, he accepted the reality and could only hope that he could withstand the terrifying tribulation in the sky. What a powerful tribulation! At this moment, Lin Ling stood in Kuan's stomach and looked at the sky. He could feel the rolling pressure in the sky that made him feel as if he was going against the entire universe. In the face of such a great tribulation, Lin Ling did not know if he could survive it. Is it because of the chaos divine skill that my tribulation is so terrifying? Now there are only 8 dantians. If there are 9 dantians, it will be terrible. I must find a way to survive this tribulation. Kuan outside is of no help at all. Right, I should go back to the Lin Ling universe. That is my territory and I have the final say in everything. Maybe I can survive this tribulation. Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering. The tribulation of a high-level deity could pass through the primordial flood and could probably reach Lin Ling's Lin Ling universe. However, Lin Ling had the power of a universe to resist the tribulation, so he was more confident. However, it would take some time to go back to the Lin Ling universe. This was the same for all gods. Otherwise, they would not need the protection of a Tao realm cultivator in the face of a life-and-death crisis. The reason was that it would take a long time to leave by returning to the heavenly realm. Bus. At this moment, a strange sound came from the sky, causing the calm sea to finally surge. This meant that the tribulation was ready. Ghost chi, divine chi, nether chi, murderous chi, evil chi, and all kinds of spiritual chi in the world gathered and poured into the tribulation clouds. The tribulation clouds seemed to be the incarnation of the universe and a God who created the world. Chapter 4875. It's coming from the fog sea. I think there's a terrifying God breaking through. Judging by the aura of the tribulation cloud, if this person succeeds, he'll definitely become a universe-level giant god. Those ancient giant gods frowned and continued to calculate. Unfortunately, they couldn't figure out anything. At this moment, the entire Tao realm seemed to be affected by Lin Ling's tribulation. Even the gods who were far away in the Tao realm had difficulty breathing, as if countless mountains were pressing down on them. As for the fog sea, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. The water of the sea soared into the sky, and a violent force rolled, killing countless divine beasts. In the fog sea there were a few universe giant gods who were cultivating. But when they saw this scene, they were so scared that their faces turned pale, afraid of being implicated. In their eyes, heaven and earth disappeared, and only endless tribulation clouds were pressing down on the earth. Suddenly, a bolt of divine lightning finally struck down, condensing the power of all the tribulation clouds and striking down. This divine lightning had been brewing for too long, so its power was incomparably terrifying. Not only did it attack the body, but it also attacked the soul, dantian, and everything else. The speed of the divine lightning didn't seem fast, but it sealed everything, making people feel as if they were locked down, and there was no way to escape. Looking at the sea under the divine lightning, it had turned into a vacuum, and a huge divine beast Kuan was revealed. Oh my God! The Kuan let out a painful cry, because it sensed that it was locked down and couldn't escape. It looked up at the sky. Even though it was already incomparably huge, it was still incomparably small in the face of such a divine tribulation. Rumble. It couldn't escape. After the divine tribulation descended, a terrifying force pressed down on it like a palm. It only resisted for 3 breaths of time and then it turned into dust. It was unstoppable. But at this moment, a dazzling figure soared into the sky. It was Lin Ling. Facing this terrifying divine tribulation, Lin Ling didn't choose to take it head-on. Instead, he chose to take the initiative to attack. Because this was what the aura needed. Not only was the power of the divine tribulation terrifying, but it also suppressed Lin Ling in all aspects, including the aura. If Lin Ling's aura was suppressed, he would be at a disadvantage from the start. A sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword condensed from divine energy. Then he slashed at the sky. This was Lin Ling's only method now. After all, his tyrannical song sword had already transformed into the 8th dantian, and it was currently in the process of breaking through. Far away in the sea of fog, several figures stood on the sea, solemnly looking into the distance. In their eyes, a dazzling figure soared into the sky and fought against the divine tribulation that was as huge as a mushroom cloud. This was a shocking scene. Is that person undergoing tribulation? I wonder if he can succeed. On the surface it might seem difficult, but he's smart. He knows that the greater God tribulation not only gathers the energy of heaven and earth, but also baptizes the God's soul, battle prowess, and willpower. At some point in time, willpower is more important. That's why he took the initiative to attack. The gods discussed spiritedly among themselves. Rumble. At this moment, in the distant sky, Lin Ling was fighting against the strongest tribulation of his life. When the swords in his hands clashed, a ferocious force surged over. It made him feel that he was no match for it at all. Not at all. Cracks appeared on the sword in his hand. However, at the critical moment, a strange force surged into the sword, causing the cracked sword to reform again. What was strange was that Lin Ling's sword was clearly no match for the divine tribulation, but it could resist for a short period of time. This was because of his willpower. Of course, this resistance was also short-lived. It was only a matter of time before he was blasted into pieces. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. His whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. His bones, flesh and blood were all trembling. Rumble. The two forces resisted like this for more than 10 breaths of time. However, the divine tribulation was like a merciless wheel, still suppressing down. Lin Ling's obstruction only delayed it slightly. Like this, the massive divine tribulation thunder began to submerge Lin Ling, emitting a blinding light. In the face of such a rare divine tribulation, he is still much weaker. In the distance, the gods sighed and shook their heads. They weren't surprised by the scene in front of them. They turned and left. However, they didn't see that within that incomparably massive light, a figure was still fearlessly resisting the divine tribulation. Life was like a song. Lin Ling's eyes blazed. It was as if he could see his entire life's worth of battles. This battle was also the most intense battle of his life so far. This was because he was fighting against the universe, fighting against himself. His willpower, his soul, his will to fight, everything about him was on display. He was fighting with everything he had. However, the divine tribulation was not only resisted by willpower, but also by strength. In terms of strength, the current Lin Ling was undoubtedly very weak. Thus, even if Lin Ling's willpower could resist, his strength couldn't. However, at the critical moment, a mysterious force surged out of Lin Ling's body. This force was like a new army, and it actually resisted the divine tribulation in the sky. This was the power of the world's will. Moreover, it was the power of faith. The massive divine tribulation in the sky finally stopped. What? The gods who were leaving in the distance suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Previously they had clearly seen that person fail. So why was there another force that was fighting against him now? The power of the world's will. Suddenly an old man shouted in a low voice. For these people to be able to appear in the fog sea, their strength was naturally monstrous. Thus, they could sense the power of the world's will that erupted from Lin Ling. A host of the world's will? Another middle-aged man frowned and said, "The power of the world's will is the most mysterious. I didn't expect it to be able to resist the divine tribulation. No wonder this person's divine tribulation is so terrifying." The others spoke one after another. Looking at the sky again, the massive divine tribulation thunder continued to be consumed, turning into specks of starlight that scattered in all directions like snowflakes. The power of the worlds will block the divine tribulation. And Lin Ling also sensed that the force in his body continued to disappear. He also didn't expect that the power of the world's will that he couldn't control all this time would actually protect him now. The power of the world's will can't resist for long. However, it's enough to wear down more than half of the divine tribulation. Lin Ling's mind worked quickly. Next, he flew toward the ground. Chapter 4876. Without the resistance of the world's will, the divine lightning in the sky continued to strike down slowly. However, compared to the beginning, both the momentum and the form were much weaker. But in the eyes of the gods in the distance, they shook their heads. They could see that the man had failed. Rumble. Next, the huge divine lightning began to suppress the earth. The ocean in the distance exploded, and endless seawater soared into the sky, forming an earth-shattering wave that engulfed everything. This also caused the gods to avoid the sharp edge and fly far away. Because they could also sense that although these waves seemed simple, in fact, the power was incomparably terrifying. It was the purest power, estimated to be at the level of hundreds of millions. When the divine lightning disappeared from the earth, the entire world seemed to have collapsed. After an unknown period of time, this terrifying universe power disappeared and gradually dissipated. Rumble. Only the sound of the aftermath spread far away. Failed. In the area of the Tao Pagoda, an ancient giant god of the universe muttered to himself. The divine tribulation wasn't broken but dissipated by itself. I guess this person failed to pass the tribulation. Many giant gods of the universe had their guesses. Unfortunately, no one saw that at this moment in a vast universe, a figure with 8 illusions and 3 balls of light appeared there. And he was Lin Ling. He had returned to the Lin Ling universe with the help of the Tao Pagoda. "I'm back," Lin Ling looked around and immediately felt that everything was under his control. Powerful, incomparably powerful. Then he looked back and immediately sensed a powerful pressure coming. It was the divine tribulation. Everyone thought that the divine tribulation had ended, but in fact it hadn't. It had followed Lin Ling to this universe. This is my territory. Lin Ling sat in the sky, waiting for the arrival of the divine tribulation. Rumble. A moment later the entire universe shook. In the distance, everyone in Lei Gong's hall felt suffocated and had difficulty breathing. This made them look around wanting to know what had happened, but to no avail. Because Lin Ling controlled the laws of the universe and sealed the area around Lei Gong's hall, not letting them be implicated. Fellow Taoists return. Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged as he muttered to himself. Under his voice, his doppelgangers returned one after another. They controlled the powerful laws of the universe, and their eyes coldly looked at the divine tribulation that was slowly approaching. This divine tribulation was like an eggshell that squeezed through space and slowly descended. At the moment it appeared, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled and divine flames roared. Fellow Taoist, we are here to help you. The doppelgangers nodded at Lin Ling. Then they kept waving their hands and unleashing powerful universal laws. Every time a law landed on the divine tribulation would dissipate slightly. This is indeed my territory. Now, the divine tribulation is going against the entire Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling looked coldly at the sky. He also activated the great laws of the universe to attack the divine tribulation. In his universe he was an omnipotent and invincible existence. However, the divine tribulation was indeed powerful. Even though Lin Ling used the entire universe's laws to resist it, the divine tribulation still didn't dissipate immediately. Instead, it continued to weaken. The divine tribulation that was originally as huge as an eggshell finally turned into the size of a bucket and gradually became as big as a strand of hair. However, even if it was the size of a strand of hair, it was enough to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling continued to unleash the great laws of the universe. Looking carefully in the universe's void, there were a total of 6,000 people sitting cross-legged and attacking the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. Bang! In the end, the hair-sized divine tribulation finally disappeared. Finally, it's over. Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. Since the arrival of the divine tribulation, Lin Ling had resisted it with the Kuan, his willpower, and the power of the world's will. In the end, he used the great universe to resist it. Only then did he survive the divine tribulation. If he didn't have these methods, Lin Ling reckoned he would have failed. Moreover, he was also very curious if his divine tribulation was the only one like this. Others weren't as terrifying. No matter what, I finally survived the divine tribulation. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. At the same time, he sensed that there was an additional mysterious power in his 8 dantians. This power not only had the comprehension of the great Tao, but also an endless stream of divine power. Divine power was the basis of evaluating the strength of a god. After becoming a superior god, the divine power would undoubtedly skyrocket. I'm about to break through. 8 dantians return. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He controlled the 8 dantian worlds and poured them into his body. The tribulation transcendence this time was a narrow escape. It was also the most dangerous, intense and time-consuming tribulation Lin Ling had ever faced since he started learning martial arts. Bus. As Lin Ling spoke, 8 rays of light poured into his body. A new power quietly took root in Lin Ling's dantian. Fellow cultivator, congratulations on successfully surviving the divine tribulation. The doppelgangers around him smiled. Then they walked toward Lin Ling step by step and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. After they disappeared, Lin Ling's strength increased by another 30%. As these doppelgangers could cultivate independently and were controlling the universe, their improvement was not small. Now that they had returned to Lin Ling's body, Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly. Time passed quietly. After a long time, Lin Ling finally stood up. A powerful aura emanated from his body. This was the early stage of a superior god. Fellow cultivator, come out. Lin Ling said softly. His doppelgangers once again walked out from behind him. However, their current strengths were all early-stage high gods. They were much stronger than before. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Ling said to each doppelganger. The doppelgangers smiled and nodded. Then they walked in different directions and disappeared into the universe. After so many twists and turns, I've finally become a superior god. With my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to kill a late-stage superior god. Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance like a giant god in the universe. His eyes were full of confidence. In the past he had to use his trump card to kill a late-stage superior god. Now that might not be the case. This was because the divine tribulation that he had experienced was the extreme divine tribulation of the 9th level. Coupled with his 8 dantians, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Longyang, thank you. Then Lin Ling waved his right hand and 3 rays of light appeared in front of him. There was a hint of heartache in his eyes. Naturally, he knew what Longyang had done for him. Now, his physical body was completely destroyed and his cultivation was destroyed. This made Lin Ling owe Longyang a great favor. Lin Ling knew very well that if it were not for Longyang, he would have died in the fog sea. I'll rebuild your physical body for you, Lin Ling shouted. He waved his hands and controlled the powerful great law of the universe to rebuild Longyang's physical body. Chapter 4877. Heavenly Mandate Godly Cloud. Twin Dragon Sprout Emperor Qi. Ancient Orchid Dust. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Lin Ling kept shouting like a god who controlled everything. Under his voice, streams of light shot over from all directions of the universe. More than half of the universe was filled with halos. It was magnificent. These were the treasures of the Lin Ling universe. They were nurtured by Lin Ling the last time he returned. In the Lin Ling universe, Lin Ling was an omnipotent existence. He could nurture powerful talents. However, all of this was divided into 2 types. The first type was a talent comparable to a cosmos god. It was omnipotent and could do anything. However, once it left the Lin Ling universe, everything would return to its original state. The second type was a divine embryo with good talent that surpassed Lin Ling's. It meant that the talent nurtured by Lin Ling would not surpass Lin Ling's. However, after leaving the Lin Ling universe, this talent would still exist. Considering that Longyang would not stay in the Lin Ling universe, Lin Ling reconstructed the second type of divine embryo for Longyang. This type of divine embryo did not surpass Lin Ling's and was a 5th grade higher god. As for Lin Ling's strongest eternal killing world, it was an 8th grade higher god. Of course, to reconstruct this type of divine embryo required a lot of time and effort. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have reconstructed it for Yu and the others. The main thing was that Lin Ling had succeeded in breaking through this time. He owed Longyang a huge favor and he wanted to repay this favor. 3 flames, the flame of life, the flame of soul, and the will of the world. Let's start with the flame of soul. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He controlled the supreme treasures and hovered in Longyang's soul. Upper 3 heavens nightmare world. Lower 3 clumps Li Shura. Lin Ling's voice was like a god's language. It carried a magical power, and those treasures from all over the universe were continuously injected into Longyang's soul. As for Longyang's soul, it was becoming more and more exuberant, constantly growing bigger. Gradually, Longyang also woke up. Lin Ling. After Longyang's soul awakened, she let out a cry of surprise. In the void, a large ball of flame floated there, and it stared at Lin Ling as if it was shocked. Longyang, thank you for helping me overcome the most difficult hurdle. Now that your physical body and dantian have been destroyed, I will help you reconstruct your soul. Lin Ling looked at Longyang's soul and smiled. Longyang's soul couldn't help but tremble. Lin Ling actually had such a method to reconstruct the soul and body? This looks like the universe in Lei Gong's palace. After that, Longyang sensed something. After all, she had come from this universe before. It was just that she had followed the Yellow Emperor to cultivate the will of the world and had not returned for a long time. She never imagined that this universe would become like this. Moreover, she stared at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling gave her a feeling of omnipotence, as if he was the most ancient god of the universe. I didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a method. This universe is growing too fast. In the future, it might even be comparable to the Dao realm. Longyang thought to herself. Then she looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but feel excited. She smiled and said, Lin Ling, you broke through? Thanks to you, I broke through smoothly. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. That's great. I always thought that your breakthrough would be difficult. I didn't expect you to succeed. Longyang clearly didn't know how difficult Lin Ling's tribulation was. She was just happy for Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't explain anything and continued to restore Longyang's soul. When Longyang's soul reached its limit, he smiled and said, Next, I will help you reconstruct your physical body. Red Jade Flaming Rock. Reincarnation Light. Blood Chi Essence. All kinds of extremely rare treasures floated down and condensed in mid-air, turning into a dazzling ball of light. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling pointed with his right hand. A talent floated out of his dantian, fused with his blood essence and shot into the ball of light. This was Lin Ling injecting his 3 talents, the dragon blood, into Longyang's body. After injecting a load, Longyang's physical body talent couldn't surpass Lin Ling's, but after leaving this universe she could still grow. Time quietly passed and Lin Ling kept throwing out universe treasures. A full 10 years had passed. Longyang's soul floated to the side, cultivating a divine ability to enhance her soul. Lin Ling was like an invincible god of the universe, sitting cross-legged and controlling everything. In front of them, a perfect and flawless body quietly condensed. This body had a supreme beauty with exquisite facial features, exactly the same as Longyang's, and snow-white skin, well-proportioned limbs, and a slim waist incomparably attractive. Most importantly, this body had a powerful talent, the dragon bloodline and the dragon god bloodline. Done. Lin Ling stared at this body as if he was staring at a work of art and nodded with satisfaction. This was also his first time reconstructing a physical body, but the result was very satisfactory. Longyang's soul trembled. Although this was a body created by Lin Ling, it was still her body. Being stared at by Lin Ling without restraint, she felt a little shy. Lin Ling, have you seen enough? Longyang couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? Lin Ling looked over suspiciously, and after sensing the fluctuation of Longyang's soul, he blushed and smiled bitterly. I'm not thinking about those things, I'm just admiring my masterpiece. No matter how great a masterpiece it is, it's still a girl's body. Longyang reprimanded. All right. Lin Ling pursed his lips and stopped looking. This made Longyang's soul laugh. Then she floated to the body and her soul disappeared into it. What surprised Longyang was that after fusing with it, she didn't feel any repulsion, as if this was her body. Moreover, she sensed a powerful force pervading the body, and it had endless potential. This body is so much better than mine. Longyang opened her eyes and couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Of course, this is the leakless dragon god body. It took 10 years to shape, so it's naturally better than yours. In fact, if I wasn't the master of this universe, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to shape it without 100,000 years. Speaking of this, Lin Ling said proudly, which was rare for him. He looked at Longyang's body and sized it up, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Don't look. Longyang shouted, and her face was flushed. With a wave of her right hand, a gauze dress floated down and covered her beautiful body. Lin Ling pursed his lips again. It was Longyang who let him look. He smiled and said, "Take back your world's willpower." Longyang nodded and looked to the other side. There was a flame floating there, and it was the world's willpower. Only Longyang could control it, and others couldn't touch it at all. Of course, a world's willpower host like Lin Ling could also be devoured. After the world's willpower fused into Longyang's body, Longyang changed again. Chapter 4878. Lin Ling, are you omnipotent in this universe? Longyang nodded and then asked curiously. This universe was given to me by Lei Gong. Back then it was a barren land. Now, after my continuous nurturing, it has become a powerful universe. Here I'm omnipotent. Lin Ling did not hide anything from Longyang. Longyang sucked in a breath of cold air, her eyes full of envy. You're too lucky. With this powerful universe as your backing, you can hide here when you meet experts. Who can be your match? You're underestimating the giant gods at the universe level. Lin Ling shook his head. Many powerful giant gods of the universe have their own universes. If they use their universes to fight, my universe is not invincible. When he killed Xiao Yexing, he saw the latter's universe. Although it was an incomplete universe, it was only a short time away from a stable universe. Moreover, at the Shrine of Ice he saw many ancient gods. They were pursuing the great laws of the universe. Sooner or later they would build their own universes. Therefore, Lin Ling was not the only one who had a universe. However, when it came to a complete universe, there were very few gods who could have one. Lin Ling's universe was one of them. Lin Ling only created this universe by chance. Moreover, this universe could still grow and become stronger. While thinking, Lin Ling brought Longyang back to Lei Gong's hall. My lord. Ling, Everyone was overjoyed when they saw Lin Ling suddenly arrive. Grandpa, mother, Lin Ling also greeted everyone. For a moment, the scene was joyous and harmonious. Everyone was incomparably happy. This was especially true for the extreme flame ancestor. He knew more than the others about the power of this universe, so he knew that this universe was their strongest backing. No god was a match for them here. Longyang. After that, everyone greeted Longyang again. They were keenly aware that the relationship between Lin Ling and Longyang seemed to have changed. Their relationship was no longer as hostile as before. Although they all knew that Longyang and Lin Ling were no longer life and death enemies. However, both of them were stubborn people. Even if they didn't treat each other as a great enemy in their hearts, they still acted like they were mortal enemies on the surface. But this time that feeling was gone. Regarding this, they were very happy. Longyang had been saved by Lin Ling many times, so she had lived in the Lei Gong Hall for a long time. Everyone was familiar with her and treated her as one of their own. Alright, grandfather, it's time for me to go back. The area around the Dao Pagoda is still filled with divine battles. I wonder how Yu and the others are doing. I'll be able to take care of them when I go back. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling said his goodbyes and left. Patriarch Taiyin and the others all nodded. They weren't too reluctant. After all, Lin Ling and the others could return at any time. Lin Ling left with Longyang. After a while, they returned to the Fog Sea. However, when they appeared, they were shocked to find that there was a huge circular pit under their feet. This pit was bottomless and tens of thousands of miles wide. It was incomparably magnificent. Billowing seawater poured into it, erupting with a deafening roar. Dense mist constantly floated up, forming an incomparably beautiful spectacle. Moreover, the deep pit seemed to never be filled with seawater. It was constantly absorbing the water of the Fog Sea. Since when was there a deep pit here? Longyang said in shock. They floated in the air as if they were in the mouth of an incomparably huge divine beast. You two should be new here. At this time, an old man slowly walked out from the curtain of water that flowed down the pit. His face was kind as he spoke with a smile. At the beginning, Lin Ling couldn't see him because the pit was too large. A single person would have been submerged by the billowing seawater. It wasn't until this old man came closer that Lin Ling reacted. Staring at the old man, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This pit was formed 30 years ago. The old man stopped in front of Lin Ling and explained with a smile. 30 years ago, someone crossed a tribulation here, forming a terrifying divine tribulation. Later, this person failed the tribulation and divine thunder blasted the Fog Sea. In the end, this giant hole was blasted open. At that time, when this tribulation arrived, the entire Fog Sea, the entire Dao Pagoda area was affected. Some people said that such a great tribulation only appeared a few times in several eras. Unfortunately, this person failed the tribulation. What a pity. Hearing this, Longyang and Lin Ling looked at each other. They both knew what had happened. Especially Longyang. She was shocked. She thought that Lin Ling's tribulation wasn't very difficult, but who knew that it would be such a great tribulation? The Fog Sea had been blasted into a giant pit, and it would never recover. Unfortunately, she was unconscious at that time and missed such a vast scene. Lin Ling secretly shook his head. He didn't expect that the influence of the divine tribulation would be so great that even the entire Dao Pagoda area was implicated. However, thinking back to the scene of heaven and earth collapsing, Lin Ling secretly sighed. Now, if he were to face such a great tribulation again, he didn't have the confidence to survive. 30 years ago? Lin Ling looked at the old man and said. Yes, 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The old man nodded. In the first 10 years, there were many giant gods of the universe who came to check, but later there were fewer and fewer. However, thinking back to the Great Tribulation that year, it really makes one sigh. Countless divine beasts died for it. At least 1/3 of the creatures in this Fog Sea died. Yes. So exaggerated. Longyang sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She was also curious about how Lin Ling had survived. Well, thank you for your reminder, senior. However, you didn't come here just to remind us, right? Lin Ling nodded and looked at the old man with a smile that was not a smile. The old man was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Ling to say this. However, he also nodded and looked at Longyang. I'm very interested in this little girl. I want to take her as my disciple. Obviously, Longyang's leakless dragon god body had attracted this old man. I'm sorry, she doesn't need any master. Moreover, her realm seems weak now, but she can break through at any time and enter the ranks of the gods. Lin Ling smiled and refused. Or you to her. What right do you have to speak for her? I see that her talent is not bad and want to take her as my disciple. This is her opportunity. The old man frowned. Old man, stop being a hypocrite. Lin Ling's smile turned into a sneer. I, Lin Ling, have seen everything in my life. With your tricks, you can't even fool her, let alone me. You've taken a fancy to her body and want to devour it. You. The old man's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura appeared in them. Chapter 4879. Kid, it seems like this isn't your first time here. After being exposed, the old man's expression turned even colder. His body shook and he actually turned into a huge dragon. This dragon was a bone dragon, so majestic that one couldn't see the end of it. Rumble. In the huge sinkhole below, the seawater was churning, and a large number of demon dragons were swimming. Each of them was incomparably huge and one couldn't see the end of them. They gradually swam up and surrounded Lin Ling and Long Yenyu. Looking from afar, the scene was incomparably spectacular. It was as if 10,000 dragons were roaring. In addition, in the distance of the sinkhole, a large number of divine beasts were also swallowing. Sometimes they would appear on the surface of the water and sometimes they would disappear. They were restless, erupting with shocking hostility. Crows. In the sky, divine birds as large as islands were also flying, weaving under the primordial flood. It was incomparably terrifying. The divine beasts of the fog sea were all mobilized. This was also the terror of the fog sea. No wonder passing through the fog sea was called a steel ancient ship. Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, Longyang couldn't help but worry. I'm fine. Lin Ling shook his head. His eyes looked around and the flames of war boiled. After breaking through to become a high god, he had always wanted to have a violent battle to test his strength. Divine beast, right? I hope you can satisfy me. After Lin Ling nodded to Longyang, he finally made his move. He pounced and his fist blasted out. It was simple and crude and he didn't use any techniques. A high god junior dares to be so arrogant. A large number of divine beasts let out violent roars, and they didn't take Lin Ling seriously at all. At the same time, a huge ancient turtle the size of Qingzhou opened its mouth and tried to devour Lin Ling. This turtle's face was ferocious, and its teeth were sharp. It was incomparably terrifying. Boom. However, Lin Ling's punch seemed small, but it was mixed with terrifying power. The punch actually broke the turtle's shell and penetrated the entire ancient turtle. What? Endless blood spilled into the sea, causing the divine beasts below to become even more violent. This is the power of divinity. However, the god beast in the air was somewhat shocked. Lin Ling's previous punch probably contained several 100 million units of divine power. An early-stage high god with hundreds of millions of divine energy? This was too heaven-defying. How could they know that Lin Ling's 8 great dantians had been gathered, and he'd overcome the most terrifying divine tribulation? Coupled with the return of his clones, his strength couldn't be compared to the past. Divine beast? You devoured me back then? Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly, and another fist rumbled out. Rumble. A massive fist condensed from the power of divinity killed 3 massive divine beasts with a single punch. 500 million godly power. A divine beast let out a loud roar. 500 million. An early-stage high god with 500 million divine energy. This was simply unprecedented and would never happen again. I've got you. But at this time, a massive golden rock swooped down from the skies, its sharp claws grabbing onto Lin Ling. These claws seemed simple, but they contained the mysteries of the universe as if they contained countless laws of the universe. Did you catch him? Get lost. Lin Ling sneered. His body trembled and a terrifying energy erupted from his body. Bang, bang, bang. The massive golden rock in the sky was so shocked that its feathers fell to the ground. Its body exploded and blood splattered across the sea. What kind of energy is this? It's not the power of divinity. Could it be the power of his physical body? The ancient rock of the witchcraft has 300 million divine energy. The surrounding divine beasts continued to exclaim. At this moment they couldn't see through Lin Ling. Could it be that his physical body's power is above 300 million? Gosh, he's a human. A massive ancient ape roared. This ancient ape had the lower body of a fish, but its upper body was like a giant ape. Everyone, let's join forces and eat him. The skeletal dragon elder roared. Then he summoned countless demonic dragons to surround Lin Ling. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook, and the sea of fog rolled. After the demonic dragons attacked, they surrounded Lin Ling. These divine beasts varied in strength, and the strongest among them was comparable to a late-stage high god. Boom. But soon a ray of light burst out. Lin Ling, who was surrounded, shook his body, and an incomparable energy burst out. The surrounding demonic dragons were all shattered and fell into the sea. The gray-robed Lin Ling had appeared. This was the innate talent fusion. Very strong. 2 billion. Lin Ling floated in the air, feeling his body, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Before the innate talent fusion, his power of divinity was 500 million, and his physical body was 500 million. After the innate talent fusion, his total reached 2 billion. This was the power of the Chaos Divine formula. The later the stage, the stronger the strength. Of course, the power was great, but the process of breaking through was also the most difficult. Whether it was accumulating treasures or passing the divine tribulation, it was thousands or even tens of thousands of times more difficult than ordinary gods. He's so strong. Is he still an early-stage high god? Seeing Lin Ling's power, all the divine beasts panicked. As for the Bone Dragon Elder, he was also seriously injured, but he was also quite frightened. He shouted in shock, "Who are you? Why are you so strong?" "Me? I don't know who I am. I can only say that I made this sinkhole." Lin Ling looked at him with a faint smile and then punched out. After reaching 2 billion, this fist became even more terrifying, destroying everything in its path like crushing dry weeds or smashing rotten wood. It was as if it could kill any divine steps. Rumble. Blood rained down from the sky. A large number of divine beasts were killed by the punch. The punch went straight for the Bone Dragon Elder, and his pupils constricted. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. Only Lin Ling's words were in his mind. The sinkhole was made by Lin Ling. Could it be that this young man was the one who went through the divine tribulation 30 years ago? Wasn't he dead? Why did he come back? "Spare me, spare me." The Bone Dragon shouted anxiously, but it was flattened by the huge punch. In the air, the dragon's body deformed and finally exploded. So strong. Run. Seeing this scene, the divine beasts in the surroundings fled frantically. "You want to run now? That depends on your luck." Lin Ling rushed into the sky and punched out continuously. He broke the void and tore the universe apart, forming terrifying punches that bombarded the sea. Rumble. These punches were like meteors, causing the sea to churn and whirlpools to form. Moreover, the sky was also bombarded by Lin Ling, and countless birds died because of it. He was too strong. The current Lin Ling was like the king of the Sea of Fog. His punches hit the sky and no beast dared to touch him. Lin Ling's strength is too heaven-defying after breaking through. Longyang witnessed this scene with her own eyes. She was so shocked that she covered her mouth with her little hand and was speechless for a long time. In the end, the Sea of Fog was overturned. Countless divine beasts' corpses lay there, and the divine beasts that were not dead had all fled. Awesome. Lin Ling flew back. After breaking through, it was the first time he fought so thoroughly. Chapter 4880. The Sea of Fog rolled, and two figures flew along the surface of the sea. Was Lin Ling. A powerful divine energy appeared in Lin Ling's hand, enveloping Longyang. He brought Longyang to find a peaceful island to improve her strength. Longyang had wasted her cultivation for Lin Ling. Now Lin Ling naturally had to help Longyang recover. Moreover, in the Dao Pagoda area one could not go far without strength. What's more, Longyang was the host of the world's will. Without strength it would be 1,000 times more dangerous. Boom. Wherever Lin Ling passed, the sea water soared into the sky as if it was exploding. Now Lin Ling's speed had reached 50 million world speed. This was his basic speed. If he used Pangu's soul-shocking strike, his speed could reach 100 million world speed. Such speed was almost invincible among the superior gods. This was the benefit of breaking through the 8 Danshians. At this time, a huge mouth came from the bottom of the sea. In a new place, the divine beasts did not know Lin Ling's strength. They actually took the initiative to attack, and there were many of them. At the same time, there was an ancient steel ship flying in the sky. On the ancient ship, someone could vaguely see Lin Ling and Longyang on the sea. Boom. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not even look at those divine beasts. He punched out and killed them. Moreover, with a wave of his right hand, a large amount of divine beast essence floated over and was devoured by Lin Ling. Previously, at the sinkhole, Lin Ling had also collected a large number of divine beast remains, devoured and refined them, and left behind a large amount of essence for Longyang. And these divine beasts were incomparably rare, so the essence left behind was naturally a precious treasure. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's strength was too strong now. The divine beast remains did not bring much help, only increasing Lin Ling's physical strength. Lin Ling sensed that the strength of his physical body now was probably a little like Pangu's. Heavens, that man actually blew up a divine beast with one punch. Such strength, I reckon it's the strength of a giant god of the universe. At this moment, the ship was flying towards the distance, but the people in the cabin were shocked as well. They all knew that in order to travel freely in the fog sea, one had to have the strength of a universe giant god at least. Even a universe giant god would be in danger if they encountered a primordial flood. This was also the first time they had seen people in the fog sea. Too few people entered the misty sea. It was a dangerous place. Apart from a god who pursued the limit, who would come here to throw away their lives. Unfortunately, when they wanted to take a closer look, the ancient ship had already taken them away. Lin Ling was naturally aware of the ancient ship in the sky, but its speed was too fast. Lin Ling was too lazy to chase after it. Most importantly, the ancient ship was passing through the primordial chaos torrent. That place was too dangerous. If we follow this direction, we should be able to get out of the fog sea. Lin Ling looked ahead and said. After a while, he found an island and set up camp on it with Long Yang. Boom, boom. Before the mythical beasts around the island could make a sound, they were all killed by Lin Ling. Long Yang, you can cultivate in seclusion here. I'll protect you. Lin Ling said to Long Yang and put down a large number of treasures, including the remains of mythical beasts. Moreover, he also exchanged some treasures for the celestial Tao restoration throne. Previously, when he killed the mythical beasts, there were many treasures in their bodies. There were also some celestial Tao restoration thrones that were about to disappear at any time. Naturally, Lin Ling benefited from them. After a large number of treasures were piled up, Long Yang also sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. Her innate divine fetus was too strong, so in a short period of time, her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Lin Ling stood guard beside her and then quietly sank into the ground. He wanted to see if there was anything special about this place. However, what shocked him was that even with his strength, he couldn't reach the bottom of the sea. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure. Even with his strong physical body, it was difficult for him to resist. This celestial Tao restoration throne is indeed powerful. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He no longer sank to the bottom of the sea but flew forward. At the same time, countless lanterns appeared in front of him. Looking carefully, it was a mythical beast that was as large as a jellyfish. My luck is not bad. It's the mother of the evil ghost jellyfish. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He pounced over and punched out. Then he obtained a large amount of mythical beast essence, which he used to improve his talent. Unfortunately, the evil ghost jellyfish had reached its limit and did not improve much. However, there were many mythical beasts in the sea, which was enough for Lin Ling to improve a small part of his strength. Boom, boom. Lin Ling was like an overturning river and sea as he continuously killed mythical beasts. Moreover, he met even stronger mythical beasts that were comparable to the giant gods of the universe. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had used his trump card and killed the strongest divine beast with just one trump card. And with the death of this mythical beast, the treasures he obtained were even more awesome. Lin Ling felt as if his whole body was dripping with energy. As he continued to devour the mythical beast essence, Lin Ling's body became stronger and stronger. He was just a little bit away from cultivating the next level of Pangu. Why did the cultivation of gods require so much time? Because it mainly depended on one's foundation. Only with enough foundation would one be able to break through smoothly. Accumulating foundation naturally required a lot of time. While Lin Ling was constantly killing mythical beasts on the island, Long Yang was also crazily breaking through, forming waves of impact halos that swept in all directions. The mythical beasts around her had been eliminated by Lin Ling, so Long Yang was also incomparably safe. In a short period of time, Long Yang had stepped into the ranks of lesser gods, and her strength was still increasing. After reconstructing her body, Long Yang's talent had increased greatly. In addition, she had cultivated before, so her speed was naturally very fast. Even the reincarnated gods couldn't compare to Long Yang's speed of recultivation, mainly because of her innate divine fetus. Gods who had recultivated also had to work hard on their innate divine fetus, but Long Yang didn't need to. Lin Ling is still the best. He created such a body for me. He's practically omnipotent. Long Yang sensed the surge in her strength and she was also very excited. At this rate, it was even possible for her to break through to become a higher god. She only hoped that the treasures would be enough for her to break through. Bam bam bam. As the mythical beast corpses around her kept disappearing, more and more treasures floated over from the depths of the sea. They were all thrown up by Lin Ling. There were ancient jellyfish, endless pearls and too many. This guy. Long Yang secretly laughed. Was Lin Ling going to exterminate the Fog Sea? However, with the treasures thrown up by Lin Ling, the difficulty of her breakthrough was undoubtedly reduced by a lot. After a long time, a powerful aura erupted from the island, and a dragon-shaped phantom soared into the sky. Longyang's long hair danced wildly, and her aura rose sharply. She had reached the peak of mid-deity and was breaking through to become a higher god. At the same time in the sky, dark clouds rolled, and the divine tribulation arrived. Of course, compared to Lin Ling's earth-shattering divine tribulation, Longyang's divine tribulation was undoubtedly much simpler. However, to Longyang, such a great tribulation still couldn't be underestimated. At the bottom of the sea, Lin Ling also sensed the fluctuation, but he didn't pay attention to it. Chapter 4881. Therefore not only did Lin Ling not help, he swam even further. Rumble. As time passed, the huge divine lightning suppressed down. Longyang looked up, her eyes solemn. In her body, the dragon god soared into the sky to resist the divine tribulation in the sky. Compared to Lin Ling, her divine tribulation was indeed much simpler. In addition, she had a divine fetus, so the divine tribulation did not bring her much pressure. Moreover, in the end, a new power surged out of Longyang's body. It was the power of the world's will. Bang, bang. Once this power came out, the divine tribulation finally turned into ashes. And Longyang also successfully stepped into the ranks of the superior gods. She was so happy that she could not close her mouth. She was very clear that if not for Lin Ling creating the leakless dragon god body for her and continuously providing her with treasures, it would definitely be difficult for her to break through. Congratulations, Your Excellency, there is another superior god in this world. However, while Longyang was looking for Lin Ling everywhere on the island, several figures landed on the island uninvited. These people were a few old men of different heights. They smiled faintly at Longyang. Longyang was facing a great enemy. She actually did not notice the arrival of these people. She frowned and said, "Who are you people? You don't need to know who we are. Little girl, we're here for you." One of the old men with white hair and a youthful face said with a smile. He stretched out his right hand and attacked Longyang. White threads gushed out from his palm. They looked delicate, but they were incomparably powerful. Longyang immediately urged her divine essence to form the power of divinity to resist. Rumble. Longyang had just broken through and her power of divinity had increased greatly. She actually cut off all the old man's white threads. "You have some ability." The old man was not surprised by the scene in front of him. Instead, he revealed an interested expression. He said indifferently, "Not bad, a divine fetus. I reckon you're among the superior gods. In terms of talent, once you grow up, you'll definitely be an extremely powerful existence among the superior gods. Why are you attacking me?" Longyang took a step back and her expression became even more dignified. "I told you, you don't need to know." The old men looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. They appeared to be very benevolent. "Let's test her strength again," one of the elders said with a smile. They looked kind, but they didn't put Longyang in their eyes at all. They attacked for no reason, as if they were occupying the truth. "Let me." A thin and weak old man walked out. His hands danced continuously, forming a powerful divine power that turned into a huge pagoda, suppressing Longyang. This old man's power of divinity was incomparably terrifying, nearly reaching 1 billion. The 8 trigrams cloud-like pagoda, a treasure of water, fire and earth, an all-encompassing treasure left behind by the goddess of stone. The old man continued to attack while stroking his beard. "Girl, you'd better resist with all your strength." Damn it. Longyang felt like she was a lab rat. These people attacked without distinguishing between right and wrong, taking advantage of their seniority to bully her. Moreover, they didn't give her any reason. Rumble. Longyang couldn't care less. She used all her strength to resist the huge pagoda smashing down from the sky. She used all her strength, but unfortunately her divine power was no match for the other party. If the other party wasn't at the level of a giant god of the universe, then he must be at the level of a peak high-level deity. "Girl, if you don't use all your strength, you'll die." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. He even whispered a few words to the few people beside him, and then all of them revealed benevolent smiles. Upon seeing this, Longyang's body trembled. Suddenly, a mysterious force soared into the sky, as if it had turned into a sword, slashing toward the sky. Rumble. The huge pagoda in the sky was finally cut in half. After doing this, Longyang breathed heavily and became weak in an instant. Amazing. She's only at the early stage of a high-level deity, but she can erupt with the power of a peak high-level deity. I reckon not many late-stage high-level deities can resist this move. This is the power of the world will. As expected, she's the host body of the world will. It's not in vain that we've been watching for so long. Sensing Longyang's power, the few old men smiled as if they had been waiting for this moment. In fact, when Longyang was undergoing her tribulation, they had been watching. Later they discovered the power of the world will and were attracted to it. Girl, you're the host body of the world will, right? Look at you all alone. You don't know what kind of dangerous place you're in. After the few old men smiled, they looked at Longyang and said, in this world, countless deities want to harm you. You're all alone and it's very dangerous. Moreover, as far as I know, there's a huge divine gate in the chaotic realm looking for the host body of the world will. Come with us. We're the 5 elders of the southern mountain. We can guarantee your safety. They spoke one after another, still looking kind as if they wanted to help Longyang. It's your fortune to have met us. The old man at the very beginning even proudly said a sentence. Longyang naturally didn't believe them. She stepped back again and said with a frown, thank you, seniors. But I don't intend to go with anyone. Moreover, there's someone waiting for me here. He's now at the bottom of the sea. Sigh. No wonder these deities only attacked her but didn't kill her. It turned out that they were after her, the host body of the world will. No one can help you. That person probably doesn't know what you're going to face. Otherwise he would have left you long ago. Come with us. The old men didn't take Longyang's words seriously at all. Their only target was Longyang. Sai, since you're young and ignorant, I won't blame you. In the future you'll know the painstaking efforts of the 5 elders of the southern mountain. Then they didn't want to waste any more words. They wanted to kidnap Longyang by force. Silk threads shot toward Longyang and tied her up tightly, not giving Longyang any chance to resist. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Longyang couldn't help but shout, summoning Lin Ling from the bottom of the sea. Why do you want to harm another person? Even if he shows up, he'll only bring trouble to himself. After tying up Longyang, the old men wanted to leave. Boom. But at this moment, the bottom of the sea suddenly exploded, and a huge whirlpool appeared. Countless corpses of mythical beasts were sucked in and spat out in the whirlpool. Then a man slowly floated up. He was wearing a blue and white robe and his long hair was dancing wildly. He looked like a giant god of the universe. Who are you? The man was Lin Ling. At this moment he was looking at the old men coldly. Previously he had gone a little far, so when he found these old men he was a little far away. Now he had rushed back. This young man is quite powerful. The old men frowned because the way Lin Ling appeared was too shocking. It seemed that he had killed his way up from the bottom of the sea. Moreover, they stared at Lin Ling's surroundings and found a large number of corpses of mythical beasts. They knew that Lin Ling had killed many mythical beasts. His strength was estimated to be at the late stage of the superior deity stage. Chapter 4882. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. Instead, he walked along the surface of the sea and said coldly, "Who are you? Speak. You'd better pray that you're someone I know. Otherwise you'll regret it." Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling walking over coldly, Longyang felt relieved and happy. Every time she was in danger, the one who protected her was Lin Ling. This time was no exception. Shameless boasting. We are the 5 elders of Emperor Yao's tomb. We meet Emperor Yao directly. We are the first group in Emperor Yao's tomb. Hearing Lin Ling's arrogant words, the elders were enraged. In their opinion, this young man was at most a late-stage high god. Who gave him the guts to be so arrogant? Emperor Yao's men? Lin Ling heard this and narrowed his eyes. Emperor Yao, when did you become interested in the will of a world? With your status, you don't have the right to know. One of the elders said angrily. Haha, sorry, I'm also a host of the will of a world. Lin Ling suddenly let out a loud laugh. His blue robe quietly turned gray. He took a step forward and his fist exploded forth. 2 billion points of power crushed everything in its path. What? The elder's eyes trembled violently. A late-stage high god had actually exploded with 2 billion power? Boom. Before they could react, the person closest to Longyang was killed by a punch. Moreover, the threads on Longyang's body were broken by the powerful force. At the same time, Lin Ling landed on the ground and looked coldly at the elders. Do you think we're idiots? When it comes to the will of a world, we're more familiar with it than you are. Don't you know who you're facing? Who are you? The elders finally knew how strong Lin Ling was. I'm Lin Ling. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand and he slashed. Rumble. 2 billion power merged with the eternal killing world. Perhaps only the giant god of the universe could resist it. Boom. An old man's body exploded. It was simply unstoppable. Lin Ling, you are Emperor Yao's #1 enemy, Lin Ling? Lin Ling on the Heavenly Law's wanted list? The remaining few came to their senses, and their pupils were trembling. Why did he run into Lin Ling? If it was said that they could still take advantage of their seniority in front of others, but in front of Lin Ling this was a bit difficult. Moreover, when did Lin Ling become so strong? Boom. Lin Ling didn't say anything. With another slash, he reaped the life of another old man. In front of me all of you are as weak as ants. How dare you talk about the will of the world? Lin Ling's sword slashed out once again, leaving only one of the old men. As for the last old man, his face was pale and the corner of his mouth was bitter. Previously, when they saw that Longyang was alone and her cultivation was weak, they wanted to take her away by force. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be here as well, and even more so, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. In Emperor Yao's territory they were highly respected and respected. However, all of this was nothing to Lin Ling. Kneel. Lin Ling didn't kill the last person for the time being. Instead he said coldly, "No, don't kill me. I don't have the protection of the Tao realm anymore." The old man knelt down with a thud. "Bring us out of the fog sea," Lin Ling said coldly. This was also the reason why he left the old man alive. Previously, when he explored the bottom of the fog sea, he realized that this place was very big. Moreover, there was the primordial chaos current. Without anyone to lead the way it would be difficult to leave. Unless they waited for the ancient ship in the sky to fly by and leave with it. "I don't know the way out." The old man laughed bitterly. "You don't know? Not many people want to enter the fog sea. Those who dare to enter must have made sufficient preparations. You must know the way back. You don't want to say it, right? Fine, go to the netherworld and tell Nether God." Lin Ling sneered and raised the sword in his hand. "No, no, no. I'll say it, I'll say it." The old man immediately surrendered. He didn't dare to hide anything. "Lead the way." Lin Ling kept his sword and took a step forward. He kicked the old man, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. The old man gritted his teeth. Ever since he reincarnated, even Emperor Yao treated him with respect. When had he ever been humiliated like this? But now the situation was out of his control, so he endured it. "This way." The old man quickly led the way and flew towards the east of the fog sea. "Longyang, let's go." Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the old man's tricks. In front of powerful strength, all schemes were like paper. Emperor Yao. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Emperor Yao had tried to kill him time and time again. It was time for him to settle this grudge. But he estimated that Emperor Yao was very strong. Even if he had broken through, he might not be Emperor Yao's opponent. Unless his Panga Strike or Universe 3 Extreme Break were upgraded again. Or he could reach mid-stage high god strength. But breaking through to the god realm was too difficult. In a short period of time, it was impossible to break through. "Longyang, let's go back." Lin Ling said to Longyang. "We will be safe once we return to Yellow Emperor's side. By the way, Brother Lei Gong and Sister Xiaoluan's strength has increased greatly. They will be able to help you in the future." Longyang smiled and nodded. "But you must be careful. Because you are the hosts of the world's consciousness, there will be experts who will attack and devour you." Lin Ling couldn't help but remind them. He had devoured a host of the world's consciousness. Naturally, he knew that hosts of the world's consciousness would devour each other. Devour us? It was Longyang's first time hearing this news. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and told her everything he knew. Longyang's face turned pale. Could it be that the so-called hosts of the world's consciousness would devour each other in the end, leaving only one behind? "Don't worry, Lin Ling will never devour you." Seeing Longyang's worried face, Lin Ling also promised Longyang. Longyang couldn't help but look at Lin Ling, then smiled and said, "I have always believed in you. And no matter what happens in the future, Longyang will never devour you, Lin Ling." She knew very well that Lin Ling already knew this secret. If he wanted to devour her, there was no need for him to help her. But Lin Ling didn't. Not only did he tell her the secret, he also promised that he would never devour them. Longyang absolutely believed in Lin Ling's character. "And even if such a day comes in the future, I will be willing to be devoured by you." Longyang pondered for a moment and said solemnly. She knew that with Lin Ling's character he would never attack his own people. However, there were always exceptions. For example, if Lin Ling was controlled by the world's consciousness and lost his mind, anything was possible. That day will never come. Lin Ling also knew what Longyang meant, but he still promised her heavily. After a long time, the coast finally appeared in front of them. A large number of gods could be faintly seen moving about. Among them, a familiar figure was also walking along the coast, checking on the gods that were constantly coming ashore. However, when he noticed Lin Ling coming from afar, his expression changed abruptly, and his eyes turned as red as blood. Chapter 4883. Emperor Ziwei stared at Lin Ling and the others in shock. His pupils constricted, and he felt as if something had exploded in his mind, because Lin Ling was still alive. He had seen Lin Ling disappear into the flood of primordial chaos with his very own eyes. Logically speaking, Lin Ling shouldn't have made it out alive. One had to realize that even a giant god like him didn't dare to approach the flood of primordial chaos. How could a mere intermediate god like Lin Ling still be alive? He stared intently at Lin Ling and took a long time to digest this reality. After confirming everything, his fury began to burn. Because Lin Ling was still alive. He had killed his son and taken his treasures, so why was he still alive? Emperor Ziwei. At the same time, Lin Ling was also looking at the gods on the shore with an indifferent expression. It's him again. What a vengeful spirit. We're almost at the Yellow Emperor's territory, but he's still chasing after us. Longyang frowned. Lin Ling shook his head and said, he's not chasing after us. He's been looking for us this entire time, afraid that he might miss a chance to kill us. He's just surprised that we're still alive. Then what do we do now? We're still some distance away from the Yellow Emperor's territory. Even if the Yellow Emperor and the others hurry over, they won't be able to make it in time. Longyang knew that Emperor Ziwei was extremely powerful. They were no match for him. However, Lin Ling remained silent. There was no point in overthinking things at this point. Instead, he was more curious about the strength of a giant god. My strength has increased greatly. Even though I'm not 100% invincible among the higher gods, I can still defeat 99% of them. However, I haven't fought a giant god yet. Lin Ling murmured to himself. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he was confident that the gap between them wasn't too large. Ha ha ha, Emperor Ziwei, it's Emperor Ziwei. Lin Ling, you're dead. Let me go if you're smart. In front of him, one of the 5 elders of Nanshan also shouted. Bang. However, Lin Ling sneered and smashed the heads of the 5 elders of Southern Mountain with a punch. After taking all of their treasures, he brought Longyang to the shore. Crash. Following Lin Ling's footsteps, monstrous waves appeared in the ocean. His aura was incomparably powerful, as if he was an omnipotent divine lord. There were a large number of deities on the shore. At this moment, they were all intimidated by this aura, and all of them felt a great increase in pressure. Who is this person? I feel that he is very strong. I don't know him, but if he dares to face Emperor Ziwei, he's probably no weakling. Emperor Ziwei is one of the 4 extreme divine emperors. Who would dare to face him head-on? After that, the gods discussed spiritedly among themselves. It was only when someone cried out in surprise that everyone came to their senses. That's Lin Ling on the Heavenly Dao's wanted list. When this voice floated out, countless people's eyes burned with passion. The 300 million Dao realm fragments deeply stimulated them. They never would have thought that Lin Ling, whose name shook the Dao Pagoda, would actually appear at the edge of the fog sea. Kill him and get the 300 million Dao realm fragments? Some of the deities seemed to have lost their minds as they stared at Lin Ling as if they were staring at a boundless amount of Dao realm fragments. Longyang, be careful. However, Lin Ling completely ignored the deities around him. After giving Longyang some instructions, he continued to walk forward. Longyang nodded. She had already notified the Yellow the Arch and the others to hurry over as soon as possible. Lin Ling, your 300 million Dao realm fragments are mine. At this moment, some of the impulsive deities had already pounced toward Lin Ling. They wanted to snatch the 300 million Dao realm fragments. Moreover, there were many deities like this. Rumble. Lin Ling continued to walk forward. A gray robe appeared on his body, and he unleashed a punch. He didn't even look at the deities. His entire gaze was locked onto Emperor Ziwei this entire time. He killed him with a single punch? My god, that's a late-stage high god. Some of the deities behind him wanted to pounce toward Lin Ling, but they forcibly stopped in their tracks. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so powerful. He was completely different from the rumors. Could it be that this is a fake Lin Ling? Some of the deities even began to doubt their own eyes. Rumble. However, at this moment, a resounding boom erupted from their side as an extremely terrifying power swept toward them. It was Emperor Ziwei. It seemed like Emperor Ziwei didn't want them to interfere with this battle. Perhaps Emperor Ziwei also knew that they were no match for Lin Ling. Instead, they would only be a hindrance to him. Lin Ling, give me back my treasures. Emperor Ziwei stepped out from the ocean with an extremely terrifying aura. Who else could do it but him? As one of the 4 emperors, Emperor Ziwei's power was unfathomable. He was a mighty figure in the Dao Tower region. Even the 5 emperors would have to give him some face. Even though he could sense that Lin Ling had become a high god, he didn't believe that Lin Ling had the power to oppose him. Furthermore, Lin Ling had escaped from him multiple times, and this was the Yellow Emperor's territory. He knew that he had to end this battle quickly and not give Lin Ling any chance to escape. I've eaten all of your treasures. Lin Ling stood tens of thousands of kilometers away from Emperor Ziwei. His aura had also been unleashed to the maximum. A distance of tens of thousands of kilometers was no different from a distance of 100 meters to a god. They could cover this distance in the blink of an eye. This kind of distance was perfect for a battle of life and death. You actually refined all my treasures. I reckon that you relied on my treasures to break through to the next realm. Emperor Ziwei's expression darkened even further. His eyes were burning with rage. If he had exchanged 100 million Dao realm fragments for Lin Ling's life, then it would have been worth it. However, he had lost all of his Dao realm fragments and Lin Ling was still alive. How could he tolerate this? I'm going to refine you. Emperor Ziwei spoke in a low voice as he hurled his right hand into the sky. In that instant, an incomparably vast aura exploded forth. The entire ocean trembled violently, and even the shore trembled incessantly. All of the gods felt as if they were being suffocated. They knew that Emperor Ziwei had unleashed his most powerful technique. It looks like Lin Ling is dead for sure. No one was optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. Even though Lin Ling was no longer the same person he used to be, they still believed that Lin Ling was dead for sure. The gap between the giant gods of the universe and high gods was simply too vast. Under normal circumstances, high gods had no chance of killing the giant gods of the universe. However, the giant gods of the universe were also omnipotent gods who could defy fate. Whoosh! Violent winds swept through the air. The light that Emperor Ziwei had hurled out suddenly expanded in size before transforming into a cloth that gradually enveloped this entire world. This is. Countless people stared up at the sky and drew sharp intakes of breath. The cloth grew larger and larger until it transformed into a scroll painting. Moreover, this scroll painting was still expanding until it enshrouded everyone within it. Within the scroll painting was a vast and boundless world. There were mountains, rivers, seas, and clouds. It was as if this was an entire universe. The universe. Chapter 4884. Furthermore, after Lin Ling carefully comprehended, he was able to sense countless humans on the continent. There were even gods. The mountain and river map. Someone suddenly yelled in horror from the shore. Is that the mountain and river map? That's a top-grade chaos holy tool. More and more gods were yelling in disbelief. A top-grade chaos holy tool. Lin Ling's eyes were also flashing. He could sense that an unparalleled power of divinity was erupting from the painting. It could be said that there was no end to the power of divinity. Emperor Ziwei lived up to his name as a mighty god of the universe. His power of divinity was far too powerful, and he even possessed an entire universe. However, this was to be expected. Even Xiao Yexing had his own universe, let alone Emperor Ziwei's. Of course, Lin Ling felt that Emperor Ziwei's universe didn't feel like a real universe. Although this universe was filled with spiritual energy and laws, it seemed to have a huge flaw. It couldn't regenerate. Lin Ling knew the flaw of this painting. For example, Lin Ling's universe could grow infinitely, but this painting's universe was fixed and couldn't expand at all. Moreover, although the spiritual energy here was rich, it couldn't be regenerated. However, Lin Ling's universe didn't have this flaw. Emperor Ziwei's universe was indeed more powerful than Xiao Yexing's universe, but it wasn't a complete universe. You're embarrassing yourself by bringing out a trash universe. With that in mind, Lin Ling said in disdain. Don't spout nonsense if you don't understand, Lin Ling. My mountain and river map isn't something that you can understand. Emperor Ziwei harumphed coldly. He thought that this was the first time Lin Ling had seen such a powerful technique, so he didn't know how powerful it was. Is that so? Your universe should be from this painting, not a universe that you created and nurtured. All you're doing is throwing treasures into the painting. That's all. Lin Ling chuckled coldly. Emperor Ziwei's pupils contracted upon hearing this. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to see through his mountain and river map. Emperor Ziwei was naturally aware of the flaws in the mountain and river map. I'll show you the power of the stately painting. Emperor Ziwei roared as he abruptly pointed a finger at the painting in the sky. The painting expanded in size and the 18 continents became even clearer. Upon closer inspection, the 18 continents were formed from 18 crepe myrtle stars. Emperor Ziwei had fused his Ziwei star into the mountain and river map. With the addition of this power, the picture scroll actually danced and then disappeared into the sky. Upon closer inspection, the sky seemed to have transformed into another universe. Everything was vivid and lifelike. The gods flew into the sky as if they could reach another universe. Divine artifact. The stately painting has become a chaos divine artifact. On the seashore, countless gods cried out in shock. Chaos divine weapons were incomparably powerful, and their owners were all top-notch gods of multiple eras. Lin Ling, let's see how you break this. Emperor Ziwei chuckled coldly as he made a series of complex divine seals with his hands, which he pointed toward the mountain river painting in the sky. A powerful suction force appeared and sucked Lin Ling into the mountain and river map. This meant that Lin Ling was about to enter Emperor Ziwei's universe. Lin Ling's expression shifted drastically as he was well aware of just how dangerous it was to be in someone else's universe. For example, Lin Ling's Lin Ling universe. Any god that entered it would be attacked by the Lin Ling universe, and their power would be greatly reduced. Now that he was being sucked into the mountain and river map, this meant that Lin Ling was about to be controlled by Emperor Ziwei. Damn it. Lin Ling clearly didn't expect Emperor Ziwei's mountain and river map to be so powerful, and he was unable to react in time and was sucked into the mountain and river map. After entering, Lin Ling immediately sensed that his power had weakened. However, this effect was weaker than Lin Ling had anticipated. He discovered that his power of divinity was still there, and his divine stares and divine abilities were still there. This meant that the mountain and river map wasn't as powerful as Lin Ling universe. The mountain and river map's power was that it could be brought into the Tao Pagoda and still be used. However, Lin Ling universe couldn't. Watch me break your mountain and river map. Lin Ling roared and unleashed all his power. 2 billion power points fused into the tyrannical song sword, and the eternal killing world descended. Kill. At the same time, the gods in the mountain and river map charged toward Lin Ling. To Lin Ling's surprise, these gods were all like giant gods of the universe. Of course, they were slightly weaker than the real giant gods of the universe. This also made Lin Ling realize that the mountain and river map couldn't change the person who entered, but it could increase the power of the gods in this universe. Of course, there was also a flaw, and that was that the gods in the mountain and river map weren't as strong as Emperor Ziwei. Kill. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword and slashed out fiercely. Rumble. No one could block this slash and it killed a large number of gods. Of course, if the opponent was a higher god, there would be even more casualties. Bang bang bang. However, the gods that had been killed by Lin Ling flickered and came back to life, charging toward Lin Ling. All kinds of divine power and countless chaos treasures blasted toward Lin Ling. Kill. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword again, forming a 10,000-mile wide sword light that viciously slashed towards the ground. Bang bang bang. A large number of attacks were cut off by Lin Ling and countless gods were killed. However, those gods came back to life once again and returned with murderous intent. One had to admit that the mountain and river map was indeed very powerful and almost invincible. Lin Ling's eyes instantly turned cold. If this continued, it would be useless no matter how strong he was. He would die here sooner or later. There must be some flaw in the mountain and river map. After all, it wasn't a complete universe. At this moment, countless people on the coast looked up with solemn expressions. They had all seen the battle in the mountain and river map and witnessed the power of the mountain and river map. There were so many gods half-step into the universe. Thinking about it, if these gods appeared in the Tao realm, even the 5 emperors wouldn't be able to stop the North Pole Emperor. However, there were great laws in the universe and the gods in the mountain and river map obviously couldn't enter the Tao realm. Even if they could, they definitely wouldn't be so strong. Lin Ling will die in less than an hour. The North Pole Emperor looked indifferently at the sky with his hands behind his back. He was also extremely shocked by Lin Ling's strength. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be an almost invincible existence below the universe giant gods. Fortunately, Lin Ling was brought into the mountain and river map. Otherwise, there would definitely be twists and turns in his battle with Lin Ling. Rumble. In the mountain and river map, the crazy battle was still ongoing. Lin Ling killed gods and the battle was earth-shattering. Unfortunately, the gods around him died quickly and reappeared quickly. Moreover, their numbers were increasing. Terrifying. How could Lin Ling resist the densely packed half-step giant gods of the cosmos by himself? Too strong. Even if I use my trump card, I can only kill a batch. I can't destroy this universe. I have to think of a way. Chapter 4885. But now, he was surrounded by countless giant gods of the universe. It would not be easy for him to get to the 18 continents. I can also use your pressure to improve my Pangus strike. Lin Ling sat in the sky and chose to comprehend the Pangus strike. He still had not used his trump card because he felt that it was not the right time yet. Previously, in the Fog Sea, he had killed countless divine beasts and devoured their essence. His physical strength had slowly increased, and now it had reached a new threshold. Kill? At this moment, a large number of attacks came, covering the sky and covering the earth, causing the entire universe to be filled with light. Looking up from the coast, the sky was incomparably magnificent and shocking. Perhaps even the universe giant gods in the mountain river map would be filled with hatred in the underworld. Lin Ling. Above the Fog Sea, Longyang was extremely worried. At the same time she said anxiously, "Yellow Emperor, where are you? Lin Ling is in danger now. We still need 3 incense sticks time to rush over." The voice from the other side was also very anxious. Clearly, the Yellow Emperor also knew that the North Pole Emperor was not someone Lin Ling could fight against. Hurry up. Longyang kept staring at the sky and could not help but complain. It was as if she had seen the most ancient battle of gods. The battle was incomparably fierce. Perhaps the great calamity of the worlds will back then could not be compared to this. And at this moment in the mountain river map, Lin Ling was enduring countless attacks. The pressure made his whole body tremble, and Ye Guang was also clenching his teeth tightly. If this continued, he would definitely die. However, he still did not choose to use his trump card. Finally, at a certain moment, an ancient gust of wind spread out from his body, turning him into the Pangus strike, ancient and magnificent. An ancient voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ling's body. "Return, my god." The voice was old and it spread out in all directions. Lin Ling instantly opened his eyes. He sensed that under the countless attacks, his body was under great pressure. Then he activated the power of the Pangus strike and successfully cultivated a new level. This was the heaven and earth / rumble. A series of rumbling sounds resounded within Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling felt as if his bones had turned into mountains, his blood vessels into rivers, his eyes and teeth into stars and moons. This was Pangu? Lin Ling didn't know why it had become like this. He only felt that a steady stream of energy was surging out of his body. It made him feel like he was about to shatter the heavens and collapse the universe. He abruptly stood up and his figure grew infinitely taller. The tyrannical song sword in his hand fell to the ground as if it was out of his control. Pa pa pa. Lin Ling's long hair spread out and danced about like a sea urchin. Moreover, it was growing at a crazy speed. He floated in the air, but as he continued to grow, his legs actually touched the ground. Looking at the surrounding gods, they were now as insignificant as flies. They had all stopped attacking and were making strange noises. What divine ability is this? He turned into a giant. Kill him. Those gods used powerful techniques, but when they landed on the giant Lin Ling's body, it was as if they were just itches. Not to mention injuring Lin Ling, they couldn't even make Lin Ling move an inch. Heaven and earth / is the combination of split the heavens and shatter the earth. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart exploded. He knew the power of Panga's heaven and earth / This was the invincible power of a god, and it also had split the heavens and shatter the earth. Moreover, Lin Ling could only use this divine ability once in the past, but now he felt that he could use it many times. Like shatter the earth, heaven and shatter the earth, heaven and shatter the earth was particular about time. As long as the time didn't decrease, Lin Ling would be invincible. Only the steps of the gods could hurt Lin Ling. Amazing. Awesome. This is what an ancient giant god should be like. Lin Ling let out a roar, raised his foot and stomped on the ground. Rumble. The vast and boundless earth cracked open and the earth shook. Bam bam bam. Lin Ling stomped 3 times in a row. Boom. The continent beneath his feet shattered and floated in the sky like an eggshell. The gods around Lin Ling were all affected and were killed by a powerful force. Moreover, at least a small portion of them were unable to be resurrected this time. Sure enough, the flaw in this universe was the 18 continents. Ha ha ha, mountain river map, watch as my god destroys you. Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly in the wind, and he looked like a savage. He lifted his large feet and sprinted towards another piece of land. His foot stomped down fiercely. Meanwhile, everyone on the continent trembled as they watched a gigantic foot stomp down, threatening to destroy their world. Boom boom boom. After a few more stomps, the second continent shattered. At this moment, the shore was deathly silent. All of the gods were staring up at the sky, watching as Lin Ling shattered the mountain river map and stomped down on the universe. What kind of divine ability is this? Emperor Ziwei's expression also changed drastically. He discovered that Lin Ling's power of divinity seemed to be invincible. Moreover, Lin Ling's attacks were extremely terrifying. They possessed the power to shatter the laws of nature and reconstruct the universe. He was far too powerful. This was definitely an extremely ancient divine ability. Boom. The third continent shattered. Then the fourth continent shattered. The universe within the mountain river map was stirred up by Lin Ling alone, and heaven and earth trembled. When the 18th continent shattered, the entire mountain river map became dim and lifeless. However, at this moment, a gigantic hand stretched out from within, as if a giant had crawled out of the map. Was Lin Ling. Lin Ling's movements were very slow, but in the eyes of everyone, even their breathing slowed down. Giant, this was a true ancient giant. Heaven and earth fell silent for a moment, and everyone could only watch as Lin Ling slowly crawled out. It was as if they were witnessing the birth of an ancient god. In the end, when Lin Ling appeared before everyone's eyes, countless gods could only look up at Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was looking down upon all of heaven and earth. His gaze finally fell upon Emperor Ziwei, and he abruptly thrust his fist backward before crashing down with devastating force, sending gale-force winds sweeping through the air. What a terrifying sight. You beast, don't you dare. Emperor Ziwei roared as the Ziwei sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed it toward the sky with a majestic might. He was a giant god of the universe, and his power of divinity had already reached a terrifying level. 10 billion. This was his power of divinity. However, in the face of Lin Ling's gigantic fist, the Ziwei sword was still bent. The power of divinity was completely ineffective against Lin Ling. The gigantic fist crashed directly toward Emperor Ziwei. How is this possible? Emperor Ziwei finally understood just how terrifying Lin Ling was after witnessing Lin Ling's ferocious display of power. No wonder Lin Ling was able to shatter his mountain river map. This was the bloodline of the Pangu. Boom. Emperor Ziwei's gigantic fist crashed viciously into the shore, shattering the shore. However, Lin Ling's fist didn't stop there. It was like a torrential downpour as it rained down upon Emperor Ziwei. Chapter 4886. The giant stepped onto the shore and unleashed a torrential barrage of punches. Violent winds howled, the seawater evaporated, and the earth quaked and heaven and earth quaked. Countless gods trembled in fear as they drifted through the air in the distance. Even Longyang drew a sharp intake of breath in shock. Emperor Ziwei was a mighty god of the universe. His power was only inferior to that of the 5 emperors. Originally, she had guessed that Lin Ling would only be able to defend passively in the battle until the Yellow Emperor and the other experts arrived. However, never would she have thought that Lin Ling would be able to retaliate and crush Emperor Ziwei in such a domineering manner. How could Emperor Ziwei still be alive after being struck by such a fearsome punch? I estimate that the giant's punch already contains over 2 billion power of divinity, and it also contains an invincible power. That should be Lin Ling's trump card. It's way too powerful. All of the gods who had wanted to kill Lin Ling and were wanted by the heavenly Tao had turned pale with fright. None of them dared to provoke Lin Ling now. 300 million Tao realm fragments were extremely valuable, but they had to be able to obtain them. Ancient Ziwei Emperor Seal. An elderly voice suddenly sounded from the dilapidated shoreline. Purple light soared into the sky as the projection of the 1000 Emperor Seal descended. The terrifying purple light formed a gigantic barrier of light that continued to expand like an eggshell. Lin Ling's giant fist was gradually blocked by the barrier of light. Lin Ling looked down and could sense just how powerful this barrier of light was. Emperor Ziwei stood in an extremely sorry state with a ferocious expression on his face and an imperial might emanating from his body. Emperor Ziwei was one of the 4 ancient emperors. Aside from the fact that he wasn't as old as the 5 emperors, everything he had done in the past was comparable to the 5 emperors. After reincarnating, he was supposed to be the ruler of this era. However, there were far too many gods in this era, and all of the gods who had disappeared into the river of time had returned. As a result, he was no longer as glorious as he was in the past. However, even a toothless tiger was still a tiger. How could he be crushed by a small god of unknown origins? This battle was the most humiliating battle that Emperor Ziwei had ever fought in many years. Lin Ling, how dare you offend your superior? Emperor Ziwei's long robes danced in the wind, and the Ziwei sword appeared in his hand as he pointed it at the giant Lin Ling. Countless God Emperor Dharma idols appeared around him, all of them looking at the giant Lin Ling with awe-inspiring gazes. One mine I pa mi. They all let out a divine sound, and it was as if a divine decree had arrived. The light they formed continuously strengthened the purple light around them. This was an ancient technique that came from the same era as Lin Ling's Pangu strike, but its origin couldn't compare to the Pangu strike. *T. This is no longer the era of the past. Even if the throne is rotated, it's time for someone else to sit on the throne. High up in the sky, Lin Ling let out a loud roar. He felt that the energy in his body had not been used up, so he also activated all of it. Pangu's heaven and earth slash was indeed much more powerful and could last for a much longer period of time. However, Lin Ling was unable to defeat Emperor Ziwei with his current attacks, so he had to become even more powerful. Grow. Lin Ling was already a giant and he was still growing at an insane rate. He was already as large as one of the 9 states, but as he continued to grow he became as large as the 9 states. His head was almost at the level of the primordial flood. The sturdy shoreline crumbled layer upon layer as seawater soared into the sky. Lin Ling's feet broke through the shoreline and stepped onto the seabed. Ah, this guy can still grow bigger. Is he going to transform into the universe? The gods in the distance flew even further away. They were all astonished by Lin Ling's terrifying power. They had naturally seen their fair share of giants. Over the course of several eras, many gods had the ability to grow bigger. However, there was a limit to how big they could grow. Furthermore, no matter how big they became, it would only be an illusion. Their strength would not increase. This was the first time they had seen someone as large as Lin Ling. Most importantly, as Lin Ling grew bigger, his power also seemed to be increasing explosively. It was said that this universe had been created by giants. Now, they felt as if they were witnessing the most ancient giants, the giants who had once created the universe. Emperor Ziwei, do you see how huge I am? You're like a single strand of hair on my body. How dare you speak of the God Emperor in front of me? Lin Ling could feel the power from Pangu's attack surging into his body, giving him the feeling of shattering heaven and earth and reshaping an era. Lin Ling. Emperor Ziwei raised his head, and his heart was also filled with shock. He didn't know what kind of technique Lin Ling had unleashed to make him so powerful. Hee, the wind I blow is enough to make you do a somersault and disappear into the horizon. The sound of my laughter is enough to make your soul tremble. The look I give you is enough to see through your 3 lifetimes. Even a fart from my mouth is enough to blast you into smithereens. Do you think you can compare to me? Lin Ling looked down at Emperor Ziwei. In his heart, Emperor Ziwei was extremely tiny and weak. It was as if he had transformed into the true giant Pangu. Eat my fist. Lin Ling then let loose a thunderous roar, and violent winds erupted as heaven and earth trembled. This was the power of a giant. Pangu was the giant. His bloodline transformed into the earth, his bones transformed into mountain ranges, his left eye was the sun, and his right eye was the moon. His fist seemed to be imbued with the most ancient power of the universe. The only difference between Lin Ling and Pangu's true form was the appearance. Boom. The fist that was the size of an island crashed down, and the shore crumbled again. The gigantic purple light emitted a series of cracking sounds, as if it were carrying an extremely terrifying power. In the end, cracks began to appear on the purple light. A gargantuan fist then crashed heavily into the ground, crushing Emperor Ziwei's body and flattening him into a pulp. Boom. The shoreline collapsed like a house of cards, extending into the distance with no end in sight. BFFF. This time, Emperor Ziwei threw up a mouthful of blood. If it were any other god in his place, they would have already been reduced to smithereens. What a domineering fist. All of the gods in the distance trembled in fear. They hurriedly searched for Emperor Ziwei, only to discover that he was drifting down into the ocean like a kite with its string cut. Wang ma and I pa mi. However, the severely wounded Emperor Ziwei continued to make mysterious seals with his hands before slamming them toward the gigantic Lin Ling. Freeze. A majestic voice drifted out at the same time. The voice was very simple. It was just a single word, but it was imbued with supreme divine might. After it landed on Lin Ling's body, it actually immobilized Lin Ling. Furthermore, this freeze also possessed the power of sealing, and it caused Lin Ling's body to shrink continuously until he returned to his original size. Emperor Ziwei is indeed powerful. Lin Ling was astonished. Even a giant god of the universe would have been injured by his attacks. Who would have thought that not only would Emperor Ziwei survive, but he would also be able to unleash a powerful attack? As expected of one of the 4 extreme divine emperors. The power of a god, the steps of a god, and even my treasures have been sealed. Chapter 4887. A gigantic vortex appeared in the air not far in front of Lin Ling. It was pitch black inside, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. A forbidden divine wind began to permeate through the air. Then a true phoenix soared through the sky, a Kuan Peng spread its wings, and the lightning emperor descended upon the world. Countless mythological beasts and divine items rushed out from the gigantic vortex. These were all powerful techniques that Emperor Ziwei had collected in the past, but it also seemed like Emperor Ziwei had communicated with time and space to summon powerful beings to help him. Rumble. Countless divine items rushed toward Lin Ling as if they were trying to tear Lin Ling to shreds. Even though Lin Ling had shrunk in size, none of the powerful attacks missed, and Lin Ling threw up blood over and over again. His physical body had become much more powerful, but he was still unable to withstand these powerful attacks. Furthermore, he possessed the power of a god. Otherwise, he would have been torn to shreds a long time ago. Of course, the most terrifying attack was still Emperor Ziwei's immobilize technique. It was exactly because of this technique that Lin Ling was unable to resist and could only allow himself to be trampled. Immobilize technique, a technique that originated from goddess Nua's mending of the heavens. Back in the day, the universe collapsed, and the boundless power of the void engulfed all living beings. Goddess Nua mended the heavens and froze all of the powers from the void in order to successfully mend the heavens. All of the gods in the distance discussed spiritedly with grave expressions on their faces. None of them would have thought that a divine ability from the primordial era would appear before their eyes, much less be mastered by Emperor Ziwei. One had to realize that this immobilizing divine ability could immobilize even the mighty gods of the universe, let alone the greater gods. When cultivated to the pinnacle, even the entire universe could be immobilized. Just think about it, the vast universe had been immobilized, time and space had been immobilized, and countless gods had been immobilized. Just how terrifying was that? As for Lin Ling, he saw all kinds of powerful attacks coming at him. He knew that if he didn't do anything, he would definitely die. All of a sudden, his eyes became as scorching as the sun as a powerful soul power gushed forth. Rumble. Lin Ling's soul power was already at the level of the universe, and it was extremely terrifying. It was as if a god was transcending a tribulation, and it struck everyone with a sense of overwhelming pressure. Soul power. Emperor Ziwei raised his head, and his expression became even more grave. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Not only was his physical body terrifying, but even his soul force had reached a level where it could suppress everything. Furthermore, Lin Ling's divine essence was also unimaginably powerful. Progress in all major areas. Such a Lin Ling was simply too powerful. No wonder he was invincible even though he had just become a high god. If Lin Ling were to step into the late stage of the higher deity stage, it was likely that even the king-level giant gods of the universe would not be able to suppress him. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, Demon Destruction. After Lin Ling's soul force appeared, it transformed into a large cosmic ray that stretched for millions of miles, sealing off the area. The cosmic rays washed over, and wherever they passed, all souls would crumble. Soul divine ability, yet another divine ability. Just how many divine abilities is this Lin Ling hiding? Emperor Ziwei's eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth. He felt as if Lin Ling was hiding countless secrets, and when he thought that he had seen through Lin Ling, he suddenly discovered that Lin Ling still had other secrets that were as unfathomable as ever. Return to the land of the Emperor. Emperor Ziwei let loose an enraged roar, and his voice rumbled through space like divine thunder. After that, the vortex that had appeared in front of Lin Ling appeared in front of Emperor Ziwei this time. Countless divine-level treasures surged forth to resist the cosmic rays in the sky. The final battle between 2 top-tier gods and 2 top-tier emperors was about to begin. This was an earth-shattering battle, and it was a clash of heavyweights. Rumble. The cosmic rays swept past, and countless divine-level treasures crashed into the ocean before becoming completely motionless. The cosmic rays were like a waterfall. However, Emperor Ziwei also unleashed an endless stream of divine-level treasures in an attempt to overwhelm the power of the cosmic rays with sheer numbers. Time appeared to be slow, but it passed by in the blink of an eye. Countless gods looked on at this earth-shattering battle, and they were so nervous that they even forgot to breathe. In the end, the cosmic rays were already very close to Emperor Ziwei. 100 meters, 10 meters, and finally, 1 meter. Emperor Ziwei felt as if his soul had been severely damaged, and he felt as if he were suffocating as cold sweat poured down his forehead. Bam! However, at this critical moment, the cosmic rays finally disappeared. This was because even though the three extremes of the universe was powerful, there was a limit to it. If it destroyed too many souls, it would eventually be depleted. However, Emperor Ziwei had unleashed too many divine-level treasures, and the three extremes of the universe had been completely depleted. Of course, even so, the cosmic rays were less than 1 meter away from Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei sensed that he had just been on the brink of death, and he had almost perished. Bam! At the same time, Lin Ling crashed into the ocean, and he looked up at Emperor Ziwei with battle intent burning in his eyes. The two of them stared at each other from afar, and neither of them spoke. Both of them wore extremely grave expressions. Lin Ling was shocked. Emperor Ziwei's strength was simply unfathomable. Emperor Ziwei was also shocked by Lin Ling's means. They were simply endless. They were like the two strongest gods of the current era, facing each other head-on. No one dared to approach the distant gods. They could only look up at the two strongest gods of the current era from afar. Lin Ling, I found you. But at this moment, divine voices rolled over. Two gods arrived from afar, and each transformed into a large hand that grabbed at Lin Ling. These two people were extremely powerful. They were true God Penghua and Emperor Yuan. They obviously didn't expect that Lin Ling was still alive and had become so strong. Previously, they were notified by Emperor Ziwei and had been watching the battle since then. They witnessed Lin Ling's tyrannical power that could tear apart heaven and earth. This made them realize that they must immediately capture Lin Ling and bring him back to White Mountain. Moreover, they were also trembling in fear. If they were to face Lin Ling one-on-one, they might die if they weren't careful. Fortunately, this was the best opportunity. But just as they moved, a large amount of divine light soared into the sky from afar. It was the arrival of the Yellow Thearka's powerhouses. Damn it! True God Penghua and Emperor Yuan cursed, but they weren't surprised by the appearance of the Yellow Thearka's group. After all, this was the Yellow Thearka's territory. Lin Ling. In the distance, a mighty divine light arrived. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was the Yellow the Arch and the others, including Yu and the others. After seeing Lin Ling, they were all ecstatic. Lin Ling was arranged by the Yellow the Arch to do a mission last time. Unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, he became a wanted criminal of the Heavenly Tao, making it difficult for him to return. They were very worried about this, but they all believed that Lin Ling would be able to return. Now, after such a long time, they finally saw Lin Ling. Bang bang bang. Powerhouses landed on the sea surface one after another, looking at Emperor Ziwei and the others majestically. As for Emperor Ziwei and the others, their expressions were ugly as they remained silent. Lin Ling. The Yellow the Arch walked out from the crowd step by step, and his face was full of shock. Previously, he had already sensed the shocking battle here from afar. He never expected that Lin Ling would become so strong, comparable to a god emperor. I'm fine. Lin Ling nodded at the Yellow the Arch. Then he looked at Emperor Ziwei and said indifferently, "It's a draw." Indeed. Emperor Ziwei also nodded. The battle between him and Lin Ling with all their might was indeed a draw. Chapter 4888. Thinking of this, Emperor Ziwei suddenly looked at Lin Ling, his eyes full of killing intent. He knew that if he missed this opportunity he would never be able to kill Lin Ling again. True God Penghua and Emperor Yuan also looked at Lin Ling. They knew that if they let him leave this time, it would be very very difficult to catch Lin Ling again. But now the Yellow Emperor was here and there were countless powerhouses there. It would be even more difficult to touch Ihan. Let me help you. But at this moment, a deafening sound appeared in the sky. Dark clouds rolled and divine light soared into the sky. A dense group of gods arrived. Leading them was a naked man with long hair fluttering in the wind. Who else could it be but Emperor Yao? Emperor Yao had obviously received the news and now took the initiative to kill Lin Ling. And behind him, countless gods followed. There were higher gods, half-step giant gods and innumerable others. Millions of murderous weapons. No one expected that Emperor Yao would actually mobilize everyone in order to kill Yi Han. Emperor Yao. The Yellow Emperor's eyes narrowed. This was his territory and Emperor Yao dared to attack? It seemed that Emperor Yao and the others were going all out. But Lin Ling alone wasn't enough to make Emperor Yao fight to the death. It seems that Emperor Yao and the others know that Lin Ling is the host of the world's will. The Yellow Emperor instantly guessed after pondering for a moment. And he guessed that the reason why Emperor Yao was so crazy was because of the support of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Kill Lin Ling. Millions of murderous weapons shouted in unison. Their momentum was earth-shattering, and the seawater at the edge of the sea of fog evaporated. Lin Ling is the host of the world's will, and his ambition is to destroy the world. Kill Lin Ling and return peace to our universe. Emperor Yao, who was leading the group, shouted as a long ruler appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Lin Ling from afar. What? Lin Ling is the host of the world's will? Oh my God, has the host of the world's will finally surfaced? No wonder this Lin Ling is so powerful. In such a short period of time, his strength has skyrocketed. It turns out that his origin is really not small. Kill Lin Ling. Revenge for that year must be avenged. Under Emperor Yao's shout, many gods also joined the battlefield. And this was also the first time Lin Ling's identity was exposed. Once the identity of the host of the world was revealed, there was no doubt that the entire situation had changed. Emperor Yao. At this moment, Lin was also the emperor's will. He wasn't surprised. He knew that it would come sooner or later, but he didn't expect this day to come at such a time. To him, to the emperor, to the world, to choose the Yellow Emperor tomb. At this moment, another powerful aura came from another direction. It was a huge demonic eye. This demonic eye seemed to lead to the darkest corner of the universe, giving off an extremely cold aura. In the demonic eye, a woman was sitting there. It was Emperor Shun. At the same time, a gigantic demon snake slithered out from the depths of the demon eye. The demon snake's entire body was blood red, and it was incomparably huge. Its skin had no scales and instead, it was wrinkled like an earthworm. At the very front of its head was a gigantic red eyeball. Snake of the Level Hill. Many gods stared at the demon snake, their bodies trembling and their scalps going numb. They had heard that this was the ancestor of all snakes. Back then, it had appeared in the ancient grasslands and devoured everything. Later, it was subdued by the ancient emperor and hidden in his underground world. The Emperor Shun was the leader of the women. In that era, women had the most power, especially the Emperor Shun. She swept through the ages and defeated all her enemies. Emperor Shun is here too. The Yellow Emperor's expression became even more serious. He's here, he's finally here. The North Pole Emperor's body trembled, and he became inexplicably excited. His eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. This time he wanted Lin Ling dead. Ding ding dang dang. In the distance, the blood snake let out a crisp sound as if there were countless bells on its body. It was pleasing to the ears, but in the hearts of everyone, it was like a soul-luring song. Emperor Yao's million weapons were glaring like tigers watching their prey. The situation was extremely unfavorable for the Yellow Emperor. Looks like Lin Ling is dead for sure. Good. As long as the will of the world doesn't die, we'll never have a peaceful day. Kill Lin Ling. More and more gods arrived, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone listen to me. At this time, the silent Yellow Emperor finally spoke. I admit that there are indeed will hosts in my territory. But have you thought about it? They won't die. Even if you kill them, they'll just reincarnate. What's the point of that? The Yellow Emperor said calmly. Yellow Emperor, I respect you for your virtue and prestige. What do you want to say? A god of considerable seniority asked. The will of the world doesn't always want to destroy the world. They also want to help us. The Yellow Emperor shouted, I'm too familiar with these people. They cherish the present and like this universe. They will never destroy the universe. They just want to protect the universe together like us. Moreover, no matter how powerful the giant gods were, they were still no match for the world's will. This shows that to defeat the world's will, we still have to rely on the will of the world. Everyone believe in me. At the end of his speech, the Yellow Emperor looked at everyone with a sincere expression. Everyone fell silent. They had to admit that what the Yellow Emperor said made sense. Haha, nonsense. But suddenly, a loud shout interrupted everyone's silence. Everyone, don't forget the humiliation back then. Don't forget how the worlds will destroy the world and how our family and friends died in the hands of the world's will. I, Emperor Yuan, will never forget that day. My Tao companion, my disciples, and my descendants were all ruthlessly crushed by the world's will and turned into ashes. This deep hatred, I will never forget it. The one who spoke was Emperor Yuan. At this moment, his eyes were red and filled with killing intent. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Emperor Yuan was a member of the 3 major divine gates of White Mountain. Was he qualified to talk about the will of the world? After all, after the 3 major divine gates of White Mountain, the world's will of the world was almost the strongest. Everyone, don't listen to the Yellow Emperor, he's lying to us. At this time, true God Peng Hua also spoke. The will of the world is destined to destroy the world. Even if it's good now, it's just an act. In my opinion, the Yellow Emperor wants to control the entire universe and the will of the world. That's why he helped the will of the world. I know that the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life, so everyone also wants to give the will of the world a way out. However, we are kind, but the will of the world isn't. They want to take our bones, drink our blood, and destroy our home. At the end of his speech, true God Peng Hua was filled with righteous indignation. Voices also began to come from all around. They wanted to crusade against the will of the world. They couldn't afford to gamble. Chapter 4889. Yellow Emperor, you don't have to bewitch everyone anymore. Emperor Yao also sneered. I know that you can't fight against us anymore, that's why you're bewitching everyone. Don't think that I don't know your tricks. Emperor Yao knew that this was the best opportunity. He must not let the Yellow Emperor cause trouble again. Yellow Emperor, you are the oldest celestial emperor of mankind. I respect you as a person, but you shouldn't interfere in this matter. One of the gods shouted loudly. Yes, as long as you hand over the world will host, we won't touch you. Even more gods were roaring loudly. Lin Ling, Lei Gong, Longyang, Xiaoluan, the 4 of them are all hosts of the world will. Someone shouted, causing the eyes of the gods to narrow. They never expected that the Yellow Emperor had so many hosts of the world will. One must know that there were 9 hosts of the world, and the Yellow Emperor alone had 4 of them. However, Lin Ling saw who was shouting. It was Emperor Yuan. He instantly knew that this was the will of Dipankara Buddha. The latter wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop and devour all the hosts of the world will to fight against the Grandmaster of Heaven. Hand them over. More voices sounded. Dong dong dong. War drums sounded between heaven and earth. More gods arrived, their might shaking the world. They were openly forcing the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him. It could be said that since he became the Celestial Emperor, this was the first time he was forced to abdicate. One must know that for a long time the people in the world respected and worshipped him more. If you don't hand them over, kill the Yellow Emperor. Emperor Yao's eyes were cold. He summoned the gods, wanting to use this opportunity to eliminate the Yellow Emperor. Yellow Emperor, what should we do? Seeing such a mighty scene, Ning Wading, who was beside the Yellow Emperor, hurriedly asked. If they hand over the people, they would be safe and sound. If they don't hand them over, they would all be in danger. The gods behind the Yellow Emperor had all arrived at this moment. But compared to the gods around them, they were still much weaker. After all, there were 2 ancient emperors gathered here, gods from countless eras. Lin Ling. At this moment, Longyang, Lei Gong, and the others came to Lin Ling's side. They were incomparably nervous. Facing the gods of several eras, they couldn't even resist. Yu, go to the Yellow Emperor's side immediately. Lin Ling ignored Lei Gong and the others and said to Yu and the others. He knew that many people wanted to kill Yu and the others to kill them. You to go to the Yellow Emperor's side. Unfortunately, Yu and the others all shook their heads, especially Indra and treasure god Nan Wufinyu. Not only did they not leave, but they all walked towards Lin Ling to show their determination. Lin Ling sighed softly and did not try to persuade them. These people had been through thick and thin together for many years. He knew that it was impossible to persuade them to leave. Unfortunately, I fought with Ziwei Emperor before. My trump card needs time to recover. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so helpless. Lin Ling kept thinking. Sorry, I have made up my mind. At this time, the Yellow Emperor finally raised his head and said his decision. Senior Yellow Emperor, what do you mean? A god frowned and asked. What I mean is that Lin Ling and the others must not be handed over. Because I know that some of you here are not doing this for the whole universe, but for your own selfish interests. If they get Lin Ling and the others, the universe will be destroyed even faster. The Yellow Emperor looked at Emperor Yuan and the others and guessed their intentions. Moreover, he knew very well that if Lin Ling and the others were devoured, Dipankara Buddha would become even stronger. On the other hand, Lin Ling and the others were still alive, which could restrain Dipankara Buddha. Stubborn, I think there's no need to persuade him anymore. Let's do it. Yes, kill the will of the world. The gods roared. They wouldn't give the Yellow Emperor any more chances. Rumble. A war chariot appeared on the horizon, destroying everything in its path. On the ground, a large number of divine beasts suddenly appeared in the originally dry seawater. They roared towards the sky, preparing to fight to the death. Millions of murderous weapons, overflowing murderous aura. Flattened hill demon snake devouring everything. Kill. Emperor Yao saw that everyone's morale was greatly boosted. The giant ruler in his hand pointed forward as if he had returned to the most ancient era, leading countless ancient gods to fight on the battlefield. Protect the Yellow Emperor. The gods beside the Yellow Emperor followed him from the ancient era. They were loyal and devoted, and they charged forward without hesitation. Kill. Lin Ling and Lei Gong also rushed forward. At this point they had no choice but to fight to the death and survive in this war of gods. Swish. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked ahead. The Yellow Emperor protected him with his life. Lin Ling also remembered this kindness in his heart. Lin Ling, I'll go with Long Yang and the others. You go with Yu Yu and the others. At this moment, the Thunder God's voice was heard and Lin Ling nodded. Lei Gong, Long Yang, and the others had the power of the world's will and had learned how to control it. They were very strong and could fight against late-stage high gods. On the other hand, Yu Yu, Nanhua Fengyu and the others were weaker, so they went with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling also had experts on his side such as Xingyi, the wielder of the Donghuang Bell, the young Qilin, and the bloodline of the Qilin god. It was a pity that the giant ghost wasn't here. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to sweep across the battlefield. Swish. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he relied on his powerful divine energy to kill a late-stage high god. The mid-stage high gods were like vegetables in front of him. They couldn't stop him at all. However, Lin Ling's gaze fell upon Emperor Ziwei. He knew that Emperor Ziwei wanted to fight him the most. The battle that they hadn't finished before was now about to begin. Rumble. Lin Ling wielded his Tyrant Song sword and charged toward Emperor Ziwei with unstoppable force. Bam bam bam. When the two swords clashed, a deafening boom erupted, and waves of terrifying power annihilated all of the surrounding high gods. Lin Ling's opponent was none other than Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei wielded the Ziwei Divine Sword and charged toward Lin Ling. Boom. Lin Ling was unable to withstand this attack, and his body flew backward. Moreover, a powerful force invaded his body, injuring him again. Without his trump cards, Lin Ling was no match for Emperor Ziwei. After all, the latter was a giant god of the universe. Ha die. Emperor Ziwei followed up with another attack, and his sword was like the universe itself, capable of destroying all things. You can't, Emperor Ziwei. True God Peng Hua and the others roared in unison. They had to bring Lin Ling back alive, so they couldn't allow Emperor Ziwei to kill him. Don't worry, I'll take his life and leave you the power of the realm intent. Emperor Ziwei wasn't stupid. He didn't dare to offend the three divine sects of the White Mountain. Then, his ferocious sword, which was imbued with the terrifying power of a god, landed in front of Lin Ling and sliced Lin Ling in half. It was too easy. It was so easy that Emperor Ziwei was stunned. However, after thinking about it, everything was normal. After all, Lin Ling didn't have any ancient divine abilities. At most, he was only an invincible high god. Chapter 4890. This sword strike was incomparably sudden, and its killing intent was deafening. It was as if an illusory universe was crashing down. The power of a god was also incomparably terrifying. Emperor Ziwei's heart trembled violently. He turned around and found that the killing sword was terrifying, but the god behind it was even more terrifying. Lin Ling's eyes seemed to emit two sharp beams of light that shot toward Emperor Ziwei. Boom. Emperor Ziwei's black hair was disheveled, and his body glowed with light. Clouds swirled around him, and he exuded an extremely astonishing aura. He hurriedly slashed out with his Ziwei sword. At this moment, heaven and earth trembled. The two swords clashed again, and the power of a god swept out in all directions, killing all the gods nearby. This was a clash between two giant gods of the universe. Although there were giant gods of the universe present, there weren't many of them. Most of them were half-step giant gods of the universe. Hence, the impact of the clash between Lin Ling and Emperor Ziwei was very large. Emperor Ziwei's body trembled as he sensed that Lin Ling's sword strike contained a mysterious power. It was the power of a god of slaughter, and it also brought him into an illusionary realm that affected his combat ability. This brat's techniques are truly terrifying. Emperor Ziwei was shocked and flustered. He thought that Lin Ling had exhausted all of his trump cards, but who would have thought that Lin Ling still had another trump card up his sleeve? 111. Under the influence of the illusionary realm, Lin Ling's sword strike wounded Emperor Ziwei, adding to his already wounded state. Lin Ling took advantage of this opportunity and slashed down with his sword again. The terrifying killing intent seemed to materialize as it attempted to engulf Emperor Ziwei. I was too careless. Although Emperor Ziwei was affected by the illusionary realm, he was still a giant god of the universe. The eternal killing realm didn't affect him too much. However, he was injured and his combat ability was affected by the eternal killing realm, so he couldn't block Lin Ling's sword strike. Bam bam bam. He clashed with the Ziwei sword and stumbled back several steps. The blood in his body roiled and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Lin Ling. Emperor Ziwei roared. However, he was still affected by the illusionary realm, as if he couldn't see Lin Ling. Lin Ling's sword continued to slash toward Emperor Ziwei, inflicting more and more injuries upon him, and he was forced back over and over again. If this continued, he would undoubtedly die. Never had he imagined that he would actually fall into a disadvantageous position in the next battle. Of course, this was also caused by his carelessness. If he had known about Lin Ling's illusory slaughter earlier, he would have taken precautions and reduced the influence of the illusory slaughter to the minimum. Lin Ling, don't be rude. At this moment, True God Peng Hua and Emperor Yuan attacked at the same time. Although these two were also king-level universe giant gods, they were obviously much stronger than Emperor Ziwei. A huge pressure pressed down on him, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. He retreated at full speed. He was only able to evade Emperor Ziwei's attack and counterattack because of Pengu's absolute shock. Even though Lin Ling had used all of his trump cards, he hadn't used his speed trump card yet. Once Absolute Soul Shock was used, Lin Lin's speed increased by 100%, reaching the speed of 100 million worlds. So fast. True God Peng Hua and Emperor Yuan's attacks had just arrived when Lin Ling disappeared, shocking them. Of course, they didn't use their full strength. After all, their goal was to capture Lin Ling. Catch him. The two of them unleashed their full strength and attacked Lin Ling continuously. Lin Ling's speed was at full speed. Not only did he avoid the attacks of the two gods, but he also took the time to deal with the enemies for Yu and the others. For a time, many gods died in Lin Ling's hands. Damn it, how can this kid be so fast? He has reached 100 million world speed. Even the gods at the peak of the higher deity stage don't have such speed. The two gods' expressions were extremely ugly, but they could also see that Lin Ling's heaven-defying method had a time limit. Therefore they only needed to wait. Lin Ling fought 3 universe giant gods in a row. If it weren't for him, our battle would have ended even faster. The battle between gods broke out all over the coast. There were also people who were watching the battle on Lin Ling's side. Of course, more people were watching Emperor Yao. The battle between Emperor Shun and the Yellow Emperor was the most terrifying. If the ancient emperor was angry, the world would be destroyed. The collision of the 3 ancient emperors also caused countless gods to be implicated, causing countless deaths and injuries. A huge vortex burst out in the sky above the coast. The terrifying power of gods was constantly swallowing and spitting out. This was the ferocious power formed by the collision of the 3 ancient emperors. No. The battle was too intense, causing some gods to get close to the vortex. Then they were sucked into the vortex and turned into nothingness. This vortex was too terrifying. The power formed by it was unstoppable. Moreover, the vortex was huge. It was millions of miles wide, comparable to the area of a prefecture in the 9 prefectures. If such a vortex of gods appeared in the void of the 9 prefectures, the entire void would be destroyed, and the universe would disappear. The Yellow Emperor was restraining the 2 ancient emperors. This caused the pressure on the Yellow Emperor's side to decrease a lot, but the situation was still not good. He ignored all the gods and fought against the strongest gods, preventing the battle from being one-sided. Lin Ling was restraining the 3 giant gods of the universe, but as time passed, Lin Ling's situation was getting worse. His power of absolute soul was disappearing. As for the 3 extremes of universe, he was still a little bit away from recovering. Lin Ling caught you. True God Peng Hua and Emperor Yuan seized the opportunity and attacked Lin Ling crazily. As long as they caught Lin Ling, the rest of Lei Gong and the others would be easy to deal with. You dare to provoke the 3 divine sects of the White Mountain? Today you should know how powerful the 3 divine sects of the White Mountain are. True God Peng Hua made a move. The flaming universe appeared and suppressed Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling used Grey Robe and had the eternal killing world, after colliding with the flaming universe, his figure was immediately sent flying and he vomited blood repeatedly. Too strong, it had probably reached 5 billion power of divinity. Moreover, Lin Ling had a feeling that the other party didn't use his full strength at all because True God Peng Hua was afraid of killing Lin Ling, otherwise, the power of divinity would have reached 10 billion. Lin Ling's talent fusion was only 2 billion, he couldn't block it at all. Trash Lin Ling, you have repeatedly ruined our plans. Now show me what you've done. After True God Peng Hua made his move, Emperor Yuan also made his move. With one move, Lin Ling retreated again, vomiting blood continuously. Suppressed. Lin Ling, who had exhausted all his trump cards, could only be suppressed heavily now. Lin Ling. My lord. Lei Gong and the others roared in the distance. Although Lin Ling was being suppressed, they all knew that Lin Ling fought against 3 giant gods of the universe alone. Among them, Emperor Ziwei was seriously injured by Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling was being suppressed, it wasn't embarrassing at all. Lin Ling, are you still not going to surrender? True God Peng Hua attacked and Lin Ling was injured again. From the beginning, you should have submitted to our divine sections. Do you think you have the capital to fight against us? Emperor Yuan also attacked. My lord. At this time, Xingyi overcame all difficulties and activated the Eastern Emperor Bell, smashing it down fiercely. Chapter 4891. They forcefully removed the bloodline imprint on the Eastern Emperor Bell, then laughed loudly. Eastern Emperor Bell, great, it belongs to us. Xingyi noticed that he had lost contact with the Eastern Emperor Bell and immediately vomited blood. He was seriously injured. Idiot, with your strength you dare to help Lin Ling? This is like a mantis blocking a chariot. Seeing that you gave us treasures, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. True God Peng Hua was in a good mood. He looked at Xingyi with contempt and slapped him fiercely, wanting to kill him. Xingyi. Seeing this scene, Lei Gong, Longyang, and the others abandoned their opponents and pounced on Xingyi, erupting with powerful world wills. Rumble. A total of 3 people activated the world wills, and under the fierce collision of power, they actually blocked True God Peng Hua's attack. As expected of the world wills, this strength is amazing. True God Peng Hua was slightly shocked, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, Lei Gong and the others were still too weak, not as abnormal as Lin Ling. You want to save him, but I must kill him. True God Peng Hua and Emperor Yuan looked at each other and pounced on Xingyi. With the 2 of them working together, let's see how Lei Gong and the others were going to block them. In fact, Lei Gong and the others had been fighting for so long that the world wills had been almost exhausted. How could they block the joint attack of 2 universe giant gods? They were all sent flying by the powerful airwaves. If it weren't for the fact that True God Peng Hua and the others didn't dare to kill Lei Gong and the others, Lei Gong and the others would have died long ago. Come save him. After Lei Gong and the others were sent flying, True God Peng Hua also mocked them. He wanted to see who could save Xingyi. Don't come over. Xingyi felt a lot of pressure, but he also roared. He didn't want everyone to die for him, because he knew very well that no one could block the attacks of these universe giant gods. Helping him would only add a few more corpses. Xingyi. Yu, Lei Gong, and the others roared as they saw the holy return life and death calamity. Their eyes were moist. Xingyi had fought alongside them for many years and had always protected them. Every time an enemy came, Xingyi would be the first to rush up and block the enemy. He was Lin Ling's right-hand man. How could he die here? Brother Ling, quickly save him. After Yu shouted, she suddenly looked at the weak Lin Ling. You can't let him die. He's your brother. Bang. Lin Ling clenched his teeth and struggled to take a step forward. However, his injuries were too severe, and the battle had been going on for too long. He simply didn't have the strength to resist the 2 giant cosmos gods. Ha ha ha. Real God Peng Hua naturally saw Lin Ling and he could not help but laugh sarcastically. Lin Ling was the host of the world's will. He couldn't kill him, but Lin Ling had wasted so much of their time. If they couldn't deal him a heavy blow, they would find it difficult to vent the hatred in their hearts. Come on, Lin Ling. Emperor Yuan was the same. He admired Lin Ling's unwillingness but helpless look the most. Lin Ling. At this moment An'Yuer also shouted at Lin Ling, "Come on now, only you can save Xingyi. For so many years, no matter what kind of storms we faced, you have withstood them for us. This time you can do it too. Lin Ling, I know you have tried your best. You are already very tired, but fight for Xingyi again." Xian Yuangu also shouted. Lin Ling roared towards the sky. His long hair danced wildly as he kept drawing out the power in his body. However, all that was left for him was the power of God. This power of God was no match for the giant cosmos gods. Kill. However, Lin Ling took a step forward and charged towards the two giant cosmos gods. His sword slashed out fiercely. "My lord." Looking at Lin Ling, Xingyi's eyes were also wet. He knew that Lin Ling was already going all out. He was already fighting with his life on the line. However, sometimes in this universe, power was eternal. It wasn't something that could be changed by willpower, unwillingness and fighting spirit. "My lord, in my next life I will be your underling again. Don't bother about me." Xingyi shouted at Lin Ling, "Dream on." Lin Ling's eyes turned red. He slashed his weak sword fiercely at true god Penghua and Xian Yuangu. His sword was very slow. Its power was also very weak. However, he still slashed out resolutely. Because he couldn't bear to see his brother die in front of his eyes. And he didn't do anything. If that was the case, he would never forgive himself in the future. Ah! Seeing Lin Ling fighting with his life on the line, true god Penghua and Xian Yuangu laughed even louder. They were enjoying this carefree scene. However, at this moment, Lin Ling sensed a surge of power within the tyrannical Song sword. This power was very unfamiliar. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that he had used up all his trump cards. Why would there suddenly be an unfamiliar power? The most frightening thing was that Lin Ling clearly sensed that this power didn't have any killing intent. Instead, it was as gentle as water. Suddenly, Lin Ling realized what was going on. In his body, there was a power that he had never controlled before. This was the power of the world's will. In the end, even if I am exhausted, I will never give up. Because this is my belief. Lin Ling suddenly shouted. The sword in his hand suddenly shone brightly, and the killing intent disappeared. It was as if he was holding a divine light that shone in all directions. The entire coastal battlefield was affected, and it was shaking non-stop. Everyone stared at Lin Ling and their expressions changed drastically. The power of the world's will. Lei Gong and Xian Yuangu trembled all over. They sensed that Lin Ling's sword was exuding a familiar power, but it was extremely different from theirs. How could they know that their previous calls for Lin Ling had become their belief? Lin Ling was their belief. Every time a massacre came, every time a storm came, it was their belief that brought them across all kinds of dangers and to the other side. Boom! With a slash of the sword, a white light swept across, reaching thousands of miles long, shocking the world. True god Penghua and Emperor Yuan's pupils trembled. What kind of power is this? Boom! Leaving behind only one sentence, they turned into nothingness. They couldn't be more dead. Even if they had the protection of the Tao realm, it was useless. And behind them, countless gods were implicated and turned into nothingness. But what was terrifying was that Lei Gong and the others were also in that direction, but they were safe and sound. They only felt a gust of wind blowing across their bodies. They didn't know that because of their belief they couldn't die. The battle of gods fell silent for a short while. All the gods stared at Lin Ling in the sky, their pupils trembling. What a terrifying sword. With the strength of a higher god, he killed a giant god of the universe. As expected of the host of the world's will. Sword of Faith. Lin Ling stood weakly in the sky, looking at the sword in his hand and sensing the power of the world's will in his body. Then, a burst of dizziness came, and Lin Ling was completely unconscious as he smashed towards the ground. My lord! But at the critical moment, a palm suddenly grabbed Lin Ling's hand and held him back. Was Xingyi? At this moment, tears were dripping down his face. He knew that his lord had saved him once again. Chapter 48-92. The entire battlefield was completely silent at this moment. All the battles between gods had stopped. Countless gods were staring at the sleeping Lin Ling in the sky. Their pupils were trembling and their hearts were trembling. The power of the world's will. They had seen Lin Ling unleash the power of the world's will and kill two giant universe gods with a single strike. Unbelievable. According to their guesses, Lin Ling was probably an extremely powerful existence among the hosts of the world's will. Dead, true god Peng Hua and the others are dead. Emperor Ziwei's entire body was trembling as he looked at the sky with a pale face. Even though Lin Ling was unconscious, his life and death were unknown. But when he looked at that figure, he still trembled and did not dare to face it head-on. If he had continued to fight Lin Ling, perhaps he would have followed in the footsteps of true god Peng Hua and the others. He felt like he was dreaming. Back then his son had come to the Dao Pagoda area, but someone had killed his son along the way, causing him to fly into a rage. When he saw the person clearly, he knew that it was a minor god named Lin Ling. He hated this minor god to the bone and was determined to crush his bones and scatter his ashes. However, before he could find this minor god had killed his people and stolen his treasures. When he found an opportunity to kill this minor god, he suddenly discovered that this ordinary-looking minor god actually had the strength to kill him. In that short instant, Emperor Ziwei was struck by a pang of regret, as if he shouldn't have provoked Lin Ling. Of course, Emperor Ziwei also knew that the enmity between him and Lin Ling had already been formed, and it was impossible for them to make peace. Therefore he had to kill Lin Ling. He had to watch Lin Ling die in front of him. He's already fainted. Why aren't you killing him? Kill him. Emperor Ziwei shouted, pleasantly surprised everyone. Many people's eyes turned cold, and the shock from before disappeared quietly. Instead, it was replaced by a surge of killing intent that soared into the sky. Lin Ling had already displayed the power of the world's will. It was very terrifying and very strong. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only an early-stage high god. What if he became a peak high god? What if he became a giant god of the universe? Perhaps the dusk of the gods would repeat itself. Lin Ling was a ticking time bomb. He had to die or they would never be able to rest in peace. Kill him. Meanwhile, Emperor Yao spoke with monstrous killing intent. Everyone, why are you still showing mercy? If he doesn't die, then it'll be the end of us. Although the White Mountain Three Sacred Gates wanted to capture Lin Ling alive, he would rather have Lin Ling die. This was because he was even more astonished than Emperor Ziwei. After all, when he was at the Dao realm, Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed with the flip of a hand. And now Lin Ling was a great threat to his life. Back then, if I hadn't sided with the giant white tiger god and helped Lin Ling instead, Lin Ling would already be one of my people. Although Emperor Yao had to kill Lin Ling no matter what, when he thought of what happened back then, he felt a wave of regret. Kill? At this moment, the demonic eye in the sky released an endless amount of green light. The green light was incomparably thick and shot out in all directions like a giant green sun. Emperor Yao had already made the first move. She abandoned the Yellow Emperor and wanted to kill Lin Ling first. Kill? Seeing Emperor Yao make the first move, Emperor Yao also came to his senses and slashed his ruler at Lin Ling. Kill Lin Ling first. The angry roars of the gods sounded at the same time. All the gods focused their attacks on Lin Ling, ignoring everyone else. As a result, Lin Ling was under a lot of pressure. His life depended on this moment. However, Lin Ling was already unconscious from his injuries. How could he stop them? Bastard. Saint Guy was still holding Lin Ling's hand. He couldn't help but roar as he looked at the power coming from all directions. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. He had long known that Lin Ling was the host of the world's consciousness, but he believed that his lord would never destroy the world. In fact, his lord had repeatedly opposed the host of the world's consciousness in order to protect everyone around him. However, the people attacking now were completely unreasonable. They only wanted to kill Lin Ling. They didn't even know that there was a powerful host of the world's consciousness among them. It was the three divine sects of White Mountain. However, who would dare to kill the three divine sects of White Mountain? Big Brother Ling. Lin Ling. In the distance, Yuyu, Nanhua Fengyu and treasure god Nanhua Fengyu all anxiously shouted. Ever since they reached the Dao realm, they had encountered many life and death situations. However, this time was the biggest and most dangerous one. Lin Ling will not destroy the world. However, at this moment an old voice rang out. From the giant black vortex, a surging river rushed out majestically. The river grew bigger and fiercer as if it was the first river in the universe. The Yellow Emperor had made his move. Moreover, the river he summoned was more than twice as powerful as the one he summoned against Emperor Yao before. Rumble. All the powerful forces near Lin Ling were swept away by the river and disappeared into the distance. Lin Ling was only separated from the gods by a river, but it was like the distance between heaven and earth. No attack could affect him. Kill. Emperor Yao slashed out with his green ruler. A green light, like an endless amount of plants, slashed towards the river. However, it disappeared into the river without a trace. Looking back at Emperor Shun, the giant snake under her control was washed away as soon as it got close to the ancient river. The one-eyed giant snake kept rolling in the river and finally turned into white bones, disappearing into the distance. This river was too majestic. It was like the most ancient and powerful force in the world. The Yellow Emperor was actually hiding such power. Emperor Yao's expression was incomparably ugly. He knew that the Yellow Emperor had held back when he fought him. Although he was surprised by this, he also felt that it was normal. After all, the Yellow Emperor rarely took action. Among the deities of several eras, very few knew of his full strength. Now he was probably going all out. And this kind of full strength was extremely terrifying. No one could hurt Lin Ling. Ill fate, Lin Ling, come back. While the river was protecting Lin Ling, a huge swastika suddenly appeared in the sky. It slowly rotated and bloomed with endless Buddhist light. An ancient power had descended upon the shore. And this power was incomparably terrifying. It actually passed through the Yellow Emperor's river and tied Lin Ling up into the sky. Looking carefully, the Buddhist light had unknowingly turned into endless Buddhist prayer beads that wrapped around Lin Ling. Dipankara Buddha. In the surging river, the Yellow Emperor's aged voice sounded, incomparably shocked. He clearly did not expect that Dipankara Buddha, who was far away in the primal chaos realm, would stick his hand into the Tao Pagoda. This strength was truly heaven-defying. Yellow Emperor, this child is of great importance. For the sake of the universe, I must take him away. Chapter 4893. Go. The Yellow Emperor controlled the surging river and rushed towards the sky, wanting to rescue Lin Ling who had been taken away. However, his ancient river rushed towards the sky, and a Buddhist light bloomed, blocking the power of his river. Dipankara Buddha was too strong. Ma and I yi o ja. However, at this moment, a clear voice sounded. In the distant horizon, the Buddhist light shone, and the divine sound entered one's ears, turning into an invisible force that dimmed the huge swastika in the sky. Moreover, a gentle force lingered around Lin Ling, who was wrapped around the Buddhist beads, making it difficult for him to fly towards the sky. Buddha against Buddha. Your Excellency, Buddhism is boundless. May I know who you are? In the sky, a benevolent voice sounded quietly. Ning Qingxin. In the distance, a calm voice sounded, and then a figure walked over. She did not seem to be walking fast, but in the blink of an eye, she appeared under the sky and looked at the swastika in the sky indifferently. As for this woman, no one knew her. However, no one expected her Buddhist Dharma to be so powerful that she could fight against Dipankara Buddha. Ning Qingxin. However, among the crowd, Lei Gong suddenly shouted in shock. Of course he knew Ning Qingxin. Back then he and Lin Ling were chased by Emperor Shun and finally escaped to the great Buddha kingdom. After that, they met a woman on the path of Mahayana Buddhism. This woman pursued the purest supreme Buddhist Dharma. Because Lin Ling had obtained Mahayana Buddhism, she humbly came to ask for it. However, in the void, this woman was injured by the evil spider god and was on the verge of death. It was Lin Ling who kept her alive, fighting against the heavens, fighting against humans, and fighting against the underworld. In the end, he saved her from death and allowed her to reincarnate again. Unexpectedly, Ning Qingxin had returned now. Her reincarnation had ended so quickly. Your Excellency, Buddha is merciful. At this moment, Ning Qingxin put her palms together and looked at the sky indifferently, her eyes pure and holy. Divine body of Buddha. Above the sky, a benevolent voice floated out. You and I are both Buddhas. Why are you protecting this person who destroyed the universe? You should know that if you have any connection with him, you will also be tainted by evil karma and fall into hell. Repent and be saved, repent and be saved. Hearing this voice, Ning Qingxin's expression did not change at all. She said lightly, Senior, why do you want to capture Lin Ling? Lin Ling is the host body of the will of the world. For the universe and for the common people, I have to keep an eye on him. I hope that I can wash away the hostility and murderous intent in his heart with Buddhism. The voice in the sky carried with it a supreme holiness, majestically falling into everyone's ears. Lin Ling is the host body of the world's will, so he will be taken away by Senior, right? Ning Qingxin remained unmoved and said calmly. Yes, yes. The swastika in the sky bloomed with Buddhist light as it slowly spoke. Then, as Dipankara Buddha and the host body of the world's will, who will wash away the hostility and murderous intent in your heart? Ning Qingxin raised her head and said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the coast fell silent and the gods were shocked. Many of them could guess that the one who did this was Dipankara Buddha behind the three great divine gates of White Mountain. However, they did not expect that Dipankara Buddha was also the host body of the world's will. This was news that shocked the gods. Another host body of the world's will has appeared? It's actually Dipankara Buddha? This must be fake. Impossible. Dipankara Buddha is the most benevolent Buddha. How can he be the host body of the world's will? Everyone discussed animatedly, unable to believe it. You all said that the host body of the world's will wants to destroy the world. Now, Dipankara Buddha is also the host body of the world's will, so will you go and kill him? Ning Qingshin looked at everyone again and said. Her soft voice was like a fierce slap that landed heavily on the gods' faces. Kill Dipankara Buddha? Would they dare? Senior, I don't know what you have to say. Ning Qingshin ignored everyone's expressions and looked at the sky again. However, the sky was silent, which was rare. Obviously, Dipankara Buddha didn't expect Ning Qingshin to know about his background. One had to know that the stone tablet that recorded him as the host body of the world's will had long been destroyed by him. No one knew that he was the host body of the world's will. Even the great gods of Spirit Nation and the others who were closest to the stone tablet did not know. How did Ning Qingshin know? Unfortunately, Dipankara Buddha did not know that Lin Ling had already guessed it and even told many people about his thoughts and received their approval. This is a secret of heaven and earth. It's better that you don't know, lest you be tainted by the great calamity of the universe. Finally, the ancient voice floated out, still benevolent. Then, the light of Buddha continued to take Lin Ling away. Shameless. Ning Qingshin shouted in a low voice and silently chanted a Buddhist mantra to resist the light of Buddha in the sky. Shameless. Lei Gong and the others also cursed. Dipankara Buddha spoke so well and righteously. Now that his scam was exposed, he actually pretended to be stupid and did not give the gods any explanation. The most despicable thing was that after his identity was exposed, this ancient Buddha still spoke in a benevolent tone. The host body of the world's will is immortal. The only thing that can threaten them is the other host bodies of the world's will. I think Dipankara Buddha, your original intention is to devour Lin Ling. This way you will be even stronger. Lei Gong suddenly roared. His voice once again caused endless echoes. Many people whispered. It turned out that this was Dipankara Buddha's goal. They had never imagined that the ancient Buddha god would be so shameless. Everything was for him to become stronger. All living beings are ignorant. Above the sky, the ancient voice was still benevolent. However, a Buddha bowl flew over from afar, passing through the powerful nebulous primordial chi and buckling down towards Lin Ling. As soon as this Buddha bowl appeared, it seemed to block all of Lin Ling's Buddha power, causing him to be sucked into it and fly towards the sky. Shameless. Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, Lei Gong and the others roared. The Yellow Emperor also kept attacking the sky, but his power could not help Lin Ling at all. They all knew that once Lin Ling was taken away, he would be devoured and disappear from the world forever. On the other hand, Dipankara Buddha would become stronger and stronger. Dipankara Buddha was very smart. He knew that Lin Ling was an extremely powerful existence among the host bodies of the world's will. Therefore he was the first to attack Lin Ling and did not pay attention to Lei Gong and the others. Unfortunately, Lei Gong and the others' shouts were of no use. The Buddha's light gradually disappeared, and Lin Ling was completely taken away. The coast instantly fell silent. No one thought that this fierce battle of gods would end up like this. Lin Ling was not dead, but he was taken away by Dipankara Buddha. Lin Ling's sword must have attracted Dipankara Buddha's attention, so he took Lin Ling away. The Yellow Emperor frowned deeply. If it were not for Lin Ling's sword, Dipankara Buddha would have thought that Lin Ling was only on par with Lei Gong and the others. However, with that sword, Dipankara Buddha was clearly interested in Lin Ling's world will power. Now what do we do? Chapter 48-94. The seashore was completely silent. Countless deities were still looking up at the sky. The battle was over. In the end, Lin Ling was taken away by the Dipankara Buddha. This was an ancient god and a host of the world's will. The ancient giant god of the universe had attacked Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was completely defenseless. Let's go. Someone suddenly said in a low voice. There are still a few world's will hosts over there. Someone pointed at Lei Gong and the others. World's will hosts should be killed, but who can stop the Yellow Emperor now? At this time the one who spoke was Emperor Yao. After a cold laugh, he turned and strode away. At the start, it seemed like he was fighting for the entire universe. But in truth, his real goal was just a personal vendetta. Now that Linling was taken away, he was dead for sure. There was no need for him to risk his life. Although he also wanted to kill Lei Gong and the others, he would not be so foolish as to become cannon fodder. Besides, Lei Gong and the other world's will hosts had not yet grown to the point where they could be feared. How am I supposed to kill them? Many wanted to kill Lei Gong and the others, but their strength was limited. They were helpless. Let's go. At this time, Emperor Yao also spoke. He entered the demon eye and turned into a terrifying demonic aura. Her thoughts were naturally the same as Emperor Yao's. They were not fools. And with the two strongest ancient emperors leaving, the others did not dare to continue fighting. They all left one after another. Linling. Longyang looked at the sky, her eyes wet. During the trip to the Fog Sea, she and Linling had resolved their past grievances and misunderstandings. She was looking forward to Linling returning to the Yellow Emperor's territory and fighting alongside them. But she never expected that only she would return. Linling had disappeared again. This caused her heart to be filled with grief and sorrow. Linling. Yu, Lei Gong and the others also had tears in their eyes. Ever since Linling became a wanted criminal, they were constantly worried about Linling. However, they finally saw Linling, but it was only a fleeting glance. Senior Yellow Emperor, what will happen to Lord Linling? Can we save Sir Linling? Chen Guiyi was the one who felt the most guilty. He believed that Linling was captured because he was protecting him. Alas! The Yellow Emperor sighed and comforted him. Linling, the heavens help the blessed. In the primal chaos realm, there will be people who will help him. However, this consolation sounded extremely weak. Not to mention Saint Guiyi and the others, even the Yellow Emperor himself didn't believe it. Let's go. When he saw that Lei Gong and the others had no intention of leaving, he said sternly, if you want to help Linling, you have to become stronger. After today you will enter the Dao Pagoda. Dao Pagoda. Lei Gong and the others trembled and nodded fiercely. The Dao Pagoda was the core of the Dao realm. It was said that it was the cruelest place. Without a certain level of strength, one would die without a doubt. However, this cruel place also had its benefits, and that was the speed at which one could increase their strength. Therefore, the Dao Pagoda was also a double-edged sword. I'll go too. Nan Wufingyu and the others nodded as well. We'll go too. Yu and the others also looked at the most mysterious Dao Pagoda in the Dao realm. Now, the entire universe was their enemy. They couldn't let Linling block everything. They had to become stronger. Alright, before going to the Dao Pagoda, I will give you an opportunity to become stronger. The Yellow Emperor knew that anger and unwillingness were the motivation for people to become stronger. He was looking forward to how powerful these people would become because of Linling. He left with the others, but his eyes were still looking at the sky. Linling, Master will help you. I hope you can cross this great calamity. He knew that ever since Linling entered the Dao realm, he had been fighting. If he wasn't being chased, he was being chased. However, this great calamity was one that Linling had to cross. If he did, he would be able to see the sea and sky. At this moment, the Buddhist light in the Grand Mist energy was dazzling. It wrapped around Linling and pierced through. What was terrifying was that the Grand Mist energy of the Dao Pagoda was incomparably grand. The Buddhist light flew at a terrifying speed, but it still couldn't cross the Grand Mist energy. On the contrary, Linling slowly woke up in the Buddhist light. He then found himself wrapped in brass that was only 2 meters in size. It was extremely mysterious. Where is this? Linling was shocked. After he fainted, he didn't know what happened afterwards. This is the Buddha bowl of the Dipankara Buddha. A voice suddenly sounded in Linling's ears, startling Linling. Then he said in ecstasy, Senior Guangchengzi? You brats are crazy enough. The war of the gods started because of you. Now that your identity has been exposed, you will have to face the gods of several eras. Guangchengzi's helpless voice sounded. If my disciple, the Yellow Emperor, hadn't informed me, I wouldn't have known that you had caused such a great war. Then how am I now? Linling couldn't help but ask anxiously. You have been targeted by the Dipankara Buddha. He probably already knows that you have devoured a world will host body, so he wants to devour you. Guangchengzi said. Dipankara Buddha? Linling sucked in a breath of cold air. How did this matter involve a heavyweight of the Chaos realm? Don't worry. Although the Dipankara Buddha is very powerful, I will do my best to protect you and let you safely return to the Tao realm. Guangchengzi continued, however, I am imprisoned in the square prison. When the time comes, I will need you to release me. Moreover, the Dipankara Buddha is a giant god of the universe at the same level as me. Hundreds of millions of years ago, I was fortunate enough to meet him once. Now that so many years have passed, I am not too sure about his strength. I know. All in all, this trip to the Chaos Realm will be dangerous. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression turned solemn. He was going to the Chaos Realm? The Chaos Realm was the oldest place in the entire universe where the most giant gods of the universe gathered. With his strength, he would most likely die if he entered. Guangchengzi, why don't we escape now? Maybe we will have a chance to return to the Tao Realm. Lin Ling quickly suggested. No, we are now at the border between the Tao Realm and the Chaos Realm. This place is full of nebulous aura. Even I can't easily appear here. This matter can only be resolved in the Chaos Realm. Guangchengzi said helplessly. Lin Ling could only nod. He sat cross-legged and continued to recover. At the same time, he also thought of the matter of killing true god Peng Hua. He remembered that he had activated a powerful sword and killed 2 giant gods of the universe. The power of faith. Lin Ling was shocked. He hurriedly investigated and found that in the deepest part of his soul, the dissipated power had recovered again. However, no matter how he activated it, this power was uncontrollable. The only change was that Lin Ling sensed that this power of the world's will was stronger than before. This power of faith is really difficult to deal with. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. After investigating for a long time, he finally chose to give up. Chapter 4895. Looking around, he was at the top of a mountain. The surroundings of the top of the mountain were mottled. There were no trees or living beings. There were only mountains, endless barren mountains. Furthermore, looking along the horizon, the entire land was like an abandoned land. There were no living beings to be seen. This is the Chaos Realm? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. The primal Chaos Realm in his imagination was a paradise with birds chirping and flowers blooming. However, the scene in front of him was completely different from his imagination. The place where the gods returned was actually a barren world. The Chaos Realm is too ancient. It has experienced countless eras. Now this universe has reached its end. A voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears. When Lin Ling raised his head, he saw a middle-aged man in monk robes looking at Lin Ling with his palms pressed together. This man's Buddhist light shone brightly. Gods and demons could not invade him. He was extremely powerful. Lin Ling had a feeling that even if he went all out and used all of his trump cards, he would still be no match for this man. Patron, please follow me. The man said to Lin Ling kindly. Who are you? Lin Ling asked. I'm the Dragon King of Jianghu, a disciple of the Dipankara Buddha's tomb. The man was incomparably benevolent and said, The Buddha wishes to see you. Patron, please follow me. Lin Ling nodded and followed the man. Now that he had landed in this place, it was impossible for him to refuse. As he walked along the top of the mountain, Lin Ling kept looking around. He discovered that at the foot of the mountain, Buddhist light shone brightly. The mountain range was carved with a large number of huge stone Buddhas. They had experienced tens of millions of years and were ancient. Under those stone sculptures, countless Buddhist cultivators sat cross-legged and silently chanted Buddhist scriptures. On their bodies, a mysterious power bloomed faintly, giving off a gentle and comfortable feeling. However, if they were used in battle, they would definitely be incomparably valiant. Although the Buddhist power was gentle, it gave Lin Ling a very uncomfortable feeling. Not long after, a wooden house appeared in front of him. The wooden house was on the top of the mountain and was illuminated by the sun all year round, looking somewhat dilapidated. From time to time, Buddhist scriptures that Lin Ling could not understand came out of the wooden house. Benefactor, we're here. The wealthy monarch bowed slightly to Lin Ling, smiled, then turned around and left. Lin Ling stood outside the wooden house and sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that he would finally meet this legendary almighty figure. Lin Ling was no stranger to Dipankara Buddha. He knew that this person was called Dingguang Buddha, who was also the Buddha of the past. He was as famous as Gautama Buddha. There were even rumors that these 3 Buddhas were one and could not be separated from each other. There was legal equality. No one was superior to the other. His name was Anyatara Samyak Subhuti. But now, such an ancient and famous Buddha god wanted to see Lin Ling. No matter how knowledgeable Lin Ling was, it was inevitable that his heart would fluctuate. This was also the second powerful ancient god that Lin Ling had seen after Patriarch Bodhi. The sunlight here is getting longer and longer. There are only 2 hours of night every day. Suddenly, A benevolent voice came from the wooden house. This also made Lin Ling look up at the sun in the distance. He realized that although the spiritual energy here was rich, everything gave him a feeling of age, like an old man on the verge of death. Following that, Lin Ling pushed open the door and entered. The wooden house wasn't big, but it was very clean. A thin old man sat cross-legged. He was wearing a wooden kasaya and Buddha beads. Everything about him looked very ordinary. If Lin Ling did not know that this person was the omnipotent Dipankara Buddha God, he would definitely think that he was an ordinary Buddhist cultivator. As for the old man, he sat on a mat and gently knocked on a wooden fish. He closed his eyes and silently chanted Buddhist scriptures. To others, these Buddhist scriptures were the key to crossing the sea of suffering, but to Lin Ling, they were unpleasant and made him extremely uncomfortable. Benefactor Lin Ling, I've heard a lot about you. At that moment, the old man opened his eyes and smiled at Lin Ling. His smile was very benevolent. Greetings, Senior Dipankara. Lin Ling bowed slightly. I didn't expect Benefactor Lin Ling to be so respectful of your master. But why do you want to destroy the world? The old man said with a smile and pointed to the ground, indicating for Lin Ling to sit down. Lin Ling nodded and sat down cross-legged. During this process, he sensed a mysterious force probing his entire body. This also made his entire body tense up, as though he was afraid that he would be seen through. Lin Ling carried many divine abilities and ultimate arts, hiding ancient secrets. Among them were the Panga Strike, the three extremes of the universe, the world will host, and the square prison. Among them, the most important was none other than the Chaos Divine Formula. He did not want the Chaos Divine Formula to be seen through. This was because Lin Ling had always felt that the Chaos Divine Formula was the key to him, Lin Ling, to recover his past. Of course, the square prison could not be seen through. This was Lin Ling's capital to escape. Fortunately, the feeling of being spied on quickly disappeared. Dipankara Buddha God did not seem to see anything. Benefactor Lin Ling, who are you? The old man suddenly asked. I'm Lin Ling. Lin Ling said with a smile. No. Everything in the universe has a root, but Benefactor Lin Ling has no root. It's as though you were born out of thin air. The old man said with a smile. Lin Ling's expression did not change, but his heart skipped a beat. He knew that Dipankara Buddha God had indeed been probing him before, but he did not find what he wanted to know. Facing such an ancient Buddha God, Lin Ling felt pressure all the time. It was no less than an earth-shattering battle between gods. Senior Buddha God, I also have a mother, relatives, and friends. I can't be born out of thin air. Lin Ling replied with a faint smile. The old man nodded. I just said that Benefactor Lin Ling respects your master, but now it seems that's not the case. Dipankara Buddha God meant that Lin Ling was hiding something from him. This was disrespectful. Although I respect my master, it's only on the surface. Deep down, I don't respect my master that much. Oh? Benefactor Lin Ling, you're being unkind. How am I being unkind? I have no master by my side and I have no Tao to seek. How can I respect my master? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Dipankara Buddha God fell silent. He had been paying attention to Lin Ling for a long time, but because the chaos realm was far away from the Tao realm, he could only roughly comprehend it. He did not know what Lin Ling had experienced all these years and what secrets he was hiding. That was why he asked. However, through asking, he knew that Lin Ling was different from ordinary people. He seemed to respect his master, but that was only on the surface. A master would guide Lin Ling, but Lin Ling walked his own path and did not follow his master's old path. Tao. Every god had their own Tao, but generally speaking, they all pursued the Tao of their predecessors. For example, Buddhism. Countless Buddhist cultivators pursued the Buddhist Tao, which was the path of their predecessors. However, Lin Ling did not. He seemed to have his own Tao, which was why Lin Ling said that there was no Tao to seek. In their first contact, Dipankara Buddha God realized that Lin Ling was extremely difficult to deal with. He hid very well and carried the secrets of the universe, making it difficult for others to see through him. Chapter 4896. Dipankara Buddha, you are also a host body of the world will. I wonder who will wash away your hostility and murderous aura? Lin Ling said with a smile. The people of the universe. Dipankara Buddha's eyes looked into the distance as if saying that he could be a demon for the people of the universe, but the people of the universe could punish him. I guess only Senior knows if the people of the universe can wash away your hostility and murderous aura. Lin Ling naturally did not believe Dipankara Buddha's words. At the critical moment, Dipankara Buddha would definitely not commit suicide. I can tell you my origin. Lin Ling said again, I am the oldest creation god of the universe. I am one with the host body of the final world will. He is the destruction of the world and I am the creation of the world. As soon as he said that, Dipankara Buddha's eyes flashed. If what Lin Ling said was true, then Lin Ling was the creator of all gods. He could not help but look at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling's smile was both real and fake. If it were other gods, Dipankara Buddha would be able to see through them at a glance. That was because he was the Buddha of the past. However, he could not see through Lin Ling. Therefore, it was difficult to evaluate whether Lin Ling's words were true or false. You said that you are one with the final world will. Do you have any proof? Dipankara Buddha asked. There is no proof. I feel that I have the power of the world will. Perhaps that is the case. Lin Ling replied. Dipankara Buddha fell into deep thought again. At first he almost believed Lin Ling's words. However, Lin Ling's next sentence reminded him that Lin Ling was the host body of the world will. Since he was the host body of the world will, how could he be a creator? Your Excellency Lin Ling, whether you are the creator or not, I want you to convert to Buddhism for the sake of the people of the universe. Dipankara Buddha knew that he would not be able to get anything out of him if he continued to ask. He would only know everything if he refined Lin Ling. Dipankara Buddha, nice move? Lin Ling was not surprised by this scene. Dipankara Buddha definitely did not capture him to take care of Lin Ling. Benefactor Lin Ling, I apologize for offending you. If you violate the harmony of heaven, I, Dipankara Buddha, will bear the responsibility. Dipankara Buddha began to close his eyes and chanted Buddhist mantras. A gentle light enveloped Lin Ling, sending him into the 18th level of hell. Rumble. The place where Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged split open, and Lin Ling fell downwards. Throughout the entire process, Lin Ling saw endless Buddhist light all over the place. He felt as if he had entered Buddha's body. Large amounts of Buddhist scriptures materialized and gradually appeared, hovering and lingering about. At the same time, in the surrounding mountains, all the Buddhists sat down cross-legged and silently recited the rebirth scripture. Endless Buddhist power enveloped the mountain, causing the mountain to shine with golden light in all directions. If one looked at it from afar, they would discover that this vast and magnificent mountain was actually a huge stone Buddha. At this moment, the ancient and simple stone Buddha was radiating colorful Buddha light. It was so beautiful that the giant gods of the universe in the vicinity were all blinking their eyes. They couldn't understand why the three godly gates of White Mountain, which had been quiet for tens of millions of years, would make such a big fuss today, resulting in the scene of tens of thousands of Buddhas worshipping. Rumble. At this moment, the Buddhist light suppressed Lin Ling in the body of the Buddha, causing Lin Ling's expression to change drastically. What was terrifying was that he could not feel any pain, but he could feel that he was melting. It was as if everything in his body was about to turn into the most ancient thing. Bald donkey. Even though Lin Ling had already sensed this scene, he still could not help but curse. Of course, he did not lose his mind because he had also hidden his trump card. Senior Guangchengzi, how is it? Lin Ling asked in a low voice. Now is not the time yet. Guangchengzi's voice was somewhat anxious. If I help you now, Dipankara Buddha will have to wait for him to enter a meditative state before he can catch you again. At that time, even if you escape, he will need 3 breaths of time to wake up. These 3 breaths of time will be the time you need to save your life. However, after escaping from here, how to leave is also a huge problem. Have you found a way out? Hearing this, Lin Ling pondered and hurriedly said, I know that there is a path in the void of 9 states that leads to the chaotic realm. I just need to find that path. The path of domination in the void of 9 states led to the chaotic realm. Back then, Little Kunlun and even the giant ghost had left from there. Right, Little Kunlun and the giant ghost. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and hurriedly went to inform them. However, the chaotic realm was too vast. In addition, Lin Ling was now in the body of the Buddha, so he did not know if he could inform Little Kunlun and the others through voice transmission. At the same time, the critical moment had arrived. Lin Ling discovered that his entire body was beginning to turn illusory. His physical body and divine essence were showing signs of dissipating. The terrifying thing was that Lin Ling could not feel a trace of pain. He could only watch as he dissipated and was then swallowed by the Buddha. When he turned into nothingness, all his secrets would inevitably be revealed. The chaos divine formula, the square prison, the power of the world's will, and everything else. Including Lin Ling's memories, origins, and so on. At that time, Dipankara Buddha would obtain everything of Lin Ling. Not only would he become stronger, but he would also become the god of creation. Hold on, hold on. Lin Ling kept shouting, hoping to hold on for longer and let Dipankara Buddha enter a meditative state. Time passed quietly. In the end, Lin Ling sensed that he had arrived at the bottom of the mountain. Around him, countless Buddhist chants constantly attacked him like flames, burning Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling's body to turn into powder that lingered in the Buddhist chants. At the same time in the wooden house, Dipankara Buddha's eyes lit up. When Lin Ling dissipated, he vaguely comprehended something. This also increased the speed of his refinement by a notch. Suddenly he entered a meditative state. It was as if he was in the vast starry sky and saw ancient secrets. Each and every one of these secrets could shake the universe. It would take some time to unearth them and completely understand them. And Dipankara Buddha spent a lot of energy and vaguely understood the first secret. The square prison. One of the 4 oldest prisons in the universe is actually on him. Dipankara Buddha was shocked and continued to investigate. Then he discovered a power even more mysterious than the power of the world's will. However, when he wanted to completely understand it, suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the Buddha's body. Lin Ling go. At this moment, Guangchengzi made his move. He used a powerful method to blast away the surrounding Buddhist power. Eat Old Sun's staff. At the same time, a giant staff appeared and smashed forward. The entire huge Buddha was smashed into a path of life and death. From the outside, one could see a huge hole in the Buddha's stomach. Chapter 4897. Even the great sage Heaven's equal has been summoned? It's the square prison. Dipankara Buddha was slightly angered. His soul left his body and appeared in the Buddha's body, transforming into a huge Buddha hand that grabbed at Lin Ling. Only then did he recall that Lin Ling had the square prison and could summon the ancient mighty god. Unfortunately, he realized it a little too late. Previously, he was focused on investigating Yi Han's deepest secret, causing him to miss this point. Lin Ling, leave quickly. I'll stop him. Guangchengzi appeared like a stream of light in the huge Buddha's body. After chanting, the cyclic sky seal descended from the sky and slowly floated towards the huge Buddha hand. The brick-sized cyclic sky seal did not seem to have any power, but when it approached the Buddha hand emitted an anxious voice. Not good. Endless Buddhist light flowed as the Buddha hand exploded, revealing Dipankara Buddha's soul. Clang. At the same time, the cyclic sky seal smashed down, aiming for the head. Even with Dipankara Buddha's strength, he felt dizzy from the impact. Guangchengzi. Dipankara Buddha bellowed. With a thought, the sky shattered as a Buddhist light shot down at an extremely fast speed. After this Buddhist light enveloped Dipankara Buddha, his body rapidly recovered. He's awake. Guangchengzi knew that Dipankara Buddha was beginning to recover. He could not help but turn to look at Lin Ling and realize that Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the exit. However, the Buddha was also extremely powerful. A large number of Buddhist chants floated over and were repairing the exit. Cyclic Sky Seal. However, Guangchengzi ignored Lin Ling. The cyclic sky seal smashed at Dipankara Buddha again, causing the latter's body to become unstable. Guangchengzi, I'll remember this grudge. This karma will come to an end. Dipankara Buddha said in a low voice. Bald donkey, you'd better not remember it for too long because I'm afraid you'll fall in love with me if you remember it for too long. Guangchengzi said with a smile. His figure floated back as he activated the cyclic sky seal and chased after Lin Ling. Of course, he was also shocked by Dipankara Buddha God's strength. He had smashed his head so many times but he was still alive. And this was when Dipankara Buddha had just left his meditative state. If he was at his peak he would probably be even more terrifying. Of course, Master Guangchengzi was in the four-directional prison, and only one of his clones had come out. He wasn't using his full strength. Take this. The one leading the way for Lin Ling was the avatar of the great sage Heaven's Equal. With a sweep of his staff, the Buddhist light in the hole flickered incessantly. Everyone please do your best. At this moment outside the huge Buddha, tens of thousands of gods and Buddhas sat and chanted Buddhist sutras. All of them were attacking the huge Buddha. In the endless mountains, stone Buddhas of various sizes were also emitting a gentle Buddhist light. This Buddhist light enveloped the huge Buddhas, causing the huge stone Buddhas to be as dazzling as golden Buddhas. What powerful Buddhist energy! However, Old Sun was invincible in the universe back then. Do you think you can stop Old Sun? Bro, just charge. A gigantic ape appeared. It held a gigantic staff in its hand and continuously opened up a path in a frenzy. The staff smashed towards the Buddhist light, dazzling and dazzling. Rumble. The entire huge Buddha was on the verge of collapse. Victorious fighting Buddha, why are you helping an outsider? You are a Buddha god. Behind him, Dipankara Buddha was clearly anxious. Sorry, this avatar of mine isn't the victorious fighting Buddha, but the great sage heaven's equal. The gigantic ape stabbed out with his staff and landed on the huge Buddha's stomach, stirring up the hole that was constantly recovering. Damn you, macaque. Dipankara Buddha couldn't help but curse. Brother, hurry. The ape suddenly shrank to the size of an ordinary person and then rushed out of the big hole. Behind him, Lin Ling hurriedly followed and shouted at Master Guangqingzi, Senior, hurry. However, after rushing out, Lin Ling couldn't help but gasp. There were countless gods and Buddhas sitting in the sky and on the ground, looking at him majestically. The strength of these gods and Buddhas was terrifying. With Lin Ling's current strength, let alone fighting, he couldn't even win against one of them. Ah, you're all bald donkeys. However, in front of Lin Ling, the great sage heaven's equal was wearing purplish gold armor and holding a huge staff. He laughed loudly as he looked at the gods and Buddhas. Looking at his majestic appearance, it was as though he had returned to the time when he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. His monkey brother was wild. Victorious fighting Buddha, you've already converted to Buddhism. Why are you causing trouble here? A dignified Buddha said coldly. I have countless avatars. The victorious fighting Buddha you speak of isn't here. I'm the great sage heaven's equal. The great sage heaven's equal laughed. Must you save this puny god? Another short and fat Buddha said. Eat my staff. The Buddhas thought that the great sage heaven's equal would reply, but who knew that the monkey was so wild that he couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and directly smashed them with his huge staff. Beat him until he turns the world upside down, ha ha ha. The great sage heaven's equal was like a wild monkey that had charged out of the Five Fingers Mountain. He was extremely arrogant as he swung his staff, not giving anyone face. The gods and Buddhas in the sky were instantly disrupted and were fuming with anger. Brother monkey awesome. Lin Ling followed behind the great sage heaven's equal. He was excited to see the great sage heaven's equal beat up whoever he saw. In his memories, the great sage heaven's equal was at his strongest when he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. At that time, all the gods and Buddhas in the sky were fearless. After all, the great sage heaven's equal was unrestrained and unrestrained. He fought with his full strength. Later on, when he went on the path of seeking Buddhism, he lost some of his wild nature due to the additional burden and fear. His strength was greatly reduced. However, after becoming a Buddha, Brother Monkey was very smart. He split himself into avatars. One was seeking Buddhism, one was the great sage heaven's equal, and one was the stone monkey. As such, they minded their own business. Stupid monkey you. A Buddha was so angry that his body trembled. However, he was met with a staff strike. Dong. This Buddha god was also incomparably powerful, but after being struck by the staff, he sucked in a breath of cold air and his bald head caved in. Ha ha ha. The great sage heaven's equal laughed heartily. He held the Rui Jianghu bang with both hands and spun it around like a fiery wheel. Strong winds blew and the entire world seemed to be flipped over. Amazing. The power of the gods is terrifying. Moreover, the strength of his physical body has reached an unimaginably terrifying level. Most importantly, there's a powerful mystique in Brother Monkey's Rui Jianghu bang. Lin Ling gasped. Seeing the gods and Buddhas tumbling around in the sky, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Bang bang bang. Countless stone Buddhas tumbled around in the land of the great Buddhas like kites. The scene was spectacular. Monkey, stop playing. Dipankara Buddha has caught up. However, at this time, Guangqingzi appeared behind Lin Ling and said anxiously, All right, old brother. I'll take you away. Only then did the great sage heaven's equal put away his staff. He pulled out a hair and blew. A mysterious cloud appeared. Lin Ling took a closer look. His eyes twitched. Wasn't this the primordial aura? Could this be the somersault cloud? Using the primordial aura to make the somersault cloud. Chapter 4898. Let's go. The great sage heaven's equal roared. His terrifying speed was 10 billion miles per hour. In an instant, the three of them disappeared into the horizon. Amit Ba. Evildoers, where do you think you're going? At this moment, Dipankara Buddha appeared. He threw out a Buddha bowl, stepped on it and chased after them. Behind him, the gods and Buddhas were also chasing after Lin Ling and the rest. Of course, the most terrifying was still Dipankara Buddha. Although his Buddha bowl was not as good as the somersault cloud, it had the ability to traverse realms and teleport, appearing around Lin Ling time and time again. However, although the somersault cloud did not have such an ability, it was fast and agile. Every time Dipankara Buddha appeared, the great sage heaven's equal would turn and flee, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, making it difficult for Dipankara Buddha to catch him. Evildoers. Dipankara Buddha was also infuriated. Haha, bald donkey, come and catch me. The great sage heaven's equal was clearly wary of Dipankara Buddha and did not dare to fight him head-on. However, when it came to escaping, he was confident that he would not lose to anyone. Lin Ling's square prison has a time limit. We can't be out for too long. If we can't shake them off in this period of time, it's all up to you. Guang Qingzi was not as wild as the great sage heaven's equal. He said solemnly. Lin Ling nodded. Guang Qingzi and the rest could come out because Lin Ling had given them a big break. However, this kind of break had a time limit. At this thought, Lin Ling quickly patted Monkey Bro to remind him. The great sage heaven's equal reacted immediately and grinned, indicating that he understood. However, at this moment, there was a mysterious force circulating in the sky. Time was speeding up. Oh no, that Dipankara Buddha is using his mystique to speed up time. Looks like he's very familiar with Square Prison. Time is speeding up. We have to return to Square Prison. The great sage heaven's equal and Guang Qingzi's expressions changed slightly, while Lin Ling was even more anxious. It doesn't matter. Watch what I, old son, can do. At this moment, the great sage heaven's equal plucked a strand of hair and blew. Countless great sages appeared and flew in all directions. These clones were difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Dipankara Buddha was momentarily dazzled. Although he had the means to see through the real and fake avatars, he needed some time. In a battle between powerful gods, even an instant was enough to change the outcome of the battle. Dreamlike mirage. Dipankara Buddha growled. His eyes became bright like two dazzling suns. Beams of light shot out from his eyes and swept forward. Wherever they passed, all the avatars of the great sage heaven's equal were incinerated. However, by the time he saw through everything, the real great sage heaven's equal had already disappeared. Amit Ba. Dipankara Buddha whispered, but his expression was extremely gloomy. He had already determined that Lin Ling was a divergent of the universe and possessed endless secrets. Previously, he was about to obtain the secrets of the universe, but at the critical moment, Lin Ling had escaped. This child's origin is probably even more formidable than the world will host body. I must find him. Dipankara Buddha God muttered to himself. Behind him, endless Buddhist light shot into the distance, frantically searching for Lin Ling in the Chaos Realm. Moreover, the major sects in the Chaos Realm had also received the news to find a minor god. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Ling was riding on the primordial cloud, rushing forward at a crazy speed. The Chaos Realm is so big. Lin Ling was shocked. With his current speed, in the void of the 9 states, he could travel through the entire void of the 9 states in less than 2 hours. In the Tao Realm, it would probably take a day. But in the Chaos Realm, it seemed like he was still in the territory of the 3 major sects of White Mountain. Lin Ling, I feel that the Square Prison is summoning me. I'll go first. At this moment, Guang Qingzi said to Lin Ling. Then, he bowed slightly and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. This guy is too disloyal. The great sage heaven's equal said disdainfully. Then he said to Lin Ling, Brother, don't worry. I will bring you out safely. But where are we going? The Chaos Realm is probably the territory of Dipankara Buddha God. If this goes on, he will find us sooner or later. Lin Ling said with a frown. If only we could find my master. The great sage heaven's equal said with a sigh. Don't you have a doppelganger with Patriarch Bodhi? You can't find him? Lin Ling was surprised. Sigh, my master has always liked to live in seclusion. If he doesn't want to meet someone, that person will never find him. So my doppelganger is there, but he doesn't know where he is. The great sage heaven's equal shook his head. Without the help of the powerful giant gods of the universe, we are no match for Dipankara Buddha God. Lin Ling felt that it was even more troublesome. However, at this moment, a voice transmission came. It was the giant ghost. Lin Ling, where are you? The giant ghost's voice was anxious. Apparently, he had guessed Lin Ling's current situation. Lin Ling did not know where he was, so he could only use the voice transmission jade talisman to roughly tell him the direction. Come to the east, I will bring you out. The giant ghost immediately instructed. Brother Monkey, I know how to leave the Chaos Realm. Let's go to the east. Lin Ling said hurriedly. It's easy now that you know the way out. The great sage Heaven's Equal also smiled happily and shot toward the east with Lin Ling. South. After walking for 2 hours, the giant ghost's voice came again. Northwest. They went in another direction and the giant ghost pointed again. After a long time, numerous mountains of stalagmites that towered into the clouds appeared ahead. These mountains were incomparably huge and they were like divine mountains. Moreover, there were no plants in the surroundings and the foot of the mountains was covered in hazy mist, causing one to be unable to see everything clearly. However, Lin Ling could vaguely hear terrifying screams coming from the foot of the mountains. Perhaps the foot of these stalagmite mountains was a forbidden area. An old man stood on top of one of the stalagmite mountains. When he saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but be delighted. 8 gods? The great sage Heaven's Equal recognized the old man and couldn't help but be shocked. He's also a giant ghost. Lin Ling said with a smile. Then he flew down the mountain with the great sage Heaven's Equal. Lin Ling, are you alright? The giant ghost came over. He was now wearing a loose white robe. His hair was white and his beard was elegant. He looked like a divine being who had attained the Tao. Looking at him, he was indeed more like the 8 gods. However, in Lin Ling's eyes, this elegant divine being was a ferocious giant ghost. I'm fine, but do you know how to leave this place? Now, Dipankara Buddha is looking for me. We don't have much time left. Lin Ling said. Follow me. The old man led Lin Ling and the others forward. A moment later they saw a huge vortex between 2 mountains. That's the path of domination. It leads to the void of the 9 states. The old man pointed ahead and said. Lin Ling was delighted. He hurriedly looked at the old man and said, Giant ghost, aren't you going back with me? The old man smiled and shook his head. Lin Ling, my matter in the Chaos Realm hasn't been resolved. After I'm done I'll definitely look for you. By the way, I've also seen little Kunlun. That child is very powerful now. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy for little Kunlun. However, time waited for no one. He hurriedly said, then I'll go back first. Chapter 48-99. Good. Lin Ling and the giant ghost had known each other for many years, so he was not pretentious. Haha brother, it's time for me to go back. Have a safe journey. Good. Seeing that Lin Ling was safe, the great sage Heaven's Equal also withdrew his Hong Meng cloud. After bidding farewell to Lin Ling, he disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Giant ghost, see you in the future. Good. Lin Ling knew that he could not stay here for long. After bidding farewell to the old man, he immediately shot into the huge whirlpool in front of him. Lin Ling, have a safe journey. Good. The old man looked at the departing Lin Ling with reluctance in his eyes. Unfortunately, he had unfinished business in the chaotic realm, so he could only watch as Lin Ling left. The huge whirlpool was tumbling, and Lin Ling's figure gradually disappeared as if he had merged into the water. However, after entering the whirlpool, Lin Ling did not leave immediately. Instead, he was blocked by a layer of thin film. I heard that the higher one's realm is, the more difficult it is to leave the path of domination. Lin Ling felt that there was a force pushing him, preventing him from entering and even trying to push him out of the huge whirlpool. He finally knew why the Dipankara Buddha and the other giant gods of the universe did not go to the void of Jojo. It was because it was difficult to enter. Although Lin Ling was powerful, he was only an early-stage high god. If he reached the mid-stage or late-stage high god level, it would be even more difficult. Fortunately, although it was difficult to enter, there was still hope for him to enter if he spent some time. Lin Ling sensed that he had quietly merged into the light film. Suddenly Lin Ling's eyes narrowed and he shouted into the distance, Giant ghost, hurry up and leave. The giant ghost was watching Lin Ling leave. When he heard Lin Ling's shout, he could not help but look into the distance and immediately realized that something was wrong. There was a large amount of Buddhist light in the distance. The Dipankara Buddha had found him. Lin Ling. The giant ghost shouted worriedly. Let's go, I'm fine here. When they arrive I can leave. Lin Ling said hurriedly. When the giant ghost heard this, he suddenly gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Ling again reluctantly before flying into the distance and gradually disappeared. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, a large amount of Buddhist light appeared in the vicinity. Suddenly an anxious shout was heard, "Lin Ling over there!" A god had found Lin Ling. Then, a large number of Buddha gods appeared, and looked Buddha and Dipankara Buddha Dipankara Buddha also appeared. He put his palms together and chanted, "Amitba, evil creature, evil creature." He could see that Lin Ling had already entered the path of the Sovereign Lord. It would be very, very difficult for them to catch up. "Sorry, bald donkey, but I'm leaving," he said. God, 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 Buddha, God, 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 Buddha, God, God. Lin Ling, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and be saved. Dipankara Buddha was neither happy nor sad as he looked at Lin Ling indifferently. "I like to walk the same path to the end." "You're flattering me," Lin Ling said with a smile. He knew that although Dipankara Buddha looked kind, he was actually very hypocritical. "Amitba, benefactor, why do you have to do this?" Dipankara Buddha was in a good mood and was not angered by Lin Ling's words. "It's none of your business. I like to do things my own way." Lin Ling said again, "What a pity. You almost got my world will power, but you were just a little bit short. Moreover, apart from the world will power, I actually have many secrets, but you were just a little bit short." Sigh, what a pity. Lin Ling's voice kept drifting over. Even though Dipankara Buddha had a good temperament, his face could not help but turn gloomy. He could ignore Lin Ling's mockery and gloating, but when he thought of the universe secrets that Lin Ling was hiding and how he had almost gotten them, he felt uncomfortable. No matter how good his temperament was, he could not bear it. Because he had a feeling that those universe secrets could allow him to dominate the entire era. "Lin Ling, who are you?" Dipankara Buddha said in a low voice while suppressing his anger. "Do you want to know?" Lin Ling pursed his lips and continued to mock. "I won't tell you." Dipankara Buddha fell silent. He closed his eyes slightly as if he was silently chanting the meditation Buddhist mantra. However, Lin Ling continued, "Monk, don't think that I don't know that you're using the world will power to forcibly bring me out. Unfortunately, it's a little too late. You might have been able to do it 15 minutes earlier. Now, I'm going to leave. Also, let me remind you. Although your world will power is Pudu, I also have the world will power, and it has similar special effects as yours. Therefore, I can sense that you're secretly attacking, despicable monk." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling gradually disappeared from the path of Dominator. Dipankara Buddha finally opened his eyes. His eyes were cold. Previously, he had indeed used the world will power, but he did not expect Lin Ling to escape. Reporting to the gods and Buddhas in the sky. "No matter what, you must bring Lin Ling back." Dipankara Buddha disappeared on the spot, leaving behind a cold sentence. The surrounding gods and Buddhas trembled. Dipankara Buddha had always given people the feeling that he was very kind. This was the first time they had heard him speak in a cold voice. This showed how angry Dipankara Buddha was. At that moment, on the path of Dominator, Lin Ling seemed to have entered a vortex and was sucked into it as if he had traveled through time. The surroundings were very small, only allowing two people to walk side by side. It was like a pitch-black hole. But with the passage of time, it gradually became wider. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally arrived at the path of Dominator. Looking around, the surroundings were like a starry sky. Islands were floating around slowly. On those islands, specks of light flickered. Those were treasures. To the 9 states void, the path of Dominator contained countless treasures. Unfortunately, there were very few people in the 9 states void who could walk here. The only famous one was Taoist master of many treasures. These treasures are useful to martial artists but not to gods. Lin Ling ignored those treasures and turned into a stream of light, shooting forward. After a long time he returned to the 9 states void again. Standing in the void, he looked at the vast universe. He had now lived through several eras and witnessed the secrets of the universe. Therefore, when he saw the 9 states void, he felt that the universe was incomparably small. "That's the North Territory, my hometown?" Suddenly, Lin Ling looked in a certain direction and saw the rainforest sacred land where he had grown up in the past. He suddenly sighed in his heart. When he had been learning martial arts, he had not expected to become so strong one day, surpassing the universe and even fighting against the most ancient gods of the universe. In the past, he had experienced countless life and death situations. If he had not stepped on a few of them, there would probably be no Lin Ling today. Let's go back. Chapter 4900. A moment later, Lin Ling appeared in the Dao Pagoda again. In the distance, the sea was rolling and the coastline was now a mess with many large holes. This was the place where Lin Ling had been taken away. However, compared to the bustling deity's base, it was now a desolate place. After all, after the War of the Gods, this place was no longer suitable for a port, so no gods came here. I'm back. Lin Ling took out a voice transmission talisman and sent a message. Brother Ling. There was no doubt that a shocked voice came from the other side. Lin Ling, you're back. Lei Gong's voice also came. Heavens, didn't you go to the primal chaos realm? Next, the voices of the Yellow Emperor and the others floated over one after another. Someone helped me come back. Lin Ling replied with a smile. He was very happy. Although he had killed people like flies and was being suppressed by the gods, he found that there were still many people who cared about him. These people might be the motivation for him to become stronger. While Lin Ling was deep in thought, the Yellow Emperor's voice floated over again. Then come back quickly. I can't go back now. There are some things that I must do. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then looked into the distance and said, his eyes full of cold light. Lin Ling, what do you mean? The voice from the voice transmission talisman sounded worried. That day, if not for Emperor Ziwei, I wouldn't have encountered such danger. True God Peng Hua and the others are dead, but Emperor Ziwei is still alive, so he must die. It's because of him that my identity as Lin Ling and Lei Gong were exposed, causing the gods to want to suppress us. This is even more reason for me to kill him. Lin Ling said word by word. That day, if not for Emperor Ziwei informing Emperor Yao and the others, how could there be danger? With Lin Ling's temperament, of course he would seek revenge. Lin Ling, let the matter of 10 years ago be in the past. Now find a safe place to cultivate and then enter the Dao Pagoda. The Yellow Emperor advised. 10 years? I've only been in the Chaos Realm for a few days, but 10 years have passed? Lin Ling was astonished and incredulous before a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, I'm confident in my ability to kill Emperor Ziwei. Alright, then you have to come back after killing Emperor Ziwei. Don't go anywhere else. Seeing that Lin Ling had made up his mind, the Yellow Emperor stopped trying to persuade him. Lin Ling nodded. After chatting with Yu and the others for a while, he put away the voice transmission talisman and flew into the distance. He had a chance to kill Emperor Ziwei during their last battle, but there were too many powerful beings at the time, and Emperor Ziwei was able to escape with his life. This time, however, Lin Ling had obtained a powerful treasure, which was the immortal slaying sword. He was confident that he would be able to kill Emperor Ziwei. The immortal slaying sword was a primordial treasure, a chaos divine weapon. However, the banishing immortal sword that the giant ghost had given him was obviously damaged, so it could not be used many times. Dipankara Buddhist God is so powerful. His realm intent is even more powerful than mine. I only managed to escape because of Dipankara Buddhist God's carelessness this time, but I won't be so lucky next time. I have to become stronger. Also, I have to be careful of Dipankara Buddhist God secretly attacking me. As he traveled along the ground, the sea of fog gradually disappeared, and endless mountains appeared in front of him. Not only were these mountains ancient, but they were also lush and filled with rich spiritual energy. Compared to the Chaos Realm, the Dao Realm is much more vibrant. Lin Ling sighed. Although the spiritual energy in the Chaos Realm was richer, it was like an old man on the verge of death. The Dao Realm, on the other hand, was like a young man in his prime. As for Lin Ling's Lin Ling universe, it was like a child. After a long time, Lin Ling appeared in an ancient city. After putting on a disguise, he went to inquire about Emperor Ziwei. Now, the entire Dao Pagoda area knew that Lin Ling had been captured and was probably dead. Therefore, the Heavenly Dao arrest order had been cancelled, causing not so many people to pay attention to Lin Ling. And it was not easy to find out the whereabouts of Emperor Ziwei. Fortunately, Emperor Ziwei was too famous. Lin Ling used some Dao Realm fragments and finally found out the vague whereabouts of Emperor Ziwei. This person seemed to be east of the Dao Pagoda and was capturing someone. East of the Dao Pagoda, God-slaying mountain. Lin Ling memorized the name of the place and immediately left the city. The gods who had seen Emperor Ziwei said that they knew that Emperor Ziwei was at God-slaying mountain 3 days ago, and 3 days was enough time to change everything. Therefore Lin Ling could only try his luck. This person seems to be Lin Ling. When Lin Ling left the city, he passed by a few gods. Those gods stopped in their tracks and were stunned. Then, their faces were filled with astonishment. Although Lin Ling had changed his appearance, it was only a casual change, so it was not difficult for those who had seen Lin Ling before to recognize him. Of course, these people were not too sure. Isn't Lin Ling dead? This must be fake. It's probably someone who looks the same, but his aura is very similar to Lin Ling. My eyes are playing tricks on me. How could Lin Ling escape from Dipankara Buddha? In the end, these gods shook their heads and denied that Lin Ling was still alive. The reason was precisely because of Dipankara Buddha. The area around the Dao Pagoda was very large. Lin Ling exploded with speed and spent a day to finally reach the so-called God-slaying mountain. What surprised Lin Ling was that God-slaying mountain was only a mountain, but it was so huge that he could not see the end. According to legend, this was the most sensational place of the great calamity of the world's will. Countless gods had fallen here, so it was called God-slaying mountain. It's too big. It will probably take a lot of time to find Emperor Ziwei. But who is Emperor Ziwei capturing? Lin Ling walked forward and disappeared into the huge and magnificent ancient mountain. Over there. Found him. At this moment, in the magnificent ancient mountain, a large number of gods were flying through the air. The person in the lead was Emperor Ziwei. He had his hands behind his back and a cold smile on his face. Under his gaze, a god was frantically fleeing for his life at an incomparably fast speed. Unfortunately, Emperor Ziwei was too strong. He was a giant god of the universe and controlled everything. That person could not escape from Emperor Ziwei's grasp at all. Great God of Spirit Nation, I heard that you are also one of the hosts of the world's will. How about you submit to me? What was surprising was that the person Emperor Ziwei was capturing was actually a great god of Spirit Nation. During the battle at the coast, the Yellow Emperor had recruited several hosts of the world's will. Although Emperor Ziwei did not know the Yellow Emperor's intentions, he had a feeling that these hosts of the world's will would be useful for something. Therefore, after the battle, he secretly inquired about the whereabouts of the hosts of the world's will. In the end, he caught a few gods who claimed to be from the Spirit Nation. Only then did he learn about the great gods of the Spirit Nation. Moreover, he heard that this great god of Spirit Nation seemed to be related to the three divine gates of White Mountain. However, this great god of Spirit Nation secretly left the three divine gates and escaped alone. This was even more convenient for Emperor Ziwei. My lord, run. Chapter 49:01. Don't kill them. Stop. The North Pole Emperor hurriedly stopped them when he saw that they were about to kill the Spirit Nation Great God. He wanted to recruit the Spirit Nation Great God, so he had to be friendly from the start. North Pole Emperor, we've already minded our own business. Why do you want to capture me? Capture. The fleeing god of the Spirit Nation also stopped in his tracks and glared coldly at the North Pole Emperor. He knew that the North Pole Emperor had his eyes on him. He wouldn't be able to escape in the short term. Capture? Don't put it that way. I just admire your ability and want you to work with me. That's all. The North Pole Emperor smiled calmly and walked down from the sky with his hands behind his back. The Spirit Nation Great God and the others were surrounded by the Spirit Nation Great God to prevent them from escaping. A mysterious enchantment quietly appeared, forming an aura that enveloped the Great God of Spirit Nation and the rest. The Spirit Nation Great God stared coldly at the North Pole Emperor. However, he could sense that the North Pole Emperor was not going to let him off easily. My lord. The Spirit Nation Great God and the other gods around him were all looking at him. The Spirit Nation used to be the strongest existence in the Nine States Void. However, after the arrival of the Dao realm, they became so weak that they weren't even worth mentioning. Even the Spirit Nation Great God was the same. Even though he was the host of the world will, he was still weaker than an even more ancient god. Among the Spirit Nation Great Gods, one of them was Lord Ning. Haha, Great God of the Spirit Kingdom, you came from the void of the 9 continents. You were close to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, but for some reason you left them. What surprised me was that the 3 divine gates didn't care about your escape. But don't worry. If you become my great god's tomb, the 3 divine gates of White Mountain won't dare to cause trouble for you. The North Pole Emperor smiled calmly. Of course, the Spirit Nation Great God didn't believe him. He knew how terrifying the 3 divine gates of White Mountain were. A mere North Pole Emperor was no match for them. I can become your tomb Great God, but you have to make them leave first. The Great God of Spirit Nation pondered for a moment before raising his head. He naturally wasn't going to submit to anyone willingly. However, he knew that he had to lower his pride now that he was surrounded. If he could find an opportunity, he would definitely leave Emperor Ziwei's side. As for Lord Ning and the others, following the Great God of the Spirit Kingdom, they would be used against him. In my opinion, it's better for them to stay together. I personally value little gods with bright futures. If they follow me, their potential will be even more extraordinary. However, Emperor Ziwei had seen through the Spirit Nation Mighty God's ploy. At the very least, he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble before he had complete control over the Spirit Nation Mighty God. Damn it! The great god of Spirit Nation cursed inwardly. Now he had no way to back down. So, what do you think? Emperor Ziwei approached the great gods of the Spirit Kingdom with a friendly expression, but there was a hint of pressure in his voice. The great god of Spirit Nation was silent. Lord Ning and the others acted as if they were facing a great enemy. As long as the great god of the Spirit Kingdom gave the order, they would strike immediately. They sighed inwardly. In the past, they could cover the sky with a single hand in the void of the 9 prefectures. But here, many ancient gods could dictate their lives. However, as members of the Spirit Kingdom, there was a wisp of the world's consciousness in their bodies that still supported the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. My lord, do you want to fight? Lord Ning asked in a low voice. The great god of the Spirit Kingdom remained silent as he assessed the situation. Sorry to disturb you, but I'm here for someone. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded and broke the seal of the enchantment. Then a figure slowly walked over. Do you have a death wish? Can't you see that Emperor Ziwei is doing something? The gods around Emperor Ziwei roared majestically. However, the newcomer didn't stop and gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the god-slaying mountain fell silent. Emperor Ziwei's pupils trembled in disbelief. The great gods of the Spirit Kingdom also looked at the newcomer and were shocked. Lin Ling. They all shouted at the same time. Lin Ling had been taken away by the Dipankara Buddhist god. This was something that everyone in the Tao realm knew. In their opinion, Lin Ling was dead for sure. But now Lin Ling had appeared before them. For a moment, everyone felt that this was too surreal. They all used their divine abilities to investigate Lin Ling, wanting to see if this was an illusion. In particular, Emperor Ziwei was the first to use his divine ability. In his opinion, this might be an illusion created by the great gods of the Spirit Kingdom. However, everything was very lifelike. Piss off. Moreover, when Lin Ling kept moving forward, there were 2 gods in front of him blocking his way. He reached out and grabbed the heads of the 2 gods in midair. Then, like a watermelon, he smashed them viciously. Bam! There was a loud boom as the heads of the 2 gods exploded. No amount of divine power or protective divine energy could protect them. All of this proved that this wasn't an illusion. Lin Ling, you're not dead. Emperor Ziwei also let out a furious roar when he saw that it was really Lin Ling. That's right, I'm not dead. In fact, I've returned. In fact, the first thing I did after returning was to find you. Lin Ling's footsteps faltered as he looked coldly at Emperor Ziwei. His eyes met Emperor Ziwei's, and Emperor Ziwei's body trembled as a sense of indescribable panic welled up in his heart. He had experienced Lin Ling's power a long time ago, and he knew that Lin Ling was no weaker than him. Stop him. Emperor Ziwei quickly thought to himself before pointing a finger at Lin Ling. The underlings of his tomb instantly pounced toward Lin Ling. Emperor Ziwei didn't hesitate in the slightest. He immediately flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. He didn't even dare to fight. All he wanted to do was to leave. Most of the underlings of Emperor Ziwei's tomb were late-stage high gods, and they all unleashed their full power in an attempt to kill Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's tyrant song sword appeared and pounced toward his enemies. His sword slashed through the air, decapitating his enemies. Divine blood gushed forth. Sword projections flashed through the air like rainbows, slicing through time and slaying divine kings. After just 1 incense stick's worth of time, Lin Ling gradually disappeared into the distance. Lin Ling. The eyes of the Spirit Nation mighty figures trembled as they stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. Emperor Ziwei had come to capture them, and they had nowhere to run. However, Lin Ling's sudden arrival had scared Emperor Ziwei into fleeing, and all of his underlings had been slain. Looks like Lin Ling has undergone a metamorphosis after the battle in the Sea of Fog. The eyes of the Spirit Nation mighty figures flashed. Ever since they parted ways at the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, he knew that Lin Ling was extremely powerful. However, only now did he realize that Lin Ling was far more powerful than that. Even Emperor Ziwei was afraid of Lin Ling. Is he still Lin Ling? The Spirit Nation mighty figures were still able to accept reality, but Master Ning couldn't. He hadn't seen Lin Ling in a long time, and he didn't think that Lin Ling would be this powerful. He had always thought that the Spirit Nation mighty figure's strength would increase by leaps and bounds after reaching the Tao realm, and that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he would at most be on par with them. However, he didn't think that Lin Ling would grow even faster than the Spirit Nation mighty figures in the same place and at the same time. Chapter 4902. Don't worry, Lin Ling is one of us now. The great god of Spirit Nation looked into the distance as if he saw Dipankara Buddha and the Grand Master of Heaven. He knew very well that Lin Ling would not sever ties with him before these powerful world-will hosts died. Now they were even allies. This? Lord Ning and the others were shocked. Let's go. The great god of Spirit Nation did not say much and left immediately. He looked calm, but there were flames burning in his heart. That was the anger of indignation. Because he did not want to be the weakest among all the world-will hosts. This was very dangerous. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei flew over the ancient mountain and informed Emperor Yao and the others. Why is Lin Ling still alive? Damn it, I was too careless. Now that he is back, he will definitely take revenge. Lin Ling is not much weaker than me. If I am not careful, I might even be killed by him. Emperor Ziwei was extremely angry. The main reason was that 10 years ago, Lin Ling killed true god Peng Hua and Emperor Yuan with a single sword strike, leaving a heavy shadow in his heart. He was confident that he could not withstand that sword strike at all. Rumble. However, at this moment, a huge sword light slashed over, mixed with the terrifying power of divinity and the illusion of slaughter. He caught up so quickly? Right, I forgot that his speed is extremely fast. Emperor Ziwei's mood became even more uncomfortable. The Ziwei sword in his hand also slashed out, erupting with ferocious power of divinity, colliding with Lin Ling's sword. Then he did not dare to fight and continued to run. His only choice now was to buy time for Emperor Yao and the others to arrive. Rumble. A rumbling sound came from behind. The collision of the two's power of divinity completely disintegrated. But at this moment, a sword appeared above his head and slashed down like a battle axe. Lin Ling had arrived. This speed is indeed heaven-defying. Emperor Ziwei gritted his teeth and slashed out. Lin Ling, don't push me too far. It was Emperor Yao and the others who harmed you back then, what does it have to do with me? At the same time, Emperor Ziwei cursed angrily. You don't have to explain. I only have one goal today, and that is to sacrifice you to my sword. In the sky, Lin Ling slashed down like a giant, shaking the heavens. Rumble. The two swords collided, erupting with a terrifying power of divinity. But this time, Emperor Ziwei was on guard, so Lin Ling's eternal killing world didn't have much effect on him. Even so, Emperor Ziwei was still struck by a sense of foreboding. He knew that Lin Ling wasn't as weak as he appeared to be. Sure enough, Lin Ling suddenly grew in size and used Panga Strike. Heaven and Earth Slash. The power of divinity's Heaven's Slash. Emperor Ziwei let loose an enraged curse as he tossed out the mountain and river painting to stop Lin Ling before immediately fleeing. But Emperor Ziwei knew that this was only a temporary measure of time. 10 years ago he had used this technique in the Sea of Mist, but it had still been destroyed by Lin Ling. Rumble. Sure enough, the universe in the sky continued to tremor, as if a giant was creating a new universe and destroying everything. In just a few moments, a huge fist stretched out and tore apart the stately painting. Crap, these guys are even more powerful than they were 10 years ago. Emperor Ziwei gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence. He had thought that the mountain river map would last longer, but he didn't think that it would last even longer. Run. Emperor Yao, are you still not going to appear? Emperor Ziwei's speed increased even further. However, an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted behind him. The sky and earth trembled, and Emperor Ziwei turned around to see his face turn deathly pale. He was greeted by the sight of a giant whose head reached the heavens and feet stomping on the ground chasing after him. All of the mountains he encountered along the way were destroyed with a single stomp. He was like an invincible being. Most importantly, not only was this giant massive, but his speed was also insanely fast. The distance between Emperor Ziwei and the giant was also constantly shrinking. Over there. Cold sweat poured down Emperor Ziwei's forehead as he stared ahead and discovered a huge city. He immediately transformed into a purple streak of light and shot toward the city. Who's going to help me? Emperor Ziwei let loose an explosive roar before they had even reached the city. His voice caused the entire city to tremble. Countless gods looked up into the sky with rage, but they were all surprised to see Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei was one of the 4 divine emperors, and he was not someone normal gods could afford to mess with. Something's not right. Look, Emperor Ziwei seems to be in a hurry. And he's asking us to help him? All of the gods had their own speculations and they all wanted to go and help him. Bam bam bam. However, deafening booms soon erupted, as if the heavens were exploding and the earth were being torn apart. Then, under the gazes of countless gods, a gargantuan giant galloped toward them from the distance. Most importantly, this giant's long hair flowed down his back, and his upper body was bare, giving him an extremely ferocious appearance. That looks like Lin Ling. Some people stared intently at the giant's face and they recognized him. There were many gods in the city, and one or two of them had also appeared in the Battle of the Fog Sea 10 years ago, and they gradually began to recognize Lin Ling. The host body of the realm intent, Lin Ling. Cries of surprise erupted, and all of the gods froze in place as they stared into the distance with dumbstruck expressions. Emperor Ziwei is being hunted down by Lin Ling. It wasn't difficult for them to see what was going on, but they remembered that Lin Ling had fought Emperor Ziwei to a draw during the Battle of the Fog Sea. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and help me or I'll kill all of you. Emperor Ziwei was enraged by the fact that everyone was just watching without doing anything. I'll reward anyone who helps me with boundless Dao realm fragments. Emperor Ziwei yelled again, Lin Ling is the host body of the realm intent, and everyone has the right to kill him. You'll be doing the universe a favor by killing him. However, all of the gods in the city began to stir upon hearing this, and they all began to flee in different directions like a pack of rats. This was supposed to be a vast and boundless city, but it was instantly reduced to an empty city. Emperor Ziwei was dumbstruck. Not only were these pieces of trash not helping him, they were fleeing instead? You pieces of trash. Emperor Ziwei was struck by the urge to throw up blood. Unbeknownst to him, everyone had witnessed the Battle of the Fog Sea 10 years ago, and Lin Ling had made a name for himself. Unless they had a god like Emperor Yao leading them, they wouldn't dare to fight against him. They would be committing suicide. Take this, Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei had wasted some time in this city, and Lin Ling was drawing closer and closer to him. His fist was like a massive boulder crashing toward him from afar. Whoosh! The gargantuan city was swept up by gale-force winds, and the buildings tumbled like straw in the air. That one fist swept through most of the city. Emperor Ziwei's expression shifted drastically, and he had no choice but to fight back with all his might. Boom. Chapter 4903. Meanwhile, at this moment the giant arrived. He attacked crazily as if he wanted to destroy everything, destroying the entire city. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion rocked heaven and earth. Half of the ancient city had already been destroyed and now Lin Ling had completely destroyed it. Lin Ling. Emperor Ziwei was forced back again and again, and his Ziwei sword was being bent by Lin Ling's massive fists. There was no way he could block them. If this were any other time, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to suppress Emperor Ziwei. After all, his innate talent fusion could only match Emperor Ziwei's. But now Lin Ling had used his trump card, Panga's Strike, and his power had skyrocketed. Mountain River Map. Emperor Ziwei was forced into retreat, and he unleashed his mountain and river painting again. This treasure of his was indeed extraordinary. It had just been destroyed by Yi Han, but he could use it again in a short period of time. The Mountain River Map is said to be a self-contained universe. This is a combination of a powerful divine staircase and a chaotic holy tool. Look, Emperor Ziwei has used the Ziwei Star. Lin Ling is probably going to die in the Mountain River Map. What a joke. You guys didn't see the Battle of the Sea of Fog, right? At that time, Lin Ling had already destroyed the Mountain River Map. What? Everyone was discussing spiritedly in the distance. Some gods who had returned from the Sea of Fog sneered coldly, causing many people to draw sharp intakes of breath. They all knew that Lin Ling was the host body of the realm intent, but they didn't think that Lin Ling would be this powerful. If that was the case, it would be even more difficult to kill him in the future. Why don't we go and help? A god suggested in a quiet voice. The host body of the realm intent is determined to destroy the world. Now that Lin Ling is still able to suppress it, this is also a good opportunity. In the future, it will most likely be difficult for him to ascend to the heavens. Even more gods agreed with this idea. However, not only did the gods who had returned from the Sea of Fog not help, but they also fled further and further away. Boom. Sure enough, just as they thought, Lin Ling was trapped in the stately painting for only half an incense stick's time before a fist broke the stately painting. Then the giant's figure descended once again. As for the gods who were trying to help, they had just approached the stately painting. When they saw this scene, all of them were so frightened that their mouths trembled. Even Emperor Ziwei's lips were trembling. This was because Lin Ling was breaking through his mountain and river map even faster than before. Kill me? The giant looked down at the earth, and it was as if he could hear the voices of the gods. This reminded Lin Ling of the battle of the gods in the Fog Sea. At that time, the gods were his enemies and only wanted to kill him. He didn't care about what he had done in the past. I, Lin Ling, am the host body of the world will. Whether I want to destroy or save the world, what does that have to do with ants like you? You dare to kill me? Lin Ling threw out a punch, and the size of his fist was comparable to half a city. Run. Run my A**. We can't run now. Everyone activate your power of gods and kill him. Countless gods roared and activated their powerful techniques to resist Lin Ling's punch. Ding ding dang dang. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's punch was like a divine fist of steel. Any powerful attacks that landed on it were all blocked. They couldn't affect it in the slightest. This is too heaven-defying. Seeing the massive fist hurtling toward them, the gods who had attacked all turned as pale as paper. Boom. When Lin Ling's punch arrived, they were all smashed into pieces. They couldn't be more dead. Some of the gods who still had the protection of Dao Realm cultivators were relatively lucky and were taken away by the Dao Realm cultivators. Get lost. Lin Ling's leg was like the sun, moon, and stars. It swept out horizontally and shattered the heavens. Bam bam bam. Everywhere it passed, the gods and the surroundings exploded like flies. There were countless casualties. Lin Ling, how dare you kill us? Even more gods yelled anxiously as they fled for their lives. Aha, I'm the host body of this realm's consciousness. If I don't kill you, am I supposed to save you? Lin Ling laughed maniacally. His voice reverberated through the heavens, and the nearby area trembled incessantly. A giant? This was nothing more than a giant that could split heaven and earth apart. Then Lin Ling let out an explosive roar. His voice was like a divine staircase that exploded forward. The powerful energy compressed the space and formed a terrifying sound wave that blasted a few early-stage high gods to pieces. As for intermediate gods, there was no need to even look. The sound waves created by Lin Ling's fist could directly crush them into pieces. North Pole Emperor, hand over your life. Ignoring the weak gods around him, Lin Ling started to pounce toward North Pole Emperor. Lin Ling. North Pole Emperor gnashed his teeth in anger. Ever since he became one of the 4 divine emperors, when had he ever suffered such a great loss? He was being hunted down and forcibly suppressed in the ancient city. This was a great humiliation. However, even though this was a great humiliation, he couldn't face Lin Ling head-on. Time, the most important thing is time. North Pole Emperor was well aware that time was of the essence, regardless of whether it was waiting for Emperor Yao and the others or Lin Ling's invincible divine abilities. North Pole Emperor's 7 stars. North Pole Emperor activated all of his divine power. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes were bloodshot. Countless ancient divine emperors appeared around him before transforming into streaks of purple light that surged into his body. At this moment, his body also grew infinitely taller as his divine power skyrocketed. In the end, he was already as massive as Lin Ling. He was a giant, and an ancient giant at that. His divine power had also reached a terrifying level of 15 billion. With such divine power, insta-killing a higher god was as easy as breathing. Take this. North Pole Emperor slashed out with his sword. The sword transformed into a North Pole Emperor's divine light that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers as it slashed toward Lin Ling. North Pole Emperor, I didn't expect you to have this hidden technique. Lin Ling roared. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to tremble as cracks spread. Then he unleashed a punch. Rumble. The 2 giants collided, creating a terrifying force that could destroy the universe. If this had happened in the void of the Kingdom of the 9 States or any other universe, this collision would have reduced everything to nothingness. How terrifying. Many gods had fled far away as they watched the fierce battle between the 2 giants. They could sense that the ferocious power unleashed by them could easily destroy all of them. Lin Ling is only a higher god, but his strength is comparable to a giant god of the universe. If he becomes a giant god of the universe, he'll definitely destroy the world. Even more people's hearts trembled. They wanted nothing more than for North Pole Emperor to kill Lin Ling. Rumble. At this moment, Blood gushed out like a river, like an ocean, and dyed the sky red. Lin Ling had been wounded by North Pole Emperor's sword. His arm had been sliced open, and his body crashed into the ground like a gargantuan mountain. Boom! The entire earth tremored as countless ancient mountains crumbled. Dust and dirt soared into the sky, and the entire world became as dark as the underworld. Chapter 4904. Rumble. However, right at this moment heaven and earth began to tremor violently as a giant rose from the ground. Was Lin Ling. You're not dead. Emperor Ziwei's body shuddered. My sword strike can sever the sun and moon, sever karma, and sever past and present lives. Why aren't you dead? Ha ha ha, with my powerful physical body, all curses, laws, and the great Tao of heaven and earth are useless against me. Lin Ling stepped forward with a boisterous laugh. His arm was still dripping with blood, and this came as quite a surprise to him. After all, his power of divinity was invincible, yet Emperor Ziwei was still able to wound him with his power of divinity. If Lin Ling hadn't unleashed his Panga strike, that sword strike would have most likely been enough to kill Lin Ling with ease. Emperor Ziwei is a god emperor who has reigned for several generations, and he has far too many divine abilities and monarch techniques up his sleeves. I have to kill him right away. Lin Ling sensed the passage of time to discover that the power of his Panga strike was also continuing to weaken. Lin Ling pounced forward and unleashed a barrage of fists that crashed down upon Emperor Ziwei. Rumble. Purplish golden blood gushed from Emperor Ziwei's entire body as the Ziwei star appeared above his head. Heaven and earth crumbled as the two of them battled, and countless gods perished as a result of their battle. Lin Ling. All of a sudden, a dazzling light appeared in the distance. Emperor Yao had arrived with countless vicious weapons. Help me, Mr. Emperor Yao. Emperor Ziwei was holding on for dear life, and he couldn't help but yell for help upon seeing Emperor Yao. In reality, he had been fighting Lin Ling with all his might. After all, he had been extremely wary of Lin Ling from the very beginning, and he didn't dare to battle Lin Ling. I'll definitely help you. Emperor Yao was extremely fast, and he was also a half-naked giant with his hair dancing wildly in the wind. He stared intently at Lin Ling, and his heart thumped like thunder. Just like Emperor Ziwei, he was extremely shocked to see Lin Ling return alive, and a strong sense of horror welled up in his heart. Even Dipankara Buddha couldn't suppress Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was too heaven-defying. Moreover, he was absolutely irreconcilable with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also the host of the realm will. If Lin Ling didn't die, he, the ancient emperor, would fall as well. Emperor Yao. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed the surging aura behind him, and his expression turned serious. Emperor Yao was very powerful. He was comparable to the Yellow Emperor, and he was 100 times more powerful than Emperor Ziwei. If he allowed these two god emperors to fight him at the same time, he would definitely be forced to flee. Kill Emperor Ziwei first. Emperor Ziwei, your life is over. I saw it last time. The protection of your Dao realm has been used up. If you die this time, your divine altar will collapse, and there is a possibility that you will be reincarnated again. Back then I killed your son and you came to kill me. Now it's time for me to kill you. Lin Ling's fists pressed down furiously, causing Emperor Ziwei to break out in cold sweat. He knew that Lin Ling was going to go all out. He roared, "You dare to kill me? I, Emperor Ziwei, have dominated this era and been invincible throughout the world. How could I be afraid of a mere Lin Ling?" He was clearly trying to boost his own morale. Demon vanquishing break. Lin Ling chuckled coldly. As he continued to press down with his fists, the cosmic ray also erupted. He used all his trump cards to kill Emperor Ziwei. Lin Ling had a feeling that if Emperor Ziwei didn't die this time, it would be very difficult to kill him again. This was because Emperor Ziwei would probably leave the Dao realm and join the three divine sects of White Mountain. Such a powerful enemy was like a fishbone in his throat. How could he survive? Soul mystique. An invisible pressure descended, causing Emperor Ziwei's expression to shift drastically. He was wary of Lin Ling as he had witnessed all of Lin Ling's trump cards, one of which was soul power. He had always been wary of this technique as he had never thought of a way to counter it. Last time he had expended countless god emperors to just barely block it. This time he didn't have that many god emperor avatars left. Even if he did, they had all been obliterated by Lin Ling. Don't kill me. Emperor Ziwei stumbled back in retreat. The cosmic ray made his soul tremble. Lin Ling, you brat, don't you dare. Emperor Yao's panicked and enraged roar erupted from behind him. Arrogant. All of the gods in the distance were trembling as they witnessed Emperor Ziwei's imminent death. It was as if they were witnessing the rise of the most ancient god emperor, who had conquered all eras and swept through all ages. And this god emperor was none other than Lin Ling. Rumble. The cosmic ray passed through Emperor Ziwei's body, and he could clearly sense that none of his techniques were able to stop Lin Ling's mystique. Only his soul could. However, his soul power was nowhere near as powerful as Lin Ling's. This caused his soul force to continuously shatter. It was like an imperial project that gradually transformed into shattered glass, fell to the ground, and finally dissipated with the wind. Rumble. Emperor Ziwei fell to the ground, causing mountains and rivers to tremble. An ancient four-way god emperor had fallen here. His fall seemed to signify the change of time. God Emperor Lin Ling had risen to power. Lin Ling. Emperor Yao arrived from behind with countless vicious weapons. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled as he witnessed this scene. An earth-shattering might erupted from the long ruler in his hand. This was the divine farmer ruler. Ah, Emperor Yao, you're too late. Lin Ling's Pangu strike continued to weaken, and finally returned to its former state. He looked at the giant Emperor Yao in the distance and laughed heartily. Back then, when I reached the Dao realm, you were the first to hunt me down, forcing me to flee in all directions. I walked past the cliff of death many times, but you didn't kill me. Instead, I grew stronger and stronger. Now, I've killed Emperor Ziwei and been crowned emperor. I'm getting closer and closer to you. Lin Ling pointed at Emperor Yao with the tyrannical aria in his hand. As his sword appeared, the gods in the distance trembled, as if they had seen an ancient god emperor. They had to bow and submit. Lin Ling, I've underestimated you. At such a time, you can still crown an ancient god emperor. Impressive, impressive. Emperor Yao's expression was savage. Back then he had seen Lin Ling as an ant, a god. But now he saw Lin Ling as an ancient emperor. Alright, Lin Ling won't waste words with you. If you want to fight 100 years later. Lin Ling laughed coldly. He knew he couldn't stay here for long. But how could Emperor Yao let him escape? You think you can escape? Emperor Yao roared. His terrifying divine power was even more terrifying than Emperor Ziwei's. It could reverse the universe and change the era. Lin Ling ignored him and turned into a shooting star, shooting into the distance. Lin Ling is escaping. Don't let him escape. Many gods clenched their fists nervously. Now was the best time to kill Lin Ling. Emperor Yao had to succeed. Kill. Emperor Yao roared. He didn't want to say anything. He only wanted to kill Lin Ling. Behind him, millions of ferocious weapons were ready to move, charging towards Lin Ling in a mighty manner. But at this time, the immortal Slayer sword arrived, turning into a 10,000 li long divine sword and slashing out. Terrifying laws slashed out. The sky seemed to be cut open, and a huge sword scar appeared in the primordial chi. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.